Good evening, everyone. Calling to order this commission's regular meeting for Tuesday, June 6, 2023. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Good evening, Mayor Groth, Vice Mayor Amsler. Here. Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Kennedy. I'm sorry, Commissioner Gonzalez.
Here.
And Commissioner Oliveri.
Present.
Here, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move on to pledge. Okay, let's move on to additions, deletions, or withdrawals from the agenda. Do we have a motion and a second to accept the amended agenda or the agenda?
Actually, I want to discuss a couple of things if I can.
Sure.
So the foundation has requests. It's all the way at the very bottom of the agenda. I don't know what it is, and I don't know if it's time sensitive, and I'm afraid if they need something from us this evening, or if we could, so we might want to move that up, or as a courtesy to them. I don't see anyone here from the agenda. Oh, I'm sorry, George is here from the foundation.
Is my understanding that it is time sensitive due to the event that? Okay, well, why
I'm
don't,
gonna move that up.
yeah, why don't
We
we,
have a couple of other those that you might want to sort of jostle them around. The manager search we need to get to tonight, so I'd like to see that moved up as high as we can. And 11A, that is the solid waste fee. I believe, not 100% certain, Paul, that has to be done this evening, doesn't it? So we need to make sure we get to that. So we'll need to get that up high enough in case we don't get through everything. And now moving in the opposite direction, there are a couple of things on consent that if there's support to take them off of consent, I would be happy to support removing them from consent. And it would be B, C, D, E, and G, all the things that require waiving the process, waiving competitive bidding process, and anything that involves money, I kind of like to have open for discussion at least.
so on that topic, so the consent agenda items, it would be a 9B through E.
I only had 9E to pull.
Which one, Art?
9E,
E?
yeah, the big one, the $133,000 one.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's just kind of my general feeling if we're going to waive and it's also the fact that Mario, I know it, and it's also the fact that it's Mario's last meeting, and then someone else will be taking over while these things are kind of rolling through.
Mayor, for clarification, both E as in elephant and G as in guard are not waivers of competitive bidding.
E and G, correct?
They are not waivers of competitive bidding.
Well, we have two of the commissioners wishing to pull 9E from consent. Let's at least start there. Do we have any others?
I don't want to pull it for, because of non-competitive bidding. I just want to pull it to discuss the actual cost of it.
Right, that
Okay.
as well. So I'm sorry, Mario, you're right. E and G are not, but G, I would like to also have a discussion because I'm going to say at the time that the firm that's coming in to do the traffic data collection study, I'd like them to present to us. I'd like to know what they're going to be doing exactly to make sure we're going to get what we need. Because again, Mario won't be here when that happens. And E was also just the amount. So some of them are for because we're waiving and the others are for an amount. And also I'd like to talk to the traffic people myself.
Okay, so let's just start with E. We already have two. Are there others up here that would like to see E pulled from consent for discussion? No. We have two commissioners that wish to pull 9E from the consent for discussion, not for waiver of competitive bid, but simply just for discussion purposes. Yeah, sorry. Yes, for cost purposes to discuss the cost.
Support that.
Okay, so we have three. So all right. So we will take,
Have to then discuss it tonight is the question. Are we time sensitive? That's what I'm getting concerned about is the time.
Where would,
for 9E,
we put it?
right?
We can move things around and put it down below.
Well, let me ask the manager, is this a time sensitive as in something that we need to discuss and approve this evening? in a second to accept the amended agenda.
A motion to approve it.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. If you can just repeat the order, our Zoom computer was on mute, so those who were on Zoom could not hear. So if you can just repeat the order of the amended agenda so that they know where and catch up.
Sure, you test, this is a test, this is a
This is a
test. Okay. The amendments that we have, that we cleared, is, 5A will no longer be nomination of vice mayor, but will be appointment of vice mayor. We have moved 9E and 9G. We've removed those from consent agenda. And we have moved 11A, 12A, and 13A to the right before we begin ordinances, so right before 10A. And finally, we are moving 11B to the new 12A slot.
Thank you, sir.
Everyone got that?
Appreciate it.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Okay, great. We have a motion and we have a second as to accept the amended agenda. Can we get a vote, please?
Aye.
All in favor? Sorry, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye, okay. All right, let's move on to our presentations. Our appointment of vice mayor. The village clerk, Madam Clerk, are you introducing this or would you like us to we can just read? Okay. So the village clerk respectfully requests that Commissioner Art Gonzalez not be appointed to the office of vice mayor from June 23rd to November 23rd.
Nice.
Since it's an appointment, is there anything that we need to do officially?
No, just for clarification for people who are watching, the charter provides that everybody serves for a 6-year term as vice mayor. And we're 6 months, I'm sorry. And we do it alphabetically.
6 years, Art. Sorry
alphabetically.
about that.
So Vice Mayor Amsler was first, Mr. Gonzalez is second, Kennedy comes next, and then Oliveira. So in 6 months, it will be Commissioner Kennedy.
Unless you want to adopt me real quick, Art, then I think I might move up the list.
All right, very good. Thank you, Mr. Attorney. So moving on to 5B, fiscal year 2022 audit results. I believe we have our auditor here to provide the information.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can everybody hear me? Can you hear me? Is that better?
Nice and close.
Okay, perfect. So for the record, my name is Enrique Llerena. I'm the managing partner of CFLG, and I served as the quality control partner in the audit of the village's financial statements for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2022. Everyone should have received a copy of the financial statements. I'm going to walk through some of the components in this financial, as well as our reports that are included herein. So if you turn to page 1 of the financial statements, here you see our independent auditor's report. And the report for this year changed slightly when you compare it to last year. There were some new SASs that were implemented, so the order of the information changed. It has the same content, but it's a little more explicit on some of the information. It starts with the most important part, which is the opinion. And it states that we have audited the accompanying financial statements of the governmental activities, the business type activities, each major fund, and the aggregate remaining fund information of the village as of and for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2022. And in our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly, in all material respects, the respective financial position of the governmental activities, the business type activities, each major fund, and the aggregate remaining fund information of the village as of September 30th, 2022. Now, the basis for our opinion is that we conducted our audit in accordance with auditing standards generally accepted in the United States of America, as well as government auditing standards. Management's responsibility is covered in the next paragraph, and it's that management is responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of these financial statements in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. Our responsibilities as your auditors starts with our objective, and our objective is to obtain a reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements as what are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error. And during the course of our procedures, in performing the audit in accordance with the standards that I previously mentioned, we need to exercise professional judgment and maintain professional skepticism, identify and assess the risk of material misstatement of the financial statements, Obtain an understanding of internal control relevant to the audit in order to design audit procedures that are appropriate in the circumstances. Evaluate the appropriateness of accounting policies used and the reasonableness of significant accounting estimates made by management. And conclude, in our judgment, if there are any conditions or events considered in the aggregate that raise substantial doubt about the village's ability to continue as a going concern for a reasonable period of time. As I mentioned, the village had a clean opinion, and this is the only kind of opinion that you want to be associated with. The next section is management's discussion and analysis. This goes from pages 3 through 11. And the MD&A contains a plain English explanation by management discussing what happened during the year, comparing it to the prior year, and not only telling you what happened, but why, and what were the underlying causes. So it's a very good section for even for the residents to read. It gives you a snapshot in plain English of everything that transpired during the year. The financial statements for the village begin on page 12, excuse me. And page 12 and 13, these are your government-wide financial statements. This presents the information of the village, full accrual, just as if you're looking at a publicly traded company. So basically full accrual, everything everyone's familiar with. Then beginning on page 14, you start with the fund level statements. So the fund level statements are modified accrual. They're focused on short-term transactions in nature. So you have the fund level statements, and then they're followed by a reconciliation that tells you what's the difference between this statement at the fund level and those full accrual statements that are in the front. So you have that for the balance sheet, which is on 14, reconciliations on page 15. And then you have your statement of revenue, expenditures, and changes in fund balance, which in essence is your P&L at the fund level. And that's the reconciliation between this and the statement of activities is on page 17. Page 18 through 20 presents the financial statements for your proprietary fund, and this one is also full accrual. Pages 21 through 42 are your footnotes, and these footnotes provide additional information on the numbers that are presented in the financial statements. Now I'm going to jump to the compliance section, which is in the back, and the compliance section contains the rest of our reports that are included in this document. This begins on page 56. And here on page 56, you see what's traditionally called the Yellow Book Report, which is the independent auditor's report on internal control over financial reporting and on compliance and other matters based on an audit of financial statements performed in accordance with government auditing standards. And this is broken down into two sections: the report on internal control over financial reporting and report on compliance and other matters. And we'll be able to report back to you as a result of our audit if we had any findings, which would be significant deficiencies or material weaknesses as they relate to internal control, financial reporting, or compliance and other matters. And we're pleased to note that we do not have any findings to bring to your attention at this time. On page 57, because there was a finding in the prior year related to CITT that had been repeated, this finding is actually corrected for this year, and we mention it here for the readers of the financial so they could see it. So it not only is it covered on page 57 that the matter has been resolved, but then on page 58 and 59, which presents the management letter in accordance with rules of the Auditor General, one of the required disclosures that we have in here is to mention to the Auditor General if this matter was corrected. So there's a section here for prior audit findings, and we state that this matter was corrected. The last item that I'm going to cover is a communication that's provided at conclusion. And the most important parts of this section is, in essence, is management's report card. How did management do throughout the process? How responsive were they? Did we have any disagreements? Did we have any difficulties in dealing with them? No issues. Everything was great. Everybody was responsive. They gave us the information that we needed, and we worked together to get this done. So thank you very much for your patience and for all the effort throughout the process. This concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Mayor and Commission, if I may, real quick.
Please.
I just want to say thank you to Enrique and his firm. They have been a auditor with the village for several years now. And they have been utmost professional in every aspect. They are always a phone call away if we ever have any questions. And I'm glad in my time to be able to work with them and really see that everything that we've been doing, everything that we've always done is in accordance with what is required by law, first and foremost, but what is the benefit for the village. So I just wanted to say thank you, Enrique, and to your staff for always being available. And anytime something comes up or we didn't understand something that they were asking for, it was like getting them on the phone was very, very simple. So it was very good to work with them.
Our pleasure.
We thank you for your hard work and your professionalism.
Thank you.
Professionalism.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Turning our attention now to 5C, our proclamation for the National Caribbean American Heritage Month. And I will read the proclamation onto the record. Whereas since 2006, the U.S. has celebrated National Caribbean American Heritage Month, which was first declared by President George W. Bush to recognize the significance of Caribbean people and their descendants in the history and culture of the United States. And whereas since its inception, the American dream has been shaped by Caribbean immigrants who contributed to the diversity that is our country's greatest strength and to our economy, including founding father Alexander Hamilton and Dr. William Thornton, who designed the United States Capitol. And whereas Caribbean Americans protect our citizens as law enforcement officers and members of our military, serve our communities as public officials, and mentor our country's young people as educators, and through their tremendous athleticism and determination, Caribbean Americans have brought pride to the hearts of the American people as members of the U.S. Olympic teams and by their accomplishments in the arts and sciences. And whereas Biscayne Park is home to many Caribbean American residents from countries that include Haiti, Puerto Rico, Cuba, the Dominican Republic, Jamaica, and others. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Jonathan E. Groth, Mayor of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, joined by the entire commission, do hereby proclaim June 2023 as Caribbean American Heritage Month in Biscayne Park. 5D, our proclamation for Pride Month, which I will now read on to the record. Whereas the Village of Biscayne Park cherishes the value and dignity of each person and appreciates the importance of equality and freedom, and everyone is welcome in Biscayne Park to live, work, and play, and every family deserves a place to call home where they are safe, happy, and supported by friends and neighbors. And whereas Biscayne Park denounces prejudice and unfair discrimination based on age, gender identity, gender expression, race, color, religion, marital status, national origin, sexual orientation, or physical attributes as an affront to our fundamental principles. And whereas Pride Month began in June 1969 on the one-year anniversary of the Stonewall Uprising in New York City, after LGBTQ and allied friends rose up and fought against the constant police harassment and discriminatory laws that have since been declared unconstitutional. And whereas Biscayne Park appreciates the culture, civic, and economic contributions of the LGBTQ community, which strengthen our social welfare nationwide and in our very own community, which includes many LGBTQ families and their children. And whereas it is imperative that young people in our community, regardless of sexual orientation and gender identity, feel valued, safe, and empowered by their neighbors and community leaders. And now therefore be it resolved that I, Jonathan E. Groth, Mayor of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, joined by the entire commission, do hereby proclaim June 2023 as LGBTQ Pride Month in Biscayne Park. We urge our own residents and friends in neighboring communities to actively promote the principles of equality, liberty, and justice by participating in upcoming events throughout the month of June. Next is our proclamation recognizing Village Manager Mario Diaz. In honor and recognition of Village Manager Mario Diaz for his service to the Village of Biscayne Park. Whereas hired in November 2020, Mario Diaz was appointed as Village of Biscayne Park Manager by unanimous vote of the Village Commission. And whereas Mr. Diaz quickly addressed various challenges facing the village, including the unaudited 10-year Citizens Independent Transportation Trust, establishing on-demand transit services, and upgrading the storm drain management and road resurfacing infrastructure projects. And whereas under Mr. Diaz's leadership, the village was able to modernize the budgeting process, the building department permit applications and code operations with a new ERP system, digitized historical village records for accessibility and efficiency for staff and residents, updated the employee handbook, improved village communications. And whereas Mr. Diaz persistent advocacy secured approximately $545,000 in grant awards and state appropriations within his first 17 months in office. And whereas during his tenure in the village, Mr. Diaz successfully negotiated 2 union contracts, handled more than 10 procurements, worked with FEMA to restore village funds, capitalized on the strengths of village staff, and advocated for a change in village hall business hours, which change provided staff an opportunity to get caught up administratively, and encouraged professional development through participation in professional organizations. And whereas while the challenges were great within the village, Mr. Diaz's optimistic attitude, team building skills, and fiscal discipline enhanced the village's ability to deliver and improve services for village residents for over 2.5 years. And whereas Mr. Diaz's dedication, creative mind, visionary thinking, likability, and most importantly, his integrity to the village of Biscayne Park will forever be appreciated. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, do hereby honor and congratulate Mario A. Diaz for outstanding service to the village. We further proclaim June 6, 2023, Mario A. Diaz Day, and we wish him well in his future endeavors.
Great job, Mario. How long it take you to write that? I can do it.
Now that that's done. Our final proclamation this evening is our proclamation for Father's Day, which I will read on to the record. Whereas the third Sunday in June has for many years been observed as Father's Day, whereas in 1966, the President of the United States of America, Lyndon B. Johnson, issued the first presidential Father's Day proclamation, declaring the third Sunday of June as a dedicated day to commemorate dads. Whereas if the father's responsibilities are many, his rewards are also great. The love, appreciation, and respect of children and spouse. It is the desire to acknowledge publicly these feelings we have for the fathers of our nation that has inspired the nation to call for the formal observance of Father's Day. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Jonathan E. Groth, Mayor of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, joined by the entire commission, do hereby issue a proclamation honoring all fathers on this 2023 Father's Day, Sunday, June 18, 2023. Having concluded our presentations, we will move on to public comment. We will start with those here in the log cabin, please.
George Marinoni, 1002 Northeast 118th Street. I want to talk about the Biscayne Park Foundation. We are planning for a new event. Sorry, can you hear me? We are having a new event with the Biscayne Park Foundation. We want to have a fundraising on September on a Saturday night, invite the community over, have wine, cheese, food. Maybe we are thinking about some auction, maybe artwork, or inviting artists. We are preliminary, but we want to ask the commission to waive the rental fee first, so we can plan more for it. So I don't know if you have any question. It's still preliminary where we are doing, but I'm here to answer any questions that you want to
Thanks, George. I think we'll probably hold with comments until the item comes up for discussion.
Okay.
If,
Alright.
again, we moved it to the top, I mean, since
Alright.
we'd like to try and get through public comment for right now.
So I want to talk as a private citizen about the garbage company. I'm not talking about the fees because everybody's going to talk about the fees, but I want to talk about the service we are getting. As you know, Great Waste started doing, as always, we have the yard pickup throughout the village on Mondays. The reason we always had that is because people work during the week and they put their garbage out on Monday. What happened when they divided the city in two, half of the city on my side pick up on Tuesday. That makes the trash stay out for 2 days. And many times they don't even finish on Tuesday, so they come back on Wednesday. So we have 3 days of yard on the streets. Besides that, it's very good for them. It's convenient because they figure out on Mondays they have to have 2 trucks to pick up because they cannot do one truck. But this way, they have 1 truck on Monday, 1 truck on Tuesday, and then they come with the cloth on Wednesday. And the problem with the cloth is that they're having holes all over the village. We never allowed cloths for pickup before, only for big trash or big piles, extraordinary big. The rest was always done by hand. So I want to ask the commission to consider this before we sign a new contract. We never got, I mean, in the contract originally was for Monday, and we never allowed clause. Now, both things, we have 2 days and clause. And that is inconvenient for us. For them, probably it's operationally, it's very good, very smooth, and maybe they're saving money. Who knows? But for us, it doesn't work. So before you sign the new contract with the fees and all that, consider that the contract has to have pick up, please, all our yard on Mondays. That was my comment. Thank you. And I wish Mario Diaz great success. Thank you, Mario. You always communicate, get back to the foundation very fast and very nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan Keys. With regard to the solid waste issues, I would not like to see any diminishment in the level of service that we have now. You all know where I stand regard use of the crane, which is virtually all over the village, few exceptions. It's going to diminish our community over time. And lastly, if you're looking at not having the franchise fee, I'd say leave it in there. It's a dedicated revenue source for the village, and this village has needed that revenue source over the years. We're still at 9.5 mils in this community. It's very close to the 10 mil cap. Let's not get rid of that. If you find you have too much money, then go ahead and lower the millage rate. Thank you.
Janie Anderson, 11th Place and 119th Street. First, I want to say, yeah, it's on. First, I want to compliment Code Supervisor Doreen Grant for a really good code report this month. It was nice to see that additional detail. Regarding the significant contractual increase for our sanitation fee, totally agree with what the first 2 speakers have said. If we're going to eat that sort of increase, at the very least, we need to hold them to the contract. And the claw was never supposed to be used as a regular means of pickup. It was only for extraordinary situations. I've been behind the truck and watched them use the claw to pick up a moderately sized pile of contractor bags. There's just really no excuse for that. Surely when they bid the contract, they knew the amount of yard waste we generate on a weekly basis. I'm sure it didn't come as a surprise, but we keep being told, well, we have to allow them to use the claw because at least we're not getting all the service issues as we've had in the past. If they're saying that we have so much more waste generated now than we did when they bid, I hope we have verifiable proof in writing for that. As far as a couple of the things that have been thrown out to try to save money, we probably do have reached the point where we need to realistically evaluate recycling. Is it cost effective? Because from what we're hearing, it's not. The other thing that gets thrown out periodically is going to one day a week. Please don't do that. There's probably nothing worse than thinking about a week's worth of yard and kitchen waste baking in the Florida heat. Thanks.
Thank you. Good evening. Martha Kordiak Mert, 849 Northeast 117th Street. I have two brief announcements or comments to make. First of all, I want to remind everybody that Mango Fest is coming up Saturday, June 17th. Look forward to seeing everybody there. It's not only a great community event, but also a big fundraiser for the Arts and Culture Board as well. And we are still, I'll just put out a little reminder, we're still looking for people to donate mangoes. If you know anybody who's got mangoes overflowing on their trees, we need mangoes, and also baked goods or any creations that people want to make with mangoes, jam, cakes, cupcakes, whatever you make. We're happy to take it and sell it in the bake sale. And also we always need volunteers to help out, both with setup, working the event, and with breakdown. So please help us get the word out. Hope to see you all there. We've created a event in Nextdoor. There's a link to a volunteer and donation form. So if you know anyone who's interested, please send them over there. The other comment I wanted to make, I sent an email a few weeks ago to all of the commissioners regarding requesting really some greater clarity and guidance from you in terms of the roles of the foundation versus the Arts and Culture Board. We have a very clear mission for the Arts and Culture Board that's been defined by the commission in terms of putting on events related to arts and culture. And the members of the board are generally selected also based on their experience in that area. So we have people representing years of professional experience in visual arts, design, music, architecture. And so we are uniquely qualified as well to do this. So just requesting that you consider putting this on as an agenda item in a future commission meeting to provide greater clarity so that we can avoid potentially stepping on each other's toes or creating confusion when it comes to fundraising. Happy to speak to anybody further about that as well. That's all I have. Thank you. Oh, I do want to say thank you to Mario. He's been a great manager. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jocelyn Murphy, and this is Bruno, and I live on 10907 Northeast 9th Avenue, and I'm hosting Pride this Saturday. It would be awesome if all of you could come out. It's at 1 p.m. All we're doing is spreading love and joy and respect and getting to celebrate love. So if you, your husband, your wife, your children are more than welcome. We love to have everybody out there. And thank you so much for all your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Isabella. I live on 109th Street. And I need an approval for a Girl Scout Silver Award. So me and my best friend, unfortunately she can't be here, but we are in Girl Scouts and we are doing a project where basically we have to choose a project that can be sustainable for the community. And my project is I want to redo in a sense the park on 109th Street, the Pocket Park. All we want to do is add a new entrance. So we want to get some wooden posts and put some art on it and add a chain to it just to keep the cars out, because there's cones there which aren't as visually appealing. So it would look nicer if we had some, nicer poles to decorate, and then to we have in the past ripped out all the invasive species in the park, but we would like to put native species and rip out the invasive ones. And yeah. And I just need a letter of approval to basically get Girl Scouts to approve it so I can continue on with the project.
Do you need it by a specific date?
The date for the whole project to be complete is September 30th.
Okay.
But yeah. Say that again?
Yeah, well, do you need is there a deadline?
There's not a deadline for the letter. I just need it as soon as possible so I can get a start on the project.
You know about, have you any idea about how long you think it'll take you? Just give us an idea of when we can get a letter prepared for you.
Most likely I could probably do it a month or 2 months, maybe a month and a half.
Is there anything that needs to be in the letter that we need to consider? Or is there something that you can provide to us that we can make sure that we kind of comply with or adhere to? Maybe you can email us if is there maybe like a guide that the Girl Scouts provides that you can provide to us so we can write the letter to make sure it gets approved for you?
I mainly just need a signature of, I just, so you guys know what exactly I'm planning on doing. And I would just need the signature to get it approved, and that's about it.
Okay. Is there some?
So maybe a proposal, if you send us an email with a proposal,
Yes, I
just
can.
as you detail it and what's gonna happen in the next few
Yeah.
months. And then you'll get a signature on that.
Yeah.
Does that work?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, thank
You
you.
can send that to us. We'll definitely read it and do everything that we can to help you.
Okay, thank you.
Judy Hammelberg, 1015 Northeast 116th Street. And I love seeing the kids get involved and the Scouts get involved. I think that's wonderful. Please support them as much as you can. As a past commissioner, I want to take a minute to thank Mario. He was instrumental in helping this village more than many of you realize. He has been a savior to me as a commissioner and has been wonderful, and I wish him luck where he's going. As far as Great Waste goes, I don't think we should be cutting back on service to save money. I think we should go ahead with increasing the rates. Everybody else's rates are up for services similar to ours. With Waste Pro, I went months at a time with absolutely no pickup. They would leave my garbage sitting in the can for weeks and weeks on end. I've never had that trouble with Great Waste. They empty my bin all the way to the bottom every single time they come. They're very courteous. If they miss something and I call, they take care of it. They're fabulous to work with. I'm not a big fan of the claw, but I put everything in bins. So with everything in bins, I have no trouble with a claw. They've never used a claw at my property. I just have big bins and put everything in it. What was I going to write? I really, really want you guys to support our planning and zoning people and the residents of this village. If there's nothing that you heard at the meetings that we had recently, it's that people don't want the developers to take over this village and turn us into a property, a village of houses that go lot line to lot line. Please support our boards and give them some guidelines that have some teeth to it to keep the character of this village. I moved here from Coconut Grove because of the overdevelopment there, and with the overdevelopment of Coconut Grove came the craziest traffic you could ever imagine. I couldn't survive there with the job I was doing at the time because it required a lot of driving. I also, with it came a lot of crime, and that was my two reasons for moving here. The traffic was less and the crime was essentially non-existent up here. I know we scream and holler if somebody steals a hose, but we have petty crime is everywhere. We live in the big city of Miami, and we are under their umbrella, and we are not far from the borders of North Miami and from unincorporated Dade County. I can walk the streets of my village day and night. I can go to my neighbors and leave the door unlocked and not worry who's coming into my house. My job is to secure my home when I'm not there and to secure my car. And most of the problems we've had are by people who don't bother to secure their property. But I think that we need to think about what we're getting into if we're letting things get out of hand. I was willing to vote for it when it came up on our commission, as was Mayor O'Halpin, and Mac pulled it from us to give it to you, and you guys are less amenable than we were. So sorry, Mac, you should have given it to us. You would have gotten what you wanted. More.
Hi, Alexander Bernhard, 1015 Northeast 120th Street. First, I wanted to just thank Manager Mario for doing an amazing job, just really getting so much done and being always open to talk and really just we're going to miss you and thank you for everything. Regarding the trash, you know, I mean, I think I could probably do with only one pickup a week, but I know other people can't, so I'm not really going to push for lowering the number of pickups. And recycling, I don't know what the statistic is in terms of how much actually does get recycled or not. But I don't know what the price difference would be either. So I don't really think we should necessarily be eliminating that unless we have some kind of statistic that says only X percentage of it is actually being recycled. So it would be great to have some statistics. The one thing I did want to comment on is the fuel surcharge, because I remember when we originally had this increase last year, we agreed with them that we had the right to actually claw that back. And bring it back down. I don't know if that happened, but diesel fuel is down significantly from where it was last year. So there's no way that that can be one of the excuses that they're using to raise the fee. Yeah, I don't know if we can really do anything about it. But in terms of that specific surcharge, we should bring that back down to lower levels because the fuel is less now than it was before. Regards to the Resilient Florida grant, the resilient work that we're going to be doing by contract, I had some questions about that. And the manager clarified. I do encourage the commissioners to go ahead and vote on. That's a really important step. We have to do it, and it's going to unlock really good potential for grants in the future for the village. So it's expensive, but it needs to be done. And it just has to be understood that the next manager, they're going to have to be extremely proactive in securing the kind of money that we can get. Because if we do this whole study and spend $135,000, whatever it is, and then we don't do anything to follow up on it, it's going to be a total waste of money. So the new manager, as you're speaking to them, please make sure they understand this is something they're going to have to really work a lot on. Thank you.
If there's anybody on Zoom who wants to speak, please make sure you raise your hand so that once everybody in the log cabin finish speaking, we can identify you. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Gage Hartung, 1029 Northeast 114th Street. Mario, thank you very much. It was great having you here as our manager. I remember when you were walking the streets and, you know, going for the job, and, you know, it's been great working with you. I do encourage the board to do a thorough search for a replacement. We do have previous to Mario, some history of, you know, some not so great managers. So I hope that whoever replaces Mario will be as competent as Mario has been, and you'll be able to, you know, do a good search and review for them. It's the land development code changes are on tonight's agenda. Thank you very much. You know, it's, as people have said, it's a much needed thing for the village. It's been 2 years in the making, and I know you've been working on it for 6 months. As has the previous commission. I want to thank all of you for your consideration and your compromise. I think everybody here came to the center on this and gave a little. And so we came to something that I think the board is going to be able to work with, and it's going to be able to help us to do a little curbing of the larger developments, hopefully, and That's something that the village, I've been to a number of workshops, I've been to a number of these commission meetings, and I think the village residents as a whole are very concerned about that. So I think that this is a great first step in helping us out. There are a couple things, I don't know if we'll talk about this later, but there's a couple word changes that need to happen in the ordinance that were not, that are not correct from the last agreed upon thing and discussion. And then finally, the metal roof issue, I'm willing to have a conversation with regarding it. I was on the board that actually helped pass it. I know the history and I know why it's written the way it is, and I'd be willing to discuss it and tell you how well thought out it was and why it is the way it is. So another thing is we don't allow shingles. So just is something to consider. So anyway, thank you.
Okay, we have no other public comment here in the cabin, the log cabin. Do we have any? We have one more. Yep.
My name's George, 11210 Northeast 11th Place. Can you hear me?
Just be close into it. Yeah.
It's on. Yeah, it's on. You just got to get close.
I'd like to show you something that I received on my property. I'm sure you all are familiar with this document.
Yes, sir.
Y'all seen this before? When I saw it, I didn't think too much. I didn't think too much was wrong with it. Then I looked at it again, and there's a difference between the top of the document and the bottom. On the top, it shows the emblem, which we're all familiar with, Village of Biscayne Park. And it says the Village of Biscayne Park Strategic Plan. But after that, it says, we need your help. And then it says, help determine city needs and priorities. Well, last I checked, we're not a city. There's a difference in when you're doing a survey like this, you don't want to contaminate the results by using the wrong language. This says, help shape the future of our city. Now, as defined, a city is a large town. We're not a town and we're not a city, we're a village. So I would hope that in the future, any document that leaves the government of Village of Biscayne Park describes us as what we are. In the past, we've been a village, we're a village today, and I would hope we remain a village in the future. A village is larger than a hamlet, but smaller than a town. And a town is smaller than a city. So we're kind of far down the scale, be calling and referring, especially when you're eliciting opinions from the residents about what the future is going to be. You don't want to suggest that maybe you want us to become a city. We're a small community. We really don't have a tax base for a city, and we don't want the problems that a city has. So that's all I really have to say about this document. Other than that, it was a good idea, but it suggests something that I think a lot of residents in Biscayne Park, especially longtime residents, don't agree with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager, do we have any comments on Zoom?
On Zoom, we have Bob Anderson. Again, if anybody wishes to make a comment on Zoom, please hit the raise hand icon, which is on the bottom of the toolbar. Bob?
Yes. Able to hear me okay?
No, you're coming across very far away.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Okay. This has to do with the contract for getting rid of the waste. The original contract basically said that, 1 day a week, et cetera, and, not bringing in the claw in here. It has morphed into what it is now. And I'm just curious, as a thought, if we send out an RFP for the kind of service that we're getting now, compared to what we were originally, the original contract showed, would we have gotten a lot more replies back? Because it's a very different service that we're getting now compared to what the original RFP was out there. And maybe we would have had a lot more competition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments on Zoom?
Mayor, I see none.
Okay, thank you everyone that provided public comment. At this time, is there any commission reply to public comments?
I think some will probably be discussed when we talk about the contract on waste management and thanks, Martha. I don't know where you are. Thank you so much for bringing that to the attention. I think we spoke about it. The idea of maybe sitting down with the both foundation and our board would be a great idea to consolidate and closer to the budget as well and to what the next year is going to look like. So a meeting like that, I think, will be very beneficial. And I think I'll just keep the rest until, because we're going to discuss it later on.
Okay. Any other? Okay.
Okay, real quickly. So Veronica, I was going to say the same thing that you just said to Martha. I was planning to bring it as a July agenda item. Am I hearing you say that you might be doing that? Because if you're going to, I'll
No,
defer to you, or I already had something kind of written up about it.
I actually what I suggested, it was to have a meeting between the two boards and make a public hearing. So an open meeting for public to assist, to make sure that everybody can be in the same room and be legal and have an open discussion as to, what are the plans to the next year? What happened this year? Do a little bit of postmortem on this year and see where are each
Really
other.
heading into the budget season, that was my feeling
Correct.
as well.
So maybe that discussion that can be brought into
Our discussion.
our discussion,
Got it.
correct, as a result first on what they decide is best,
Okay.
rather than us trying to figure out what.
Fair enough. We just have a couple of months to get our budget done. So, and I was thinking the same thing. If there's a budget impact, which I think there might be, it needs to get done pretty quickly. So.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Gay Pride Parade, I hope all the commissioners show up for that. You don't have to be gay to celebrate love and acceptance. The Girl Scout project, is Isabella still here? Did she leave? I think maybe we might direct her to confer with our Parks and Parkways Board. That's a public space. They worked on that space. This isn't the first time a Girl Scout group has come and asked us to do something in there. And I think maybe we should sort of let the board get involved in that as well. It sounds like they have something very specific in mind that may or may not work with how Public Works has to access it. So we might want to have them get involved in that. To be clear on the land development codes, anyone who's listening to public comment who wasn't clear, had I not pulled that item from first reading, it doesn't mean it would have passed. It was first reading, and an ordinance requires 2 legal readings. So it would have passed first reading and then been dumped on this board at its very first, commission at its very first meeting. And that's the reason I pulled it. So had I not pulled it, it would not have passed. It would have passed first reading, and it would not be the law right now at Biscayne Park. Bob Anderson brought up a really good point about solid waste and how it's morphed into something different that doesn't match the original RFP. So that's just kind of food for thought when we get to that part of the conversation tonight. That's it. Oh, and I think a city, where's George? I think the word city also implies a level of incorporation. I think there's some implication there as well, and technically as well. I hear what you're saying though.
All right, do we have any other reply at this time?
Just for a point of clarification, during the RFP, it was one of the commissioners who, after the first time the RFP for the Great Waste contract was sent out, it did not allow for the splitting of the village. And it was one of the commissioners who indicated that might be a good idea to see if we get more participation because we only had one bidder. We then made that part of the RFP that it left it an option to either collect everything in the city or to split the village. And so at that point, the second time that we did the RFP, we then got 3 in both bid meetings. We had over 7 firms attend. We only got three. It was the incumbent, which nobody in the community wanted, our current vendor, and then a third vendor who was in 2021, I think their initial price was like $1,000 a year. So the splitting of the was part of the RFP as an option.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Well, that was one aspect of that changed. I mean, we're not going to sit here and belabor it now, but we can discuss it later. But some other things I think changed along the way as well, but we can discuss it.
Okay, having no further reply at this time. Commissioner Amsler, I neglected to thank you for your service as Vice Mayor when we installed Commissioner Gonzalez or Vice Mayor Gonzalez, so I apologize. So thank you.
My pleasure.
So moving on to section 8 reports, we will start with board reports. Do we have any board reports this evening? We did. We had a couple. Okay. Well, seeing none, let's move on to our commission reports. Do we have commission reports this evening?
Commission reports, I have a couple items.
Okay. Commissioner Amsler, please.
Thank you. I did assist last week the Greater Miami Shore Chamber of Commerce invitation. I don't know if you guys were able to see that from West Piers. It was really enlightening to see that, you know, although we don't have commercial in the village, we do have businesses that could benefit for this liaison with shores and
The net,
yes.
networking event.
I know you were expected to assist. So, and, you know, met a wonderful, a lot of people that were very much open to work together with the village to see how we promote those businesses and how to leverage, you know, each other in a way. And so that's something that we need to think about. You know, I didn't even know we had an open seat. And that was surprising. And I think you brought it up, Mayor. And we need to be maybe more active to understand what they're doing. How can we connect and promote the businesses in the village? There was, I also assisted the last strategic live session of the strategic plan. That was very enlightening to be part of it. Thank you, Alan, for all the work you've done so far, and still some work to be done, but thank you so much. And it was great to hear directly from residents on their concerns, as well as to read through during our sessions. I participated on the ClearGov presentation. I know, Mag, you were part of it as well. ClearGov, in terms of the strategic tools they had. I don't know if you guys did or saw the demo, but if you, I was going to promote the You See It. Awesome tool. I was very
It's very
impressed
interesting.
as a way to use technology to follow up on everything that came up during the strategic plan. It's kind of a guided map of how do you bring that to action points and then make things happen in a way where you can track and put percentages of, you know, what got done, what not, what has a budget, and who's in charge pretty much of each thing. So I thought that was wonderful. I asked the village attorney, Valerie, to share a summary of the laws that just passed in Tallahassee. And I did assist at the webinar from the League of Cities where they kind of went through it. But the recommendation keeps being that we identify how that affects the village specifically or each municipality or city. So Valerie did say she was going to work on it because there were some signatures still missing from the governor and some stuff that was still in the air. So once that was done, we should get a report from her. And then last thing, but very important, to thank Mario so much for everything you've done. You've taught a newbie like me how to navigate so far this month and have been a wonderful support. And I can even, you know, talk about all the time that you and I didn't work together, but I see it as a resident and I saw it as a resident. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think, do we have other commissioner reports?
Yeah, I have a couple of things. First of all, Mario, I was on the commission that hired you and I have not regretted it a day since we did that. So thank you very much. And this village in many ways is demonstrably better for your work. So whatever else we disagreed on along the way, that happens, right? But look where Biscayne Park is now as a result of what you did for us. And we really, really appreciate it. So good luck to you in your new position. Okay, couple of things. I attended along with this, Veronica and Art, the Miami Country Day School traffic meeting. I'm not sure what exactly they called that. That was interesting. And I sent a follow-up email to the gentleman who came, the COO, I forget his name. What is it? Tim Walsh. And I said, and he replied back and shared some information that I thought was interesting, and Shante forwarded that on to you. So I hope you all had a chance to read that. He was not aware, but not surprised how much traffic from his business impacts our community. I asked a really dumb question that they all got a good chuckle out of. I showed my age. I said, do you teach driver's ed over there at the school? And everyone really enjoyed that. It was mandatory when I was in high school.
They don't,
in
they
the
don't do that
70s.
anymore?
No.
I didn't even know that.
Did you take driver's ed in high school?
Yeah.
It was mandatory in Pennsylvania in 1978 or whenever I took it. But they don't. And he thought there was an education opportunity there for his students and their parents about when they pass through our community and other communities as well. And actually, I am speaking with someone in the village who might help me with something that I'll be bringing to you guys. So he was very, very open to that conversation. He was a great guy. So hopefully we can get some change there. Veronica, we had mentioned at a meeting once before some possible adjustments to the driveway code. And you and I had kind of brought it up at the same meeting, and it sounded like you were going to bring it back. You're not. Okay, then I think I'm going to. I just wanted to make sure I didn't want to step on you if you were planning to do that. Okay. And then Pride Parade is this Saturday. And as a reminder, many people participate in the parade, and I hope to see a lot of people there. But there's also a parade route where the parade goes through the village. It's within the confines of Biscayne Park. So I hope a lot of residents fill the streets. We get a really good crowd of people on the street. So the parade is partly, the people in the parade, but we need people to parade in front of. So I hope everyone hears this and gets out on the street. Shante, would it be possible to get the parade route posted on the website so folks can see it? I've had a couple of people ask me about that. Yeah. Do you have it? If not, I can get Jocelyn or Natasha to send it. Okay. And then a little request of you guys. In July, I'll be in Las Vegas for our meeting. So I will attend via Zoom. There's a 3-hour time difference, and I'm there for a convention. If it's possible, and you don't have to all decide tonight, depending on what the agenda looks like, if it's possible to push it back an hour to start at 7 instead of 6, we did 5 tonight instead of 6. I would appreciate that because I don't want to miss any of the meeting, and I would have to leave meetings early, which I probably won't be able to do. So I may be arriving late unless you could accommodate a little hour change in the schedule. Just a favor to ask.
I don't think that would be a problem. I mean, I certainly have no issue with it.
I don't know what else is on the agenda.
What's the date for the next,
July 11th. Yeah, it's pushed back a week because of 4th of July. Yeah.
I mean, I certainly have no issue with it. I mean, I don't know.
I'll be here regardless. I just would rather not miss any of the meeting.
Sure. I mean, if anyone else or any staff or anything have an issue with the start time, I'm sure we can hash it out beforehand, but
I wouldn't
don't
have an
think-
issue.
Yeah, I don't think it would be an issue.
Is there a limit, Mario, as to how many can be in Zoom at the same time?
We need an in-person quorum, don't we?
You need an
Need
in-person.
3 in person. So I guess we'll find out as we approach. Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Do we have any other commission reports right now? No, Commissioner Gonzalez? Any other commission reports? Okay, just a few things on my end. I will echo the sentiment of the rest of the commission. Mario, thank you for all that you've done. I know that you've been tremendous help for especially the newbies here that have been elected in helping us find our way. So thank you for all of your hard work. I don't have a whole lot to add. I know Commissioner Amsler, you discussed the Chamber of Commerce, which I've been in touch with. I've been to 1 or 2 of their events so far. They're very open to collaborating with us on everything and anything, promoting events, cross-promoting events. So that's always something good to keep in mind if we want to promote village events. Other than that, I attended our Miami-Dade County League of Cities and Florida League of Cities meetings and dinners this month to try and stay connected with our county representatives and our Florida representatives. The Florida League just happened to be down here this month, which was nice to go there. We had some mayors up from Isla Mirada, which was interesting. And we had some folks down from Broward County, which was great. And And I know that those events, the League of Cities is pretty instrumental in providing collaboration with surrounding municipalities. So I know that that's an important organization that we all like to stay in touch with. So with no further commission reports at this time, I'll go on to our village attorney report. Mr. Attorney, do we have a report this month?
I have no report.
Okay, thank you. And then let's move on to 8.
Sorry, Jonathan, may I ask you a question about your report?
Sure.
The FAA thing, I hate to keep harping on it, but people keep asking me.
I
Had another
so-
resident as saying, I thought something was going to be happening, and I said,
Yeah.
I'll ask.
So I spoke to the mayor of North Bay Village. There was a commissioner in North Bay Village that was supposed to be doing the letter, and I had spoke to the mayor there, and it's my understanding through his representations that the letter had not been drafted. So I'm going to be doing it myself now. I've just decided to kind of take the reign and just do it because it won't take long. All right, so 8D, Mr. Manager, your report, please.
Sorry. First and foremost, I just want to say thank you to everybody sitting here on the dais tonight, those who sat before you and to the residents. Commissioner Kennedy, I agree. I'll say it differently. We were definitely punching above our weight class these past 2.5 years. I am extremely confident that moving forward, whoever is chosen by you all not only will do a good job, but maybe the most successful manager you have ever had, because we have really been laying down the foundation. There's been so many things that we want to move forward on, but we've had to start from scratch. And in many times it's felt that we were a couple years behind the curve. But we are definitely moving forward. We have so many things in place that, especially with a strategic plan and what those priorities are, I think it's a clear road that the person's going to have. So it really sets them up very, very nicely. And that's due to the hard work that you all have done, the support that you all have given me, to former Mayor O'Halpin. Thank you so much for everything as well. Former Commissioner Hammelberg, who's stepped out. Thank you. And Commissioner Samaria for your support as well. Art, Mac, I know, Art, you even kind of voted, although your vote didn't count because you weren't on the commission when they voted for me, but you were still part of their words cannot express what it's meant to have that support and to work for all of you. I still get called. I know I'm much older now, but it still rings in my ear. You're just a kid from Hialeah, and to be able to form a career, a profession, and to have this opportunity to be here for you all and to serve you all has been an honor. So thank you all so much. The only additional aspect that I just wanted to say with regards to the manager's report, as you all have seen, thankfully, we have all the roads paved with regards to the project, which is good. There's still some cleanup and some minor stuff that they have to do. There is a fabric that is still underneath the crates that's meant to prevent any large debris or anything going in before they have the final inspection and turn everything over. The village, we really can't go in to remove those fabrics because then we kind of take ownership. And if there's something wrong, well, then it's ours. Right. And so we're working through that process. But our public works today, for example, had been going around and making sure we clean off the top. And it's really allowed a lot of the water to drain rather quickly. I just want to point out what we installed is essentially a French drain system. We have a pipe that has holes in it. It's going to allow the water to percolate faster. It's going to store some water instead of above ground, underground. But again, it's not a permanent solution. It's not going to solve the flooding within the community. It's going to help manage it. It's a little bit of a Band-Aid. Right now, we're in hurricane season, high tide season, king tide season, all of those type of seasons. And so the water table underneath Biscayne Park is much closer to the surface. And so right now, those pipes out on a day that it doesn't rain is about half full. Where a couple months ago, when we had the very heavy rains, those pipes absorbed a lot more water because the water table wasn't as high. And so throughout the year, there's going to be times where it's going to work and it's going to look like it's working so much more. And then towards the end of the year, the rainy season, it's going to look like it's not doing as well. It's mainly because of the water table underneath. And I know some of our residents and commissioners, you've seen Miami Beach during king tide where water's just spewing out of the manhole and the cover's off and all that. It's because water's always going to find its way up. So as that happens throughout the year, some months it's going to work much better than others. The idea is that these projects will continue to a point where at one point the village will be able to install some type of pump and a liner that will seal those holes in the pipe. And then you have that active system of moving the water, but it's better to do something than do nothing. And additionally, the road paving has always been a concern for the commission and a priority because some of our roads have not been touched in, I want to estimate, decades. And the idea is to do as much as we can and not have to go back, tear up what we just finished doing, start a new project. So it's trying to be as efficient with the money that we have because we don't have that available. The next phase should be coming in July for you all to vote on. The design is going to be funded through ARP funds. We just got the quote back and I'll be coordinating tomorrow with Paul so it can be an item on your next agenda and the community can keep moving forward. So not only do we have funding for the next phase for design, but we also have for permitting, bidding, and construction through the federal dollars that we receive from ARPA. And that's all. Thank you, Mayor.
May I ask you a question about that, Mario? So the drains, Judy, actually, I wish you were still here. She used all the emails that she sent back and forth with me, about the height of some drains, and I was out of town and I couldn't get there when they were raining. So who's going to do the final walkthrough of this project before we pay and make sure everything's functioning? And how do we assure that it's functioning properly, short of standing there in the pouring rain and making sure all the water's moving in the right direction?
So the contractor and the designers are working. We have a civil engineer through CAP Government. They're the consultant that does our building department services. Part of that contract allows for engineering hours if we need it, clerk administrative hours or code or anything. So we've engaged them on the engineering side. And they've been managing the project essentially from beginning to
They've had eyes on it all
Yes.
the way. They're not going to.
Correct.
And do they know that they're coming on again to give the final sign off on all of this?
Yes, they'll continue through the end of the project, and they've also been the ones that have been helping us to get reimbursements from the state for the $350,000 that we got from the state for the project. So they've been working, and they know all aspects of the project. There is that one inlet that had to change because of underground utilities. And so that was completed on 10th Avenue and 113th. It does seem a little bit higher than the road. If I remember correctly, although I've asked them to verify and they're verifying to make sure it's installed correctly and all, that inlet mainly gets water coming off of 10th Avenue coming down. Where you have the other 2, 4, 5 inlets on 113th Street to collect off of the water that's pooling on 113th. So I did notice this morning that the water was traveling. 10th Avenue is higher than 113th. So the water dumps into 10th. So they have that inlet that allows the water to flow into there. Yeah, and that was working. But we're having the designers double check to make sure it was installed per the design, and it'll get inspected, and then everything will be signed off, and they'll do a walkthrough for the punch list items and all the restoration and everything that they have to do.
Mario, were the drains that I asked you about, were they looked at and cleared out? The ones that I sent you those pictures?
Yeah, so what you saw there was a filter fabric, which is underneath. Those will have to remain until the project's closed out.
What I saw was asphalt on top of the filter fabric.
It came from the side, but yes, that's all taken care of.
And then what was inside the other one, that looked like asphalt internally, that was cleared out as well?
I'll have to follow up, sir. I'm not sure.
I had a question on the kind of a quality process of it, right? So I know we have a CAP engineer looking to finalize and kind of sign off on the project. I did receive a couple pictures and concerns from residents in terms of how the pavement looks. There seems to be certain bubbling areas where water can be kind of contained. And you know, the question is that done correctly, right? And again, not an answer I can provide. How do we address that?
So that's done through what the design and putting the road back at the grade and everything that it needs. Certain design aspects is how the water goes. For the most part, our roads are kind of like a fishbowl, but the inspector will double check, make sure that those elevations are at the right locations throughout the project. And if there's an issue, then they have to come back and they have to fix that.
Reface it, because if you look, there is certain areas like the alley, you know, it looks like brand new, by the way. It looks like we earn a new street, right? Like it's incredible. But it does, now that it's been raining for a while, I've kind of driven over it and I've seen there's puddles, right? So yeah, I think it's good to know that we'll have someone kind of checking on the quality. If it needed to be resurfaced somehow, it will be addressed. All right, thank you.
And I'm sorry, I was listening in the restroom. I have another quick question. So the job's also not done until all the sodding is done and then, correct? So, okay. And then where do we stand with the tree damage from the project and how is that going to impact our final payment to them?
So that they had been addressing those concerns and off of the report that we gave them. They had contracted with a landscape company to come and do the trimming on the trees to make sure there was no further damage. They did have someone out going out and irrigating the medians that we had concerns on. I saw them for like 2 weeks doing that. And so they're working through that list as well. We have not approached the bond question, but that will be a requirement that I would ask, or I don't know, maybe they want to just donate 40 different trees so that the village can plant throughout the village if that's a compensation, but
You've not addressed that with them.
no.
That's something Paul will be taking, Paul's aware of this?
Yeah, we've been talking and again, tomorrow we have another meeting just to and our engineer will be there as well. So that we can make sure that there's no.
Well, we don't pay them until all of this is done. And, or I mean, even if that's not done, at least it's been agreed. upon.
We have to pay for the work that they've done. There is a percentage that we can withhold from them. And so that is being withheld.
Excellent, thanks.
I have a couple other questions, if you don't mind. Not specific to the stormwater project. Communication. So maybe I missed it. Tell me, because I don't know, maybe I didn't get it, but at the last commission, we did agree, maybe sharing with the community. Now that there is a transition with Paul, putting together a couple highlights of what's happening this month. I don't know if that was done or it was missed.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. No, I did not do that. I
Right, no.
thought the ideal was the commission had discussed it, that yes, this is the way that you want to move forward, but that you were going to program and work with the advisory boards and we were going to start kind of putting all that together. This agenda has been
I know.
absolutely insane. And I think my only real focus was trying to get everything
Get it
to
done.
you all before I was
I
gone.
figure. I just want to make sure we did agree to have at least talk about the transition and the key
Okay.
points that are being worked on, at the end of the meeting. I totally
apologize.
understand. No worries. I totally understand. And I think it's something Paul, first of all, Paul, thank you. maybe to catch up on and for this month, and as we are closing on the manager decision, on the next manager decision to keep communication open with the community and highlight what we're currently working on or the key top 3 things, something like that. And the other thing, real quick, on the fertilizer as well, the restrictions from May 15 to October 15. I don't know, I did send an email, the Parks and Parkways kind of responded. There was an idea maybe of putting out there. There is a, it was done. Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah,
So I-
we put that out. I think Isa put that on next door and it was
Awesome.
email blast and it's on our website as well.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario.
We're going to do other topics. I'm sorry. I have a couple of quick things. I was just talking about drains.
Sure.
The electronic recycling bin, that's all taken care of. Because I got an email, we all got an email from Ed, or I'm not sure if we all did or I did, but it doesn't require whatever we thought it might
Yeah,
require.
I will be getting that back to Ed tomorrow morning. I don't think there's any concerns there.
I had some residents ask me about that as well. And then lastly, and I hate to keep throwing like a million things at you, but this is it, Mario. The survey of, this is it, it's like my little punch list. The survey of that empty lot down on 8th Court has anything been done with that?
Isa, can you maybe report on that?
I think the last time we
Which survey? I'm sorry.
a survey of that property down there, there's an issue with that. We don't seem to know where the
Property,
holes are
a
on the
vacant property near the Public Works building. And so we were going to do a survey to see exactly where the village property lines were.
And and that walkway and things impeding.
Got it.
We need to
Yes.
get some clarity on what exactly exists back there.
They were here this past Thursday. Survey
okay.
is complete. I received it today, obviously with everything that was going on just with cleaning up the village. So I was sent email that right out first thing in the morning,
Beautiful.
but it is done. Yeah.
That's all I have, Jonathan. Thanks.
Got it.
Just to keep you under the spotlight here, I have one other question for you. Have you received any type of update or status or anything of the kind from FPNL about the status in burying the line? I know they've been working.
It doesn't
through-
change. Yeah, it hasn't changed to,
I think you provided us with an update not too
Yeah.
long ago, but I'm just curious if they've made any progress.
no, the last conversation I had with FPL, which was, I want to say almost a year ago now, was the way that they're approaching the burying of the line is they're going from, and this is statewide, from the worst grids to the best. However, a community can skip that if they pay for it. And so I don't have an ETA from FPL, and the way that they design it doesn't quite make sense to me, but that was their criteria. I think there's one street that part of the street going east-west is buried, and then the other section is not because it's part of a different grid. And so, and then even though the power is Comcast and AT&T still have above ground and they didn't want to participate, so you'll still have lines going across. The state is requiring FPL to bury all their lines, but there's no date certain. And so they're doing it grid by grid, whatever's worse to best, unless a community pays for all the consulting to do it and then pays for the burying of the lines.
Got it.
They did more here in Biscayne Park than they initially planned to, because we went underground and I knew at the time sort of where it was supposed to stop. And then all of a sudden it was the other side of the street as well. And it went on other blocks. So they actually got more done the first time than they intended, because they came to present to the last commission, if I recall.
They did, yeah, they did 2 grids.
Progress. Driving around the village this morning, taking the kids to school, like seeing the trees down on the lines got me thinking.
Although FPL has probably spent more on tree trimming in Biscayne Park this year than they ever have in the last several years. So we will keep bugging them and getting them to come out and do the trimming that they need to do to do that.
Trees or what? Trees. Okay.
All right. Well, Mario, thank you. You did well with our grillings. The final report. All right, excuse me, having concluded section 8, our reports, let's move on to our consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve in a second our consent agenda as amended?
Motion to approve consent.
Okay, second,
Second.
all right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. The consent agenda as amended passes, and consent agenda, we removed 9E and 9G. Now, so while we move on to section 10, our ordinances, I know we talked about moving some of these things to the top of this section for expediency. But I'd like to just quickly start with 9G, the traffic data collection, because if we're planning on rolling that to July anyway, I think we can just do that now if we have a consensus to do so. Do we have any issues in rolling that to July so we can try and get some additional information from the group on what they're doing? Yes?
No, I don't have a problem.
No?
July sounds good.
Okay, all right, so that's good, that's one. So we will,
You have a special motion to defer that item.
certainly,
Make a special motion to defer 9G to the July 11th meeting.
okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye. And the idea is to have someone here to discuss with us, right? Okay.
So I guess, Paul, if you're paying attention, we're gonna be asking that someone is here to discuss that with us. Okay, so let's take a look at the items that we've removed here. 9E, what was formerly 9E, I don't think we need to bump to the top of this but it will need to be discussed. But if what we wanted to do was move what was formerly 11A, 12A, and 13A to the top for purposes of expediency, let's organize that correctly. The fee waiver issue, do we still have the foundation here with us? George? Okay, that might make that item a little more difficult. Well, fee waiver, all right, well, I mean,
From my understanding,
let's do that. So very quickly, 13A, the fee waiver for the Biscayne Park Foundation. For the event that they had proposed, again, as is my understanding, they're asking for a waiver of the rental fee for the log cabin for that event.
I think we charge them and then donate that to the foundation.
Nice.
Obviously, it's, free.
Then do we have any issue in waiving that fee for that event?
I don't. We've had these discussions before and we've kind of gone back and forth and sometimes we do and sometimes we don't, I think. And
Oh, really? So in the.
there are some, and then the conversation has been, and I'm trying to remember now. I think there are hard costs associated with it to the village, and that's a concern, police or whatever has to happen. Is that what it is, Mario?
yeah, that's my only concern. We've started getting, to the betterment of the community, there are a lot more programming and events. And for the most part, we've always tried to absorb as much as we can any of those additional costs. Waiving the fee for the rental and the use of the log cabin, I don't think is too much of a concern, but there are other costs that come with doing the events, overtime for public works, police, so forth. And so when we put it in the budget and when you're doing your budget session and we say, hey, this event's going to have $5,000, we need to know, is that $5,000 for them just to put on the event, or do we subtract any employee time that comes with it from that 5,000? And if not, then that has to be considered. Because you have at some events you have two public works employees on overtime. For example, I know that there was a drive this year to put on the Pride Parade because we're expecting a lot more, and it's because of all the other events that we've had. We're not just asking our police, so there's one extra event a year, can you come and volunteer, which is what's been in the past and what the chief has always tried to do. So now it kind of becomes a little bit harder when you have 10, 12 different events going on throughout the year. And so in a parade, for example, you're going to need multiple police officers. It's not just one or two to kind of go through. So all of those extra costs, we need to maybe be a little bit more vigilant on, and to make sure that we're accounting for it moving forward. I'm not sure that for the event that the foundation wants to put on, the art event that they want to put on here and as somewhat of a gallery, that you need a lot of police or anything like that. So I'm not too worried about.
How do we currently determine the cost to rent the log cabin? Do we take all of that into consideration and put in some kind of formula and then come up with a figure, or is it just a flat fee?
There's a flat fee for the rental of the log cabin,
Okay.
but depending on the event and how many hours and how many people, is there alcohol going to be served and all that, will then determine the police presence and if we need any other type of employees to it.
And then you add that to the cost?
Yeah.
Correct.
I got married.
Have we ever done it?
Pay for the log cabin and, there's like a list of things you pay for.
Okay, and it's all itemized? Like 2 hours for a police officer and, okay.
So how does this affect us in the current budget?
I don't know what the overall event would look like. What I would probably recommend, even if we waive it, we don't necessarily need a check. If the commission is going to waive it, but that anybody who's going to use it, fill out the form for the rental so that we know exactly what type of event is going to happen, what are the things that are going to be done during that time, and then staff can take a look and see what are the needs that we'll have for that, whether it's public works or police or anything else.
Can I just ask a question? Because when I read this, I thought that it meant, waiving the fee for the use of the log cabin. So, okay, waiving the fee for the use of the log cabin. Any other costs associated with the event, I would assume that the foundation is going to budget for that, such as paying for police and those types of things. Is that
Typically, we've tried to work with the advisory board so that we minimize those costs as much as possible. What I'm saying is we're now having so many events that it's financially, it's going to start impacting us a little bit more. I don't have a precise number to be able to tell you because it's just going to depend on how big these events grow from year over year, right? I think the Jazz Fest, the first year was maybe about 100 people or so, and this past year it was over 200 or 3. And I mean, if we get to Halloween numbers, we basically need to call everybody in.
Yeah.
So for me, this is very simple, guys. First of all, this is the foundation. They're trying to collect money for the village. That's the first part. Number two, I think anytime anybody comes here requesting a waiver for a fee, it's very simple. You just tell them, okay, if we decide we want to waive the fee, fine. But what are the expectations? What potentially are the additional costs? And then we need to make a determination on that, whether we can absorb it, whether we don't want to absorb it, whether they got to figure out how to pay for it. But it's simple in my mind.
and I think we have to defer this item.
Yes, I was going to say, we don't
A
have.
blank memo here. There's,
Yeah, I think we have some
Information in
missing
terms of-
information that
if you're saying waive the fee to rent the log cabin, I'm
Right.
saying, okay. If you're saying pay for the
any additional.
hard costs, I'm saying, I think we
Would
need
I-
more information, like you're saying.
What I would probably just recommend, because George did mention that it's time sensitive because the event is coming up, that the commission, if anything, just if you all are willing to waive the fee of the actual log cabin rental,
Mhm.
and that's it. That's where it would stop. And then depending on what it is that they got to give us for the event, then we can try to work that out, or they can just pay that.
That's fine.
How much is it?
Like 200 and
I think it's 225 I paid.
225
That's the fee for the log
for the
cabin?
log cabin.
The rental for the space. Just for the space.
Any resident can do that, right?
Any resident can
you
do
did
that.
it-
Correct.
So it's just for, but in
Yeah,
that case.
and we made sure Mac paid double just to make sure
course.
there was nothing.
But in that case, and the police and everything around it goes to the expense of the person. It's just when it's a city event, village event, I'm sorry.
No. Doesn't matter who's putting on the event.
Yeah.
If it requires police officer attendance or public works, then they would have to pay for it.
Okay.
In that case, I mean, I think that the only cost that we have certain in front of us is the actual, you're right, the rental cost. So I would be,
One last thing, do we have a breakdown of costs for, say, police officers that we can share with people as they come, it's what it's for $50 an hour, $80 an hour, I don't know what it is.
Yes, sir.
Public Works and blah,
Yes, sir.
blah, blah. Okay, cool.
Yes, and that's
That's it.
determined by the
There you go.
collective bargaining
Here's your-
contracts.
Yeah,
You
so
know
if
what?
you need this, pick that and.
Correct.
We do this, why don't we?
You rent it, it's very organized. It was easy.
So why don't we do this? Why don't we, at this point, why don't we have in front of us the vote on the waiver of the fee for the actual rental of the space? And if they want to come back, like we mentioned, if the event isn't coming up for a few months, if they want to come back and say, here's the itemized rundown of what additional fees we're looking at having you potentially waive, we can consider it at that time.
I don't think we should, we can necessarily leave it up to them to make that determination also because, you know, they may say they need one police officer. But the reality is that our police may say, oh, no, they probably
We
need 4 or
determine.
5.
Village tells you.
We determine.
Oh, okay. They're not the one picking okay.
No, we do.
Details.
Okay, so they'll come to us and tell us what the event looks like in detail for us, and we would provide the information in the quote on what they would need in addition to the rental of the space. So I guess at this time then, I would put it to the commission to vote to approve the waiver of the fee for the rental of the space for the event the foundation is.
I make a motion to waive the fee.
Okay, we have a
I'll
second?
second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mario, just a quick question on the Pride is as an event that falls, I'm sorry, we were going for food. Is Pride an event that falls within which board? This, is it the village promoting it? Where?
Private event?
Okay, so it's a private event. That's,
Private event.
okay, got it.
And they raised money to pay for the police and everything.
Perfect. That's what I was trying to get. Awesome.
I have a question. The other boards are not paying for like, the rec center when they do the Arts and Culture Board didn't pay for the rec center for Jazz Fest, and there are things that we have on the calendar, right?
No, I don't believe
So I
so.
don't think so either.
No, we've been trying to, especially because they're new events, you know, we've really been trying to just make sure that they go on without any
Right.
issues. But because of, which is great, because of the amount of engagement that the boards are starting to get into and the amount of events, it's now come to a tipping point where this is gonna have a bigger financial responsibility that I don't think it's fair for the village not to consider.
Yeah, and I think as we enter budget season, we need to be mindful of that because we're gonna, you know, we look at a calendar of events and we need to know what the hard costs are.
Okay, so having resolved what was previously 13A, we still have 11A and 12A. 11A, okay. Ad valorem and 12A manager search discussion. I guess both are gonna be lengthy. So
Probably.
well, we think we can get through the manager discussion a little bit more expediently. Look, why don't we just start there then? So let's focus on what was previously 12A village manager discussion. The introduction really is simply that I know that we have a lot of candidates that had submitted their resumes and cover letters for consideration. We had previously discussed how to consider our candidates, and I think now that we've had an opportunity to review some of those resumes and cover letters and candidates, we can just move to discuss
Yeah.
openly.
So if I may, because I was biting at the bit at the last meeting and I was shot down and talk about it. But so here's my concern. First of all, you know, I've spoken to most of the candidates, except for the ones that have just recently popped up in the last week or so. I've been busy. I was at a golf tournament, so, you know, I had things to do. So some of them are telling me that they've spoken to other commissioners. Some of them told me that they haven't spoken to other commissioners. So what I'd like to understand is, you know, what is the process that we want to do? For me, it's quite simple. You know, I review their resumes. I speak to them on the phone. And then based on, you know, the resume, speaking on the phone, I might do a little Google search here and there. I will rate them, you know, and basically from there, you know, I think, you know, maybe at some point, we as a commission should get together and say, okay, let's review, you know, the people that we've rated. Then make a decision as to perhaps the top 3, top 5, whatever you guys decide you want to do. And then we can maybe bring those people in here or Zoom them together. I think that that's the best way that, we can move forward with this and in a timely manner, because if not, then we're just, we're all over the place and we're no place, right? So that's what I've been doing. I've pretty much rated everybody that I've spoken to so far. I have a few more that I need to speak to that I hope I'll reach out to this week. And then hopefully, in my opinion, depending on what we get from here to the next meeting, I'll be ready to have a list of, top 3, top 5, whatever we decide. And then, because, I'm just concerned that this is going to go on and on and on and on. And, we're never going to end. So that's where I'm at. And, feel free to chime in.
Okay.
We're going to give
Sounds
a
like
little.
you're saying August, like maybe. Sorry, Commissioner. Vice Mayor, it sounds like you're saying August. Like you think in August when we have
I'm hoping
the Zoom meeting.
another issue that we
the Zoom
had.
meeting interviews, essentially all of us here in this setting.
Yeah, and another issue that we had previously, and I think Mac will remember this, is that the longer we waited, people were dropping out. So. Correct. So that's also a concern, right? So, we have people that currently don't have a job, they're looking. And there's a good chance that, my top 3 now is no longer there. Now I got to drop to my second, my second group. And so the longer we wait, the more precarious the list becomes, right? So I don't really want to wait that long.
Do we want to get into a rating discussion today? I mean,
Well, I haven't interviewed everybody yet, so it would be unfair for me to, to do that today because I haven't spoken to everybody on the list. Spoken to the majority of them, but then in the last week or so, a few more have popped up. I haven't spoken to them, so I wouldn't be fair to do that today. But I will certainly be ready by the next meeting for sure. And if anybody pops in between now and then, I'll make sure to speak to them.
we did a deadline, so.
Oh, what is the deadline?
First.
Oh, perfect. So then I guess nobody's popping in. No.
Closed and we are not extending.
Oh,
it.
good. So then even easier. All right. So good. So then by next meeting, done. That's it.
So I have a question then for us. Is this something that we can, once we have, because I've got a couple, within my top 3 that I'm considering. And is this something, maybe we identify a top 3 or top 5 as Vice Mayor Gonzalez mentioned, provide them maybe to the manager, to the clerk independently, and then he can provide us with who is consistently within that top 3 or top 5. And then put that on the next agenda for those of the people that we try to move it along a little bit more quickly with this idea of the longer, it kind of festers.
So that July is more so
Yeah, if it's possible.
to come in.
I'm happy even having a special meeting to talk about this.
Right. I know.
And you know how I feel about that.
Oh,
Yeah, no.
getting it done. Attorney said it. Attorney said, no, I feel about that.
I was going to ask first, again, this is the first time I go through the process. I know you guys have more experience, having navigated it when you guys hired Mario. First is this pool that we have okay? Because we closed it on Friday. That's the first question. So do we feel comfortable with the amount of people that kind of answer to the post? Or is it we extended because we need more applicants and then we do have, of course, the opportunity for some to leave the list because they'll find another job. So that's a concern. But in my eyes, I was trying to do due diligence to try to connect as much as possible with those that already applied. I'm missing Mr. Heaney that I couldn't reach today, but I have a good idea on the rest and I feel comfortable in making the decision of the filtering to the next round. My first question to you guys is, do we feel comfortable where we are with basically 10 applicants that we have, 10, 11 applicants?
I mean, I won't speak for everyone else, but I feel pretty comfortable with the quality of the candidates that we received so far.
Art?
I feel incredibly grateful.
I'm definitely comfortable with the ones that I've selected so far. And it doesn't change my mind when I speak to the others that have popped in, right? Because I to be fair, but But yeah, I feel comfortable with what's been presented so far.
Okay, so you. I am, but I would like to re-advertise it because I'm not comfortable that some of these applicants will accept what we're able to do for them. So you're assuming they're all going to take the job that we offered them. They have a voice in this too. So, and we haven't met any of them as a group. So here's where I stand on it. I've met them all. I met 4 of them in person. We walked the village, and kind of funny, I told them to wear hats and sneakers and we were taking a walk, and that's what we did. And I Zoomed with the other ones. So I've met them all. I have my list now of who I'm interested in and who I'm not. So I could do that now if you guys wanted to do that. I personally would like us to re-advertise the position to try to get more people. You don't know who's entering the job pool. You don't know who wasn't looking before, who might be looking now. It doesn't hurt to get more applicants. We're not obligated to any of them, but I think we might even do better. And I am concerned that some of these people may not want to work here after they meet with us and we talk compensation and think, no, I mean, they have, it's a two-way street, you know? So that's where I stand on that. I think we are already late on this. I'm just gonna let you guys know, I'm a little disappointed that it took us this long to have this conversation. So I think we're already behind the 8 ball. We should have met like the day Mario resigned. We should have called a special meeting and started the train then. But we didn't, so here we sit. So I'm ready to do whatever you guys want to do. Special meeting, re-advertise it, get more applicants. As I sit here right now, I have my list in front of me right now. I'm ready to have a conversation or say schedule interviews. We also need to do background checks. We need to hire someone to do a background check on all these people at some point. You have to decide when to do that as well. But if you guys say no more applicants, I'm good to go. If you would agree that we might find some more people that weren't looking then and might be looking in the next 2 or 3 weeks for our next meeting.
Well,
We have 5 weeks, by the way, before.
that's a good, that's a good, you bring up a good point. Why not leave it open? Okay, just leave it open, and see what filters through. But I don't want to continue to wait too long because then
We can do both.
then the folks that we do have that perhaps are on our top 3 or 5 are going to fall out. And I would hate that to happen again.
Yeah,
As it
exactly.
happened to
I
us. in
think
the
that's
past.
right. I think we can do both. So I think.
Yeah, so,
Forward.
yeah, but leave it open.
Advertise it with a new date.
Sure.
I think there was a mistake in it too that might need to get fixed. I forget what it is. But re-advertise it, see what else comes in. But in the meantime, move forward. And we might interview someone as a group. I think we need to do a group interview. At some point, we have to all meet these people together as a group.
But not all of them.
I'm sorry?
all of
Whoever we.
Whoever we decide.
Whoever we decide to bring in.
Yeah.
But, we might meet one of these people as a group and go, there's our winner. Look, when we interviewed these people before, we met Mario and I said, there's my winner. Just let's get him, quick, get him. Or someone else does. So that might happen again, in which case they're looking for a job and we negotiate something to make it happen. And we're not obligated to interview the rest of them and talk about the other applicants that come in. We control the process.
So on 2 of the points that you brought up, Commissioner, it sounds like we got some support to leave it open, which it makes sense.
Not leave it open, you have to repost.
Repost it, sorry, yes, repost it. So to repost it, to see if we have any additional applicants. So that's the first item. I would agree with that. If we have consensus on that item.
I would like maybe to consider making a short list of the current applicants that we have. Maybe considering 2 weeks from now an interview, and within those 2 weeks have the post open. So if we do see someone that really rise up from everybody else and we feel we need to bring,
Feed them in.
we can have a special commission. As it was suggested, we can have those discussions right before that interview happens. And then we know that we all agreed to bring the best
Yeah.
of what we have.
Well, let me ask you before we get to that point of setting a date to interview, do we want to have background checks before we interview them? Because what if we like someone, a background check comes back with a red flag? that we
Well,
say we're not-
everyone hasn't, unfortunately, everyone hasn't met everybody, so I don't think we can come up with a list. of 3 or 4.
That's the issue.
Yeah.
And in 2 weeks, we would come forward to talk about the top 3 or the top 5. We wouldn't be interviewing them at that point because we wouldn't know who's the top 3 or the top 5.
Well,
or whatever.
why don't we just do this? If
I haven't interviewed everybody, so it would be
that's what
unfair to.
that's what I'm saying. If Veronica, have you talked to everybody? No, you have talked to everybody. Jonathan, have you?
Not everyone, but
Not everyone.
of the people that I have a top.
All of them or most of them? Most of them. Okay, so a week from tonight, could we commit to, we'll have a special meeting just to talk about the applicants and decide the short list, get the background checks done, start scheduling interviews.
fine
In
with
the
that.
meantime, get the ad up, like tomorrow ad goes back up and.
And then another
One
week,
thing's going.
bring the
Week from
interviews.
Tonight, we could, or if it's not tonight, I'm sorry, I just threw that out there, but next week, and we come up with our short list, we can move forward and decide at that point. We'll see what it is. Are there
So
two
is this
people
a
on it or are there five
special-
people on it?
In a special
Good with that.
commission meeting
Just to
a
discuss the
week
applicant.
from now to discuss who
Top three,
comes.
top
Who's on the list now?
Okay.
Are we gonna, is it gonna be 3 or 5? What are we
I
gonna do?
think we just have to kind of wait and see. I think we wait and see what rises to the top. Because
Oh, but I mean, yeah, but okay, but I think there should be a cutoff. I mean, to give you the top 10, like.
I don't have a top 10. I have a top, I know the number.
Oh, I mean, I
need that.
understand that, but I mean, you're still rating them, right?
No, I think,
Gonna
I think we could just wait and do that next week and decide. Wait and have the conversation and see. Someone might say, I have 3 that I really like and another one's, and kind of just see how it falls next week. We can-
I feel comfortable to have made this decision today based on all the conversations that I've had. I also am very thankful and I want to say to everybody that has an interest in the Village of Biscayne Park, and all these applicants were extremely professional. They have shared documents. I have specifically requests for reports that they put together, how they communicate, and they've been very grateful as to share all of that with me. I will move it along to the commission as well, whatever I received for your evaluation. But
Oh, would you do that, please?
yes.
That'd be great.
Yes.
Did you all get the email that I sent about someone's compensation history? I had,
Yep.
okay.
And I also was
Whatever
very,
anyone Gets, I think it'd be great if we all send it to Shantae and have it shared. That'd be great. Thank you.
yes. And then I also was very straightforward in terms of the posting and providing, that we have a certain amount of budget. So based on that, that's why I went to the end line, kind of having the conversation so that I know I don't fall in love with someone and unfortunately we can't afford them. But that's the reality that we have to deal with. So I'll be comfortable if we then move this discussion to a week. We'll make our filter to hopefully then have a one-on-one,
Can we look
either
at
it be a Zoom or in person, hopefully.
And so, and just so we're clear too, we're going to be reposting the job first thing tomorrow.
I
Yeah.
think the-
Okay.
We'll be live for another week,
Yeah.
basically.
Okay.
Put it on for how long, Veronica?
For another week until we meet. Is
Oh, I
that-
think we should put it up for another couple of weeks. I mean, why not? We can continue our process and give more time for people to come in.
Yeah, look, if we
But
go,
If we decide in a week that let's say it's top 3,
Yeah.
then what are we gonna do the following week? Oh, well, no, I got somebody, and then that person is not gonna be on a meeting, in the meeting. And
Well, then if we feel strongly that, during those interviews.
so it's
those
gonna
are
delay
public-
it is what I'm.
The interviews are public meetings, right?
Yeah.
So we could have a conversation and any one of us could say, hey, that applicant that we got last Wednesday, met her, love her. We need to meet her too. They're public meetings. We can continue.
I understand that, but that person won't be there to interview at that point.
Oh, but we can set the interview up.
Have to do another interview.
Well, they'll probably won't be all at the same night anyway. Last time they weren't on the same night.
Well,
We were Zooming last time. It was different. Everything was Zoom. We weren't doing live meetings.
But if you have an applicant and they're interested in the job and you schedule them for a specific day and time, there's a good chance that they'll be there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Right? Whatever.
And again, I think it's important enough to say to all applicants, again, thank you. And please be patient as we go along this process, because it tends to take a little bit of time since it's 5 of us. And
Explain that to all of them as well.
Yes,
We're here in the room
and-
with us tonight.
yes, I know. Thank you. And also I just wanted to say, no, 2 of them are present. And I also wanted to say, because I did approach some of the residents that had been involved in the past or have been here for years to gain their feedback and their perspective on, on the search of such an important role for us. So I appreciate very much connecting with me as well.
So can we set a date and a time?
yeah, absolutely.
I'm leaving town on the 14th. I'm going the 14th to the 18th and I leave at the crack of dawn on the 14th. But I don't think,
No, sorry. So next week. Okay.
next, Wednesday, but I don't think this conversation will probably take that long, what we're planning to have next week. Mine's gonna be boom, boom, boom. They're mine.
So,
Do the tally and off we go.
so then the 13th, next Tuesday, 6 o'clock. And at that meeting, we'll repost the position tomorrow morning. Commissioner Kennedy, I tend to agree with you, leaving it open for a few weeks, not just 1 week, just in case. Yeah, I think 3 is fine. No, I don't.
Can we not?
Well, why don't we can repost it tomorrow and then make it part of the conversation next week. If we get a whole lot more, or if we get none, then maybe we leave it open, or maybe we pull it at that time. But so we'll repost the job, the opening tomorrow. We'll plan on meeting next Tuesday at 6 o'clock and presenting at that time at a minimum the top 3 that we consider.
Whatever it is.
Adam, I'd say Adam.
It'd only be 2.
I guess if you've only got 1 or 2, then sure, yes, okay. Bring your top candidates. And then with the expectation at that meeting that we will narrow down our search for in-person interviews at the following commission meeting. I'm good?
We're all committed to meeting with all of them unless there's, I mean, look, you're not obligated to, I suppose, but if you intend to meet with them one way or the other, that you will have done that by next week. If there's someone on paper you're not interested in, you're not obligated to meet with them.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And I guess then that at that meeting too, unless we want to talk about how we're going to do background checks now.
We had a firm do it last time. The clerk had, oh, Shantae wasn't our clerk then. Roseanne had and it was really affordable and it was quick. She still does it? So maybe Shantae could find that information and send it to us and kind of give us a breakdown of what we get from that background check. I can't remember it all, but I remember at the time being impressed that it was rather thorough.
It
Madam,
was going through it, it was not only criminal with local, state, but I think also national, and then credit history as well.
Yeah, I remember.
It kind of just depends if you all want that level or if you just want to look at the criminal background, or if you want to go into social media. So it just depends on what kind of level
I
background.
think social media was on there too, if I recall, or there was a discussion about it. All in favor of getting whatever information we can. This is the person we're hiring to run the village. I don't want to have a surprise later.
no, I agree. Is that, Madam Clerk, is that something that you'd be able to provide to us? Kind of the details of what each tiers of these searches include so we can consider it?
And the price, please.
Yeah, yeah.
If I recall, it was pretty affordable.
Okay. All right, great. No. All right, so that concludes the discussion of what was formerly 12A. So then the other item that we had brought to the front was 11A, the ad valorem rate. So let's move on to that one. Mr. Attorney, would you be able to read this resolution onto the record for us?
These are the ones we pulled up.
Yeah, these were the ones that we
Oh, we
moved to the
pulled them
top
up.
of the of 10, yeah.
Resolution of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, relating to the collection and disposal of solid waste within the village for fiscal year 2023-24, establishing the estimated assessment rate for solid waste service against assessed property located within the Village of Biscayne Park for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, directing the preparation of an assessment roll. I'm sorry. Providing for public hearing and notice thereof, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Do we have a motion and a second to approve the resolution?
Sorry, I make a motion to approve for discussion.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Amsler. So we'll move this forward to commission discussion. Well, if you could provide that information.
Right, as you guys haven't really done an increase or been proposed. Last year, you kept the rate the same. So you have a two-step process for non-ad valorem assessments. Today, obviously, setting the ceiling, the highest number that you can assess. So a lot of the construction of the proposed resolution is based on that concept. And then later in the summer, you'll adopt the final rate. We need to have the highest number no later than July 15th for the assessment procedures and then it gets certified in August for the trim. So those are the two steps that the county requires. We have a notice requirement also, and the attorney or Shante can tell you exactly what that requires. I don't know it as well for you all as my other clients, but you do have to notice the residents either through an ad or a direct mailing usually of an intended increase, the date of the hearing and the details. At that time, you would set whatever rate you choose, either what's proposed today or a lower number.
Is that one that has to be sent by mail?
I believe,
Some notices that are required to be sent by mail, aren't there?
I
Ed,
believe
this
it
one of
is.
them?
This is both.
This is both. Okay. Okay, so give me dates. Do we have to set this tonight? Or because I think I just heard you say July 15th, we would have to set the ceiling.
Yeah, to meet the mailed notice requirements to be done by July 15th, you have to set the hearing. So yes, you need to do that.
The first deadline is July 15th, set the ceiling.
Wasn't that for the tax collector though?
Correct,
Right? They've got to have the number so they can put it on the trim notice.
Right.
correct.
And that's July 15th.
Yes,
Okay, so by July 15th, we have to
done with this.
be done with it. Okay. So today we have to set the ceiling, or sometime before July 15th, we have to set a ceiling so we can come back and have a second discussion. about it.
Correct.
So today we need to set a ceiling.
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Paul, but we're not altering the contract or anything at this moment. You're not making that final decision tonight. All you're doing is setting the ceiling.
Right, and this is, there's a multi-package deal. Tonight, you're dealing with what you want the residents to be experiencing in the solid waste resolution for the rate to the resident. What you do with your contractor, what the way you fund it is part of this. And again, I packaged it so that this is the maximum amount that we can expect the rate to be.
So tonight we set a ceiling. By July 15th, we have to have a hard number, and in between there, we have to talk to the vendor. Someone has to deal with the vendor. You have to deal with the vendor on the contract and the level, if any level of services change or if anything changes in there, all of the variables, fuel or whatever franchise fee, all of that has to be figured out before July 15th.
Right, that's that with what you want to put on the trim
Got it.
notice.
Okay.
Yes, so
All of that impacts.
ceiling is the ceiling. You'll never be able to go higher than that after tonight, which is understandable. You can go lower several times.
As often as we meet.
Kind of the same thing we do every year.
Yeah, I'd like it to be the same thing every.
We max it out and then we bring it back.
Correct.
Same thing with the millage rate.
Okay, so this should be pretty simple too, right?
This one just starts a little earlier.
But why do we need to maximize, like, put a ceiling to it?
Because if something were to happen through the process and you were to decide you need more,
Can't do it.
you can't. That's the point. So that's
Can always go down.
I'm using the term ceiling because you only get one crack at setting the top. So that's why we approach it this way.
If
And
we wanted more in terms of service within the.
that's contractual. What you want as a collection amount from the residents has to be capped.
Got it.
It's the same when we do the millage. We set the millage, the max, and then during our budget process, we can adjust it down, but never back up.
Okay.
Right. And this one just starts earlier because of the nature of non-ad valorem.
So the conversation on not only goes around the rate, which now we're defining that ceiling, but also are we talking levels of service? The concerns brought up by many of the residents today had to do with the level of service and not sacrificing service. So is this a conversation we're having today as well?
That's obviously, that's up to you all, but in terms of the mechanics of the process, you want to set the rate for the residents that you want as, you know, as an elected official, you want to have in mind that you're telling them this is what we think the rate might be. So you're inviting the residents to consider a rate. So you could choose, I want to lower it a little bit, like you can do that tonight. But the way we wrote the memo was to show you that this is really, you know, not a very flexible amount of increase because of the nature.
Yeah, and realistically, when we have that conversation, Veronica, I would like to have them here.
Yeah.
To talk to them.
You're here on Zoom.
It's here.
Oh, they are
It's
here.
on
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, but we're not talking about the details of the contract today. It's
Could if we
just,
Wanted to.
yeah, but I don't know.
There too.
Yeah,
I'll be here till tomorrow. So That's another conversation. We're just setting the rate today, the max rate projected by, Paul's.
Yes.
And then we could always lower that, before, you know, as we talk to the contractor, and decide on levels of services and whatnot, right? Okay.
Right. You still have that negotiation capability.
Okay,
Now, when you calculate the ceiling, it's based on the same level of service we've had so far. So you're like, it's apples to apples. If we were to sustain the same service we've had so far.
Right. Today's
The rate-
proposal considers no changes. And there are options in the memo that show you what you could benefit from if you were to eliminate them with discussions with the contractor, which was nice of them to provide. Reality is what you decided to be
Yeah.
tonight. Also, there was a comment earlier, if you don't mind, about the fuel index. Your original fuel index was much lower than the current fuel rate, so it won't trigger that money. So that's not on the table. What you agreed to last year with them was an increase for fuel.
Yeah.
And we did craft that it could be reduced if fuel rates drop down. They have dropped, but not enough.
So that's kind of kept.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, there's
Yes.
thresholds and we haven't hit it.
You haven't hit it yet, but we'll monitor it.
And I'm sorry, and that could happen anytime. Doesn't have to happen now. If the fuel hits below a threshold, it could be readdressed at that time.
Yeah, and that's,
Mid-cycle, midterm.
and from a matter of practice, I would just treat that as found money because it's fairly nominal.
Okay, Paul, so then can you take a look at the rates, the new bids that we have here in front of us and just provide us with some context as to what the increases are for?
Okay, so you're talking about, I don't actually have it in front of me. Maybe Mario will open it and I can cheat off of his computer.
That's your exhibit A, and then your memo is just up here.
I can see either one. Yeah, so
He's gonna look at
So s-
mine.
specifically, your prior rate was held for the last 2 years, as you know, and you absorbed the rate increases through waiving the franchise fee. At this point, to correct that or to reverse that, I've provided you a 20% increase, which 10% reflects last year's adjustments and 10% for this year's adjustments. The 10% for this year is solely due to the change in the transfer site, where they take the refuse to the economical and the practical place that the rate was built on is no longer there, and it was burned down. And because of that, it really disrupted everything in terms of logistics, because just a little background in solid waste, it's a combination of labor and fuel costs and vehicle time. So if any of those falls apart, obviously the system doesn't work. So we lost one of them. The rate from prior year was, I don't have that in front of me, but the one before you is $790.96, which reflects that 20% increase. Is there more detail you're interested in?
No, just a general
Background, yeah.
discussion or introduction of,
And the missing piece of this is that there is no cost of living or fuel. Obviously, we cover the fuel, but there was a over 6% index in the solid waste CPI. So in theory, you could be facing that as well, but that was not presented to you, which is good news.
Well, okay. But we're not required to honor that. It's a
Oh,
suggestion.
that's
So
the-
that wouldn't be something we would have to. handle.
It's not presented to you. It's just giving you the picture of the environment that you're in.
I was making sure everyone's clear on what's like really kind of required and what's.
Yeah.
Okay, so the 20% is 10% on the drop and the other 10% is dropping fees, whatever you call it. And the other 10% is.
The franchise fee that was covered by the franchise fee, which is last year's adjustment by itself, and then this year's the lost transfer site.
Well, if you can state what percentage of the fee is, not the fee, sorry, what percentage of the expenses that go to our residents correspond to recycling?
Oh, it's a very small percentage. Yeah, it's about $2 a month per house is what the rate includes. But this may not be what you're asking, but in reality, it's a much more expensive percentage of the operation. So when we asked, or when the contractor offered, you could consider lowering your recycling services, the payback to the math was very small. It was about like, if you went to the collections, it was only $20,000 to $40,000, which is not very big for $1 million project. I don't have the percent off the top of my head, but it's relatively minor.
Yeah, I'd love to get more clarity on the whole recycling aspect of it, because we hear things, right? Like recycling doesn't really happen in the United States and here in Miami. And then I had a conversation with Willie, who's on here. Maybe if you guys want to talk to him about it. I didn't get a very satisfactory explanation, not criticizing what Willie told me. It just kind of was very nebulous, what really happens with recycling.
Exactly.
So what percentage makes it there, what percentage is actually recycled? And we really, are we making an impact with this? So if it's a couple of bucks, still a couple of bucks, that couple of bucks is 17% of the increase, or 18% of the increase that we're looking at. So of the total increase, not 18 of the 20, but so I'm just trying to, so you guys are aware that I sent an email blast out to the village and put it on Nextdoor, and just wanted people to know, look, we're staring down a 20% increase. It's a chunk of money, for everybody. And I wanted people to understand how that fee works, because a lot of people really don't. They assume it's part of what they pay for taxes, and it's not, and they don't understand that. And I wanted to make sure they were clear on it. And 20% is a lot. It's a big percentage increase, and we haven't even gotten to the budget process yet, and it's separate from that. So I wanted people to be aware, and I didn't propose anything at all. Just kind of said, hey, folks, be aware it's happening on Tuesday. We'll set the ceiling, and all kinds of things we could consider. And yeah.
But again, if we're setting the ceiling, but we are not negotiating the contract. So if we're setting the ceiling, we can address this recycling or no recycling when we address the contract. Is that correct? Okay,
Yeah, just
thank
kinda
you.
running through the variables that are flying around, as we're here talking about it.
Yeah, Commissioner, just to answer. So yes, it's definitely 20%. Remember last year when we went through this exercise, the commission was adamant that the franchise fee should come back next year, which is where we are now. So when Paul was doing the math, I reminded him, hey, our mandate is we only gave up the franchise fee 1 year, because there was, you can check in the fees that's in the memo. There was a large jump between what we were paying from the previous contract, which was negotiated back in 2015, 2016, and what the market rate was post-COVID, right? And so my recommendation at the time was, we can absorb that additional increase and not pass that on to the residents. But the commission said, hey, franchise fee needs to come back this year. So that's where half of this increase is. The other increase is Doral facility, or the Miami-Dade County facility in Doral. The county is not looking to rebuild it. I think in one of the articles that I shared, they want to ship stuff out to another jurisdiction or another county, which doesn't make sense to me, but that's something that they're looking at. And I think the mayor came out saying, we're looking at everything as it relates to recycling. And this was a part of the conversation when the bid first went out and we were talking about the contract, whether we keep the recycling or not, is that the large buyer for the recycling products or byproducts that the United States gave was China and Russia and some of those other countries. They're no longer purchasing those things. So now from a recycling standpoint, one of the bigger issues locally that we end up having is contamination of the recycling. And so what actually gets recycled, I don't know that you'll ever have only 10% or 5 or 2 or 1 or 90% gets recycled. I don't know that you will ever see that, because once it gets to the processing plant, they don't kind of count it that way. They're just, it's gone or it's moving forward.
Part of that, I'm sorry to interrupt, part of that is because we do commingled rather than sort. And if we sorted, there'd be a cleaner kind of a process out there. Is that part of this?
I think it's part.
When I say we,
but
I
it's
don't
more,
mean we, I mean the county.
yeah, it's more of a larger than Biscayne Park.
They get a truck full of all recyclable things
Mhm.
instead of a truck full of clear glass and a truck.
And
full
a
of
lot of those,
cardboard.
even a lot of those things would go to their waste to energy, which is where kind of it burned down. And so one of the suggestions that the contractor had was instead of having a weekly pickup, they can have something at Public Works where people can come and drop down if they want to continue to do the recycling. So there's a couple different options that
Right,
you
and
all
that's
can
one of the
can
things. that-
consider.
One of the things I
Yeah.
put in my email, and it was interesting to get feedback on that specific thing.
Yeah, so you have plenty of options. Again, what's in front of you is where's that upper limit, worst case scenario, if you can't come down, if you can't, or anything, where's that top and why? And what's presented is not only where the top is, but how we got there and the why it's there.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask a question, and sometimes I get a little tangled up in the franchise fee and the money going back and forth, so forgive me if I sound stupid here for a second. But last year, we waived the franchise fee, and that was a way to give them a raise. We said.
It was a way to fund the raise without changing the rate.
Without changing the rate. So we said instead of increasing our rate, which would increase the franchise, which would increase the solid waste fee that we give to residents, we'll just waive that money that you pay back to us.
Correct.
We're gonna waive that. This year, it's built back in that they have to pay it back. So that's why we have to increase the rate to compensate for that. Here's my question. We're not we're not required to do that. Correct?
No,
We're
it's an
not
option.
required. We could say franchise fee, no additional compensation. So it's not as clear cut as that. We're saying 20%, 10 of it is dumping and 10% of it is increase it because of the franchise fee. We could say, you got to give us the franchise fee and we're not giving you the raise at the same time and only increase it based on their increased dumping fee. I'm just putting all the things out there. Am I correct on that? Okay, just making sure everyone's clear on that. We're not required to do this. We could do less than that. We could say franchise fee, pay it, but we're not going to compensate you for it. Just to make sure everyone's clear of all the options in front of us. Should only be about a 10% increase.
Right, that would be from 790 down to 712.
I mean, you can even get creative with that type of thing. I know we're talking a little bit more now than in caps, but
Exactly.
you could get creative with that. You could say, we'll give it to you on the condition that you stop using the crane in the village, right? You go straight to just pick up.
Or the other way, saying, we're not going to give you the raise, you have to pay the franchise fee, but we'll take a lower level of service in exchange for that.
So I think that's where I was gonna go next,
Yeah.
because I was trying to understand.
Or not, I'm sorry, or not. We wouldn't even have to do that if we wanted to play hardball, because we're not required per the contract, correct, guys? We're not required. So, but we could say we'll negotiate that in level of service. We'll do fewer pickups. We won't do recycling. It'll be centralized, yard dumps. I don't know, all the different variables that we could start looking at to say, we need to save money here for our residents, because it's not our money. It's a pass through to the residents, right? So, but to keep that franchise fee on the revenue side of the equation, which Paul needs in our budget. So if we want to keep that, then we could negotiate other things as well.
So then if all we're looking at here is with the expectation that we maintain the same level of service while putting back in those items that were previously removed, and this is the number that we're looking at to simply maintain that status quo.
Correct.
And knowing that we can come down from there, the idea is why, if we're just setting that number preliminarily this evening, then why wouldn't we just
No.
just approve that number and then talk about these?
I'm just making sure we all.
Yeah, no, of course,
Here as a
sure.
group, we can't talk about this as a group. We can talk individually, but I want to make sure everyone knows all the different variables that are
Yeah,
available
of
to us.
course, of course. I'm just trying to think kind of summarily where do we go with
I'm
this?
prepared to vote yes on this right now, just to set the ceiling, and then we have to come back and talk about it again and figure this out. But we do need to know that what?
No, I was gonna say that's exactly where I was going with it.
Oh, okay. But we do need to, we're having the conversation. We do need to know, because now we all have 5 weeks to kind of figure out before the next meeting.
Right.
We do need to then really do it.
So that $100,000 of the franchise fee,
About 78,000. Yeah.
I'm sorry, $78,000. I thought it was 100,000 last time, no? All right, anyway,
You're right.
the point is that if we were to waive that, right, what would that drop that to?
If you were to, we're using 10%.
10%.
It's a little higher than 10%. It's a little higher than the 77, but for setting the
Cut that
rate.
Increase in half.
Yeah, I would say 10% is safe.
Because basically the franchise fee is like a second tax to the residents, because we're taking that money from what they're paying into this, into the waste.
And just
We're
from a
charging the residents and then the vendors giving
Yeah,
it back to us.
Fine, but it's
And it goes
really,
into our
the-
general fund.
the underlying purpose of it is that it's an allowable way to put funds from
tax
one pot
again, tax
into the
somebody
general
else
fund.
again. Exactly.
Right, where historically, the village would not have much flexibility when it was at the highest millage rate. The extra revenue wasn't available.
Got it.
So this is one of the mechanisms that allows that.
Right, but we've been lowering it.
You're not in that position anymore.
Exactly.
Correct.
But
So
we have that.
those
option
are
too.
also things that we need to think about.
Yes, sir.
But, and then that revenue we use, correct me again if I'm wrong, Paul, but that revenue we split among different departments to kind of pay the costs of department. That revenue recognizes some of the expenses of the departments for.
Right, you're blending two types of revenue. The franchise fee goes to the general fund and where it goes is untraceable in
okay,
spirit.
got it.
There is an additional revenue piece of this rate that,
That we do split into.
right,
departments.
that is what
Okay.
you said. Yeah, that's a much smaller amount as well, but that's a historic amount that justifies the staff serving this
Right.
fund.
That's how much time the manager spends on it and the clerk spends on it and public works spends on that. Okay. So again, I'm prepared to vote for this tonight, but we all need to really have our heads wrapped around this between now and the next time, because at the July meeting, we're up against that July 15th deadline to get it done, and we'll set the rate, and all of these things will come back into play. Ed's shaking his head, no. There's a 7/15 deadline.
You
Well, I-
still have through the public hearing in August to approve the final rate.
You just said we have a July 15th
It-
deadline.
Okay, the piece that you're missing, or haven't clearly said, is the trim notice. What number you put on the trim is kind of important because it affects the overall look of your tax statement to your residents.
That's not final.
True. But it's a warning, I guess, and it's a best practice in this
First note
business
that
is,
goes out to the residents saying
it-
this is gonna happen.
yeah, is to have it down, Pat, yeah.
Can I ask a question? So did this, I mean, the circumstances are, for the company in this case to absorb, not to absorb, to pass through some of their additional costs that come with the business.
Right.
Because all of a sudden that happened in Doral. Is this happening across other municipalities? What is the situation? Because our
The-
contract is to be negotiated, if I don't understand wrong, by fuel and CPI, right? Not the
Not this, right?
circumstances.
This was always a component that sits outside the sort of cost of living expenses. This is the county's charge for business, and it's very common in solid waste fee structuring to see that as a pass-through.
So other municipalities will go through.
They're getting, yeah, I think I asked him that question, and 2 or 3 of your neighbors are all in the 10% range.
And they're all
Already approved the,
And Mario, you might have some background of this as well, because I was asking Paul during our call to touch on this. On why do we do like a tri-village sort of a deal with the Shores and El Portal to leverage some way, I don't know when this contract expires, but maybe have a conversation with the rest of the villages to see if we can have more pool.
Miami Shores does their own, they have it in-house. And when we were looking at the procurement of the contract this second time, I talked to the city manager at the time, it was Tom Benton, he's since retired. There's no appetite for Miami Shores to do the garbage or recycling for another municipality. And I think they were over at 900. So they're
Well, they're higher.
without, and Coral Gables, I think, is like at 1,000.
between 9 and 1,000.
Yeah. So it's more. At one point, Miami Shores was doing the recycling for the village. The feeling was that they were getting calls every time their trucks came out saying, hey, your trucks are leaking, you're doing this, you're doing that. And it was starting to cause problems at Miami Shores. And when they looked into it, it had nothing to do with their trucks. And there's like, it's just not worth it for us. So they wanted to walk away at that point.
That's because it's for them, but say the Portal, I don't know if North Miami or another municipality that.
North Miami at this moment has Waste Pro. who used to be our vendor. One of the reasons why they were able, when they showed up, to do the village in one day was because they would take 2 trucks from North Miami to come in with the 1 truck that we had here. So the village would have 3 trucks to service, and even then, they didn't always do it. So Waste Pro really wasn't an option to continue. So with North Miami, I think they still have the contract, if I'm not mistaken, but that could be an add-on. In some cases, it could be very beneficial because North Miami, for example, has a lot of commercial. So the resident rate is much lower because the commercial properties pay more for it. I don't know if North Miami would be willing. That's something that Paul would have to look in, but then it's bringing Waste Pro back to where they were, which they were not providing the service that
Yeah.
there wasn't 1 week that my phone didn't ring off the hook at least 10 times with complaints about.
As a service. So service has not been an issue with the current company.
We've had some issues, but nowhere near the level of what it was before. They've been very responsive on any issues that's come up. They've been very responsive to making sure that those things are addressed. There's been multiple times where if a complaint got up to my level and I would call and it's like, hey, something's going on, either that day or the next morning, their supervisor was back out and dealing with it. So they've been much more responsive, where when I first started with Waste Pro, on my very first day after coming back from the county, I had lunch with the representative and we talked about, let's make sure that, we get this going because we want to talk about a long-term extension. And there would be times where I would call and I would just not get a response.
Yeah.
So.
And I haven't heard, except for the few comments we heard today, maybe the claw misused. I would have to say it's the service is great. I haven't heard either complaints about it. And to your point, supervisor coming in and checking if you do make a complaint. So I think that's very valuable. Squeezing on costs, Paul, based on your feedback, would ultimately affect service directly. So I am okay with the proposed, that you very clearly explain. And I understand we'll have more room to discuss after today what happens.
Can I make a request? I'm sorry, go ahead. I'll make my request while you chew. Could we at the next meeting get someone here? I'm not sure who it would be, someone from the county, someone to stand there and tell us what is up with recycling. Because I know it's not a huge amount of money, but we're paying something for something and it's very unclear. And I'd love to know what's really going on and have someone from whomever is really in charge of this explain to us what's going on. What we're paying for, what we're getting, what's happening with it. Is it being dumped? Because I talked to Willie about it. And again, it was kind of like, it didn't sound like much of anything truly was happening with it. And I don't like to pay for things that I'm not getting. And I also am like this, crazy environmental, liberal nut and want to save the world 1 leaf at a time. So the idea of not recycling is just like a stab in my heart. But if it's not happening, it's not happening. So I'd love someone to really tell us for real, what's going on here? What are we paying for? What are we getting? How much of it is something happening with? Who would that be? I have no idea.
We can.
Would you guys be?
I would recommend.
I would.
What I would probably recommend, just so that the commission feels it's more of a independent voice in the conversation, we'll talk to the county. So that they can have someone that talks about their facilities and what they do at the county level. And at least you can get that type of feedback. So then it's not someone trying to sway you to go one way or another.
Exactly.
Even though, our current vendor is offering, hey, we could just change it, hybrid it, completely remove it.
But I still like to know the facts of what's
Which
happening.
overall reduces the contract. So usually you would think they'd want to keep jacking it up, but yeah, we'll talk to the county so that someone can come out and have a better conversation with the.
And if it's not convenient for them, is participating by Zoom okay? Because
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, just someone with a presence.
In which case that meeting's not getting pushed back to 7 o'clock while I'm in Vegas. It'll be happening. That's fine. I'll be there for the trash talk. Okay, I would look, if you guys would all support that, I'd appreciate it. It's kind of like you hear this and I'd really like to know. And then we can decide, the financial impact.
Well, if it can help guide the conversation too on where that number goes from the ceiling, then that's helpful.
Yep.
So if everyone is satisfied, I think that the proposal that we have here from Paul for a ceiling, with the understanding that it will be amended, with some additional information at a future date. So with that understanding, do we have consensus approval for the ceiling of $790.96?
I think we already have it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
There's a motion. Yeah,
We
We need a motion?
there was one.
Was a motion. Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. We had a motion in a second. Yeah, we need a roll. Okay.
No, it's
Is it a roll call? Just a resolution.
Just all in favor.
See, everything's mixed up here and now I'm all over the place.
So many levels.
So-
Good.
All right,
Yes
so
or no?
in that case, all in favor of the item before us?
Aye.
All right, now I gotta find my place again. Okay, so those were the three items that we had moved to the top of 10. I guess the next question that I have was we removed 9E from consent without any real specific place for it to go. Let's see. Suppose we could move that down, since it is a resolution, we could move that down to resolutions, which would then mean that we are moving forward on 10A, which is property rights element. Okay.
Sorry, Alex David is also here to kind of help guide us through the ordinances as well. So if we can get through those.
Yeah,
we
perfect. Okay.
appreciate it.
All right, great. So then we'll move forward.
Yeah, so here, you guys can.
We'll move forward that way. Then we'll move on to 10, our original 10A and still 10A. Ordinance 2023-05, property rights element, second reading.
May I make a suggestion? And this is gonna take a long time, this conversation again. It's not gonna take a long time?
Guess not. We're hearing no's.
Okay. Oh,
None of these should.
Okay,
You have to pass them.
then we're moving forward on 10A. I don't presume to know what we were going to talk about. So 10A, Mr. Attorney, would you please read 10A onto the record for us?
An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending the Biscayne Park Comprehensive Plan to add a property rights element as required by and in conformity with section 163.31776I Florida statutes, providing for inclusion in the comprehensive plan and scrivener's errors, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This is second reading. You have to pass this ordinance before we can do anything else with our comprehensive plan. And in fact, we got a letter today from the Department of Equal Opportunity saying that we couldn't do anything until we submitted, I believe it's is it the next ordinance?
Yeah, I'll introduce all that.
Okay.
Then we might be, yeah, okay. We might be in trouble.
Well,
This is first and this really, and this is second reading. Remember, we discussed this way back when, and we had to send it to the state for their approval. And now it's back on second reading.
Correct.
It is verbatim from the statute as the requirement. And as again, the whole part of this is that you have to consider all of those things when we're dealing with the comprehensive. Got it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Mr. Manager, do you have a brief introduction for us?
yeah, just real brief. This is a new segment of the statute that was passed in 2021. Remember, this item as well as the other items that are going to be following was pushed a month because we still hadn't received, although we thought we would at that point, but we hadn't received the state approval. So they have since approved and this is moving forward. Earlier today, we received a letter from the state saying we could not, and I have a feeling it has to do with the new law that passed, but that we could not make any amendments to the comp plan because the last time anything was done was prior to 2018. luckily we have an amazing professional with us, Alex David, who he immediately called and said, hold on, what are you guys doing? And so she clarified what was the intent of the letter, what we had to do and what we can do to continue to move forward. So it's just on, Alex just has to make sure it's reported all together essentially, but we can move forward with the changes and all that we're talking about. But this has to pass before anything else can kind of move forward.
They've made it so clear to us. So
Oh, yeah,
Can
it's
we just-
clearer than ever.
Do you need a motion on this so we can get it?
I'd like to make a motion to approve 10A ordinance 2023-05.
I'll second that.
Okay.
And I have nothing to discuss. Wow. Word consider is used throughout this thing and we all need to remember it's something we consider. All I have to say.
All right, so we have a motion in a second. Did we have any public comment on this? No, okay. So commission, move to commission discussion. Is there any discussion for item 10A? No, okay. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Mayor Groth,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez.
Yes.
Commissioner Amsler,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy, Commissioner Olivera,
Yes.
Mayor Ordinance number 2023-05, Property Rights Elements passes second reading.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, having considered what we've heard already about the following ones, let's just move on. 10B. So item 10B is ordinance 2023-06, evaluation and appraisal-based amendments to the village comp plan, first reading. Mr. Attorney, could you please read this ordinance into the record for us?
Yes, Mayor. An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, providing for evaluation and appraisal-based amendments to the village comprehensive plan, providing for transmittal, providing for inclusion in the comprehensive plan and scrivener's errors, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Mr. Manager, do you have any additional introduction for this item?
I'll let the esteemed professional next to me, Alex David, intro.
Thank you, sir. Again, I'm Alex David from Calvin Giordano and Associates. So again, your comprehensive plan needed a bit of facelift and bringing certain policies into it that we felt you needed. Again, this is first reading, which is different from the first item you heard. So you will be hearing this again after it's submitted with any, recommended changes that you may make tonight to the state and other agencies, Water Management District, Miami-Dade County, the school board, the DEO in Tallahassee, and a few other agencies. So that's the process. First reading, we send it off, and it'll take 60 days for us to get comments. That's the amount of time the review agencies have in this case, because it's an evaluation and appraisal-based amendment. So it's a longer process, a longer review process. So once we get those comments back from the state, we'll amend as necessary and point those amendments out to you in a, double strike through, double underline, whatever it is to show the difference between first and second reading. So then we'll bring it back for adoption. But just as I said, we modernized it, cleaned it up. We put in new maps, transportation series maps. Your future land use map is different. So we added, we cleaned those up. We added your descriptions of your land uses to a text, objective, I believe. We added some policies to deal with sea level rise. And basically, other than that, there's some items in light blue, and those were suggestions by the Planning and Design Review Board. And that's basically the short answer to what we're doing.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Do we have any public comment on item 10B?
If there's any comment on Zoom, please hit the raise hand icon. Sir, I see none on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. All right, so for item 10B, do we have a motion in a second to approve this item? Motion, Commissioner Kennedy, second.
Second.
Commissioner Oliveira, we will move to discussion. Okay,
I have a
Commissioner
short
Short.
list. I'm always like trying to let someone else go first. Okay, so I have a couple of things. So first of all, thank you to our planning board. Is this done through that designation or their other name? That designation, okay. So, they have a couple of names. So, thank you to the planning board. They, worked on this for us and they did a really nice job. They worked, planning agency, they did a really nice job with Alex. So, thank you all for that. And they really went through and really sliced and diced. So nothing that I'm going to mention is anything substantive or really critical. So if you guys don't like it, just stare straight ahead and we'll move on. But the introduction does paint a picture of Biscayne Park. And I think maybe the picture could be painted a little bit better. And sometimes these things could possibly influence the kind of things that are made available to us. The very top, the very first sentence says, the village of Biscayne Park, Florida, known as a village of homes. So I have seen this on mailboxes, and I think it's on an old car plate. I have one in my garage that came with the previous owner. This village of homes designation, I have no idea, and no one has been able to answer me when I've asked before, if that's something that the village officially adopted as some kind of a tagline at some point, or if it was just done in a more casual kind of way. I'd like to know that because it's used here as a descriptor for us. I personally think it's horrible. It's like saying a parking lot full of cars. You know, a village of homes is like, it says nothing special about us in any way. I'd rather just strike it all together than have something that sounds so odd. So that's my first thought. Do you want me to run through these, Jonathan, or talk about each one as we go? Because it's not very long.
I mean, if there's any specific comment or response, I guess, to each of these, because I'd like to knock them out as we go, just so we don't have to go back and try
Do you
and.
have a comment about that? Do you care one way? It's the very first sentence and it's in quotes as if it means something to us. And I think it's horrible.
I had this question. I didn't think it was horrible, but I was wondering where it came from. I've never heard about it before.
I've only seen it on a couple of mailboxes and on some license plates.
I have no problem removing that language.
If it's not something we adopted, it's kind of odd to have it in there.
Okay.
Anyone else have a feeling one way or the other? Okay. Next thing is paragraph 4. This is where we talk about some of the green aspects of our community. It doesn't say in here, it does say that in the second sentence, towards the end, it says, provides a sanctuary to birds, butterflies, and a variety of tree species. It's kind of a casual thing, provides a sanctuary for. It's not the same thing as saying we are a designated bird sanctuary. Again, that's not something I've ever heard is an official thing. The fact that we're a designated bird sanctuary, I see it on signs, I see it on things. Is it a thing? If it's a thing, I think we need to say we are a bird sanctuary and say how that came about. But I think it's important because it implies all kinds of things about our community. So if that's a real thing, I would like that included. Does anyone know? Dan Keys, I'm looking at you. Judy Himmelberg, I'm looking at you. Jenny Anderson, I'm looking at you. If that's a thing, I'd like to know and I'd like to stick it in there.
We have that. Can we maybe look into that to have it come back to us on second? Is that?
Yeah, whatever the pleasure is. I mean, I thought there was something done years and years ago with this, so. I'd have to try to see if I could pull something. I mean, we could leave it as is, and if you want, that would be a change when we find out, when we come back.
Well, this is first reading, so we
Right,
want to
we can-
change it.
We can change it at second reading.
Okay.
That's
I
not.
think it's
we'll do-
important because it's like, it's, if we're a real bird sanctuary and we've said that and we describe ourselves, okay, fair enough.
Tree City, Tree Village, whatever.
Exactly. Whatever we are needs to be in here. That's exactly right. Because I've also heard Tree City USA thrown around and I think that's on a sign somewhere. Linda, is that on a sign somewhere?
It was It's on one of the avenues,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. So, yeah, so add that to the list as well, Tree City or whatever that is. Okay. Towards the bottom of that same paragraph, I'm sorry, it's not towards the bottom, but it's in there somewhere. I'll just read it. It says, tree-lined residential streets and park spaces which contribute to the high quality of life for residents, but also provide sanctuary to birds, butterflies, and a variety of tree species. It talks about trees. It doesn't talk about native landscaping. I would love to see something in here added like trees and abundant native landscaping. We do have a lot of native landscaping that we've worked over the years to add to this community. I think it's an important thing and it's worth mentioning, specifically that the native landscaping provides habitat and food for animals. So where it's not just about the plants, it's about what the plants contribute to our habitat altogether. So plants provide habitat and food sources, and especially a lot of these native things that we put in. And that's why you see so many butterflies and birds, and it feeds into the bird sanctuary thing. So I think that's important too. I would like to see that added in there. Anyone have a feeling one way or the other?
Where are you? I just lost you. I'm trying to find
It's
this.
the last, I'm sorry, it's the last paragraph on page 1.
Okay,
It's the third line from the
got it.
paragraph fourth, third line down.
Yep.
So I would like to see something in there about abundant native landscaping and that it contributes to habitat and food source for wildlife.
And that's something, Alex, that you can have put in for when it comes back for second reading.
Need the wording again, abundant.
I wrote
Natural.
I wrote abundant native landscaping that contributes habitat and food sources for wildlife.
Habitats.
And food sources for wildlife. Okay, that's my last comment on that section. Jump down to transportation. Does anyone know what page that starts on? Use. Housing.
Transportation.
There we go. There we go. Starts on 13. Okay. So under transportation, this is interesting. 3.7 says policy 3.7. I'll let everyone get there. I'm actually on page 15 up towards the top. Policy 3.7 says the village may consider designing a series of low stone walls to protect the curved ends of medians. So that's an interesting thing. So we don't have curbs. We don't have sidewalks, but for some reason, somebody, and this is not an addition, right, Alex? This was in here. This was in there. Some reason, someone was thinking ahead and thinking, okay, our medians get destroyed, people making U-turns. It happens. I mean, I can, right here, right around 115th, I think is one of them. People make U-turns and they take the corners wrong and they mess up the median. So someone thought to add this in here, that at some point we might consider that. It made me think, we have residents who live on corner properties who have the exact same thing happen to their properties, and we don't even let them put a spike out there with a reflector on it. But if we're gonna allow it there, this might be something, I don't know if how it would be in here. It's something we might want to visit and allow people to do something like that to protect their own property. Thanks, Maria. Bye. It just brought that to mind. So it's an interesting idea, and then it impacts flooding and blah, blah, blah. But if there's any appetite for, if there's a place if we like it here, it seems we should like it for that exact same purpose on someone's corner. I'm looking at Janie Anderson. They take meticulous care of their yard, but the corner is horrible. Sorry, Janie, I don't want to say your yard looks horrible, but your corner does. Your corner does, and they fight it constantly, so if that's in here to be a means to stop that from happening, I think it should be a means to stop it from happening in a residential setting. And I know it doesn't belong in transportation.
Because this is more public right of way.
Exactly.
So, I mean.
But that's right away too. So is it a matter of saying to protect the curved ends of medians and corners of rights of way or something?
Yeah, ends of medians.
And that wouldn't be the village considering that. That would be the village or private homeowners considering that. wouldn't it?
Oh, he's right. It's public right.
Oh, it's
of
public.
way,
Yeah,
so
that's right. That's right.
they Consider in curved ends of medians
I'm
and
not saying we're going to allow it. It says we may consider. So that would give us the opportunity to consider that.
I don't know.
How would that read, Alex?
Yeah, I mean, they could say just corners, medians and corners
Of rights of way.
of rights of way.
Instead of medians, ends of rights.
Oh, medians and
corners of rights.
And corners of rights. of way.
Well, the end of the meeting, I guess, is a right of way as well, isn't it? He's right.
right, but I think it just brings.
Just to make a little some clarity. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's another thing. And then 3.9, the new numbering of 3.9, policy 3.9, a couple lines down. This language sounds like it might be a little specific here. It says, in addition to the strategies outlined in policies 3.1 to 3.8 above, the village may consider the implementation of other traffic calming projects as appropriate and feasible. So it's the words traffic calming projects, and I'm not suggesting any fix here, but I'm wondering if that might be specific and it's kind of precludes other things that we might want to consider doing, Alex. Because traffic calming doesn't sound like it would include things like, I don't know, other things like, or you tell me, does it? Does it include things like dead ending a street, cutting off an access point?
It's all traffic. I mean, traffic calming is that, traffic circles, your speed.
Would it be roundabouts and speed? Would it be that? Would it be stop signs? So it's an all encompassing term. Fair enough, then move on. Construction. Where's construction? Public facility. The fact that this is color coded makes it really easy. Or I'm sorry, it's conservation, not construction, conservation. Starts on page 32. Okay. Should there be, this is conservation is the topic. And I was thinking of you, Veronica, today when I was reading this and going over my notes. Is this an opportunity for us to include an education component? That we're so committed to these things that part of what I guess we may consider doing things, is to educate people on these matters. And it seems to me like there might be an opportunity elsewhere in this thing to say we're committed as a community to educating residents on things. Is that something we would consider putting in here? But specifically here, it felt like it would make sense, like educate people on all of these topics.
I mean, it's kind of in here, 1.2. The village will continue to promote utilization of native or indigenous species, tolerant landscape. We have police and code enforcement discussing or enforcing water shortage plans, which.
Right, but policy 1.2 is very specific.
Right.
Yeah, it's just such a specific thing. Maybe you could add something there and other matters regarding conservation. The village will continue to promote these things if you want to keep them in there, and other matters regarding conservation or something. I don't know. The only thing that's in there is like that one specific thing.
Right, we talk about in policy 1.6, water supply and conservation, high efficiency toilets and shower heads, all that water related, and that's 1.7, 1.8. Sub-metering, which you don't have
Right, but it's not saying we're going to educate people. It just says we're going to like consider doing all these things. We're going to require these things. It doesn't say that we're going to help make people understand it. Is that thinking about it too much? Al?
I'm thinking about it too much, but.
Anyone else care to have any kind of education component included in this? It sort of seems like the right place to say, we're going to make people understand all this stuff better, all these topics. No one else? No?
I don't know if
That's
it fits
probably-
in here. I'm all for that, but I don't know if it fits within the.
Okay, moving on. I'd like to see more language possibly in here. I'd like to see something specifically about the bay and fertilizers and pesticides. Did I miss that? I looked for it and I was surprised I couldn't find it.
That's a code requirement. Like, you're talking about the 6 month, you can't.
No, just the fact altogether that we're going to promote supporting the bay and reducing the use of, not just during that one specific period of time, but that altogether we have a concern for, we're committed to.
Under policy 1.1, continue to support state and county laws and enforcement programs to protect water sources. I mean, it doesn't specifically say it there, but I guess if we were.
That's what I was wondering, should we specifically the bay? That the fact that we are an adjacent, we're not immediately adjacent, but we're
Say-
whatever they call us.
You might be able to say including the Biscayne Bay initiatives or Biscayne Bay initiatives.
Something that just sort of recognizes that there's aquifer to be considered and bay and how it's all interrelated.
Aquifer is something else, but yeah, so I'm trying to think.
Maybe you just put in groundwaters in groundwaters and water sources that affect Biscayne Bay.
I'm looking if we have something else.
Yeah.
So. Including aquifer protection. Where are you?
We have one, is that one?
One. So it would be protect,
Would
you know.
be including but not limited
protect water
to.
resources, including aquifer protection in Biscayne Bay.
If you wanted to specifically write it in, I think that would be the place to do it. You would say including but not.
I'm doing it now, so it's done.
Thank you. I just like to, I just like us to recognize bay, water,
Right.
fertilizers, pesticides. Okay.
It's a good place to put it.
Okay. And then the other thing is, and again, I looked for it in here because I thought I remember them discussing it at the P and Z meeting and then I couldn't find it. More language dressing up our community building efforts with events and the fact that we communicate with our residents and educate our residents and we bring them together in things. Maybe that's an introduction kind of a thing where we dress up who we are as a community. I think it's such an asset here. The fact that we have all of that and other communities don't or don't do it as well.
But what are you talking about? An introduction?
Yeah, maybe in the introduction.
Because that's really not a policy, you know, that's not really a policy. What you're saying now, so.
Right, but we'd say the same thing about tree line streets and blah, blah, blah. We're all these wonderful.
Right, but
things.
I mean, I would not make a policy what you're saying if you want something more in the introduction.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
So give me wording of your.
Public facilities.
You want to be more general,
I
not,
just want to say we hug in our residents, we engage with our residents, we communicate with them, we educate them, we have all these wonderful events and bring them together. There's language in the document that Alan provided for us. Maybe we could just use some of that language where it's for, we bring people together for the the benefit of them and the village. There might be language you could pick up right from our strategic plan that we're gonna be looking at here very shortly. I just like that feeling in there. And again, guys, I know this is really kind of picky stuff, but this is the one time we get to look at this and I like to
right.
dress this up as best we can.
But yeah, I just need the language quickly because I have to get the ordinances from Shante, you know, I have to get them signed and get this out.
Yeah,
because
hold on.
we're Threatened by the state.
I
So
have it right here.
I want to,
State the.
I want to get
Oh.
it going.
Yeah, thought I had the document open here on my. What Alan's gonna, we're gonna look it up now. Ah. Yeah, that's it, yeah. Go back up. Okay, so the language he has in here is to, this is under our, it's in our mission statement. Improve quality of life while balancing the interests of our diverse residents and helping them connect for individual and village benefit. So I think that some of that language might work. Let me go back to the. As a separate paragraph in the intro. Yeah.
Alex, I don't think your mic is on.
Make that a new number 4, sentence or
Four.
two, a new paragraph 4.
Paragraph.
I think it fits well in between, you know, right before the community takes.
After the commission and before the tree line streets.
Yes,
Okay, so it could be something like, the village prides itself in an engaged citizenry with which it maintains contact through communication and education and bringing them together to the mutual benefit of what he just sent to you.
right. So he's sending that and then and like I said, at the end, when we come back for adoption, if you don't like that language, you change it.
We'll change it.
Right.
Okay, so you'll stick something in like that. You guys like that at all? You
Yeah.
Don't care?
Sure,
Yeah,
absolutely.
okay, cool. That's everything I have for the comp plan. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question, Alex, on the introduction? You have stats on the census that
Yes.
kind of were
Yes.
surprising to me. Because at some point I had pulled them myself last year, but so where do you take that info? Because for me, it was like very even last time I checked on this in terms of, sorry, not making context. Diversity. So you have let me just go back to it.
What page you on?
The introduction,
Paragraph 2 at the end, the
yeah, it
the
says,
census.
correct. So it says a US Census, you know what? I didn't find that information when I went to check, because the reason I remember is last year when I ran, I did a census kind of research and I saw 30, 30, 35, something like that. So if you can just double check that data.
Yep.
I could have been the one to, filter wrong, because you can filter,
Oh, yeah, it's and remember, there's a Florida source, there's a
what I'm
US,
saying.
US Census source, there's at least, I can't remember the other acronym, but there's another source, American Survey, there's American Survey, so there are a number of sources, so
I remember it from the US Census, same 2020 that I used.
I'll look at it and I'll just, quickly, I'll look, and if this is okay, we're sticking.
Awesome, yes. And then I had a question on very specific, capital improvement policy 2.1. Let me go back to that. I think it's 44.
You said 2.1?
Yeah. Yeah, 2.1, very specific. When it talks about portable water on the bottom, we scratch 105 and put 138.9. Where does it come
Right.
from?
Well, wait till the next item and you'll see why. Because the next item is the water supply plan, so it comes from North Miami and I had to change it based on what they came back with.
And so this gets revised, how usually, how often, sorry, does it get revised?
Well, water supply plans are supposed to be done every 5 years.
Okay, just to leave that number for another 5 years.
Yes, it will be adjusted in 5 years when North Miami, I won't get into details, but we're off schedule.
Yeah,
So was the county, which created like a whole mess. So, but the city is where you get your water from, so we have to go with their numbers.
oh, the reason I bring it up is because it doesn't source North Miami in any way. So are we promising this?
Well, no, you'll wait until the next item and then you'll see.
And then there will be
And-
linking away.
Yeah, when that's adopted, when the water supply plan is adopted, we're merging both of these documents. So all the policies in the water supply plan part will come back
But
every year.
effect in the document at the end of the day. They
Right.
Link.
Yes, so it has to be done separately.
Okay, I get you.
So that's why it's a little confusing, but it's done separately, but it will be merged into here.
Perfect.
Brand new comp plan, everything in there.
Got it. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Do we have any other discussion items for 10B? Okay, hearing none, Alex, understanding that you'll go back and you'll make some of those amendments, bring them back to us on second reading. Okay, all right, perfect. Thank you, Alex.
Back to the state before it comes back to us even.
All the agencies have to review it and comment on it, on this document. We wait for that and then we bring it back.
Does it go back through our planning board for approval before it comes back because it's
Already
an ordinance?
One.
So that was their one
So
shot.
Just
Okay.
back to you for
Got it.
adoption.
Got it. Thank you.
Alex, do we know if it'll be, I'm sure there's no determination whether that'll be done before the next meeting. It's just at their whim.
Okay, so.
If it depends on their
It
progress.
depends on the agencies. That's, I'll have to work with Shantae to get the ordinances done because there's a whole package. And in this case, they want to see property rights, comp plan update, and the water supply plan as one package, but I need the ordinances showing first reading.
Understood. I just want to make sure that we get it to them as soon as we can to make
I feel
sure.
like I've done this.
I trust you.
So,
I
but
trust you.
yeah, but again, it's incumbent on the agencies giving us their comments. I will not schedule a meeting for adoption until we get the comments.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Alex. So item 10B, no further discussion. Understanding Alex is going to make some additional revisions. I'd like to call for a vote on this. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Groth,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez, Commissioner Amsler,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Olivera,
Yes.
Mayor Ordinance number 2023-06, evaluation and appraisal based amendments to the village comprehensive plan passes first reading.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, so yeah. Moving to 10C, ordinance 2023-07, amending the water supply plan, first reading. Mr. Attorney, would you please read the ordinance into the record for us?
Yes, Mayor. An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending the Biscayne Park Comprehensive Plan to incorporate the adopted 16-year water supply plan update and to strengthen the coordination between water supply planning and local land use planning by amending certain objectives and policies in the public facilities, conservation, intergovernmental coordination, and capital improvements elements, providing for conformity with Florida statutes, providing for transmittal, providing for inclusion in the comprehensive plan and scrivener's errors, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Mr. Manager, do you have an introduction for us on this item? Or we'll defer to our resident expert?
Since he's a short timer, he's passing.
He's checked out.
As Mr. Dion said, the laws passed dealing with water supply planning passed the Florida legislature in 2002. That's when this all started. So it's over 21 years ago. So since then, there have been a number of amendments dealing with water supply planning in the Florida legislature, but it's still the same concept. We need to manage water, conserve, because our population is growing and we have a finite supply of water. So it's a 5-year cycle, as I said. The village missed its last cycle, so we went back to 2010, and we're caught up. So also, as we said, you get your water from North Miami, so we reviewed their water supply plan, which they had some issues. They had to go back. So whatever I needed to take from there is in this document. Also, there were some statute changes that needed to be placed in this document. We've done that. And again, as we stated, there's some, a lot of data dealing with water supply demands and whatever else, but we've changed a lot of the charts, but amended the policies to get the right dates in for different entities. We rely on the South Florida Water Management District, Lower East Coast Plan. That was adopted lastly in 2018. They are adopting another one at the end of this year, so we're going to have to go through this again. We review the county data, but also most importantly, North Miami. So that's what this is all about. And at the end, you'll see the policy changes, which now match what we need to have matched with respect to the Water Management District, the county, and North Miami. So again, this will go to the state and other agencies, Water Management District, the county. They'll look at the policies. And I have to say, there's a new sheriff in town at the Water Management District, so there may be changes. It was reviewed by the previous administrator, this document, but there's a new person, so she may have some other comments. So we'll just change it as we need to change it based on, whatever comments we get back. So I think we're in pretty good shape though, so we'll see.
Okay. All right, thanks, Alex. Do we have any public comment on item 10C?
If anybody on Zoom wishes to make a comment, please hit the raise hand icon on the bottom of your screen. Mr. Mayor, I see none.
Okay. Do we have a motion and a second to approve ordinance 2023-07?
Motion to approve.
Motion, Commissioner Kennedy. We have a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Oliveira. We'll move this item in for discussion.
I have one real quick thing, and I think it might be a repeat of what Veronica was talking about, and it's regarding the potable water and objective and then policy 1.2. So The objective is to provide residents, and it's very specific, through the city of Miami water utility with a certain amount of water. So it's very specific to North Miami. But then later it says policy 1.2, the village will coordinate with the city of North Miami and or other agencies as appropriate to ensure blah, blah, blah. So it very clearly leaves the opportunity open for a different source of water, right, Alex? In,
What this means is, you know, it's, we coordinate, but you also have to coordinate with the water management district. I mean, that's the big one.
right, but I'm specifically talking about policy 1.2 says we'll coordinate with the city of North Miami and or other agencies. What if one day we wanted to look at getting our water from someone else? I don't even, nothing else is available right now, but that could change. We don't know. But this kind of locks us into North Miami, even though,
Expensive.
well, I know, okay, well, expensive, not expensive, whatever, but it seems like in this document, we're kind of like, it's very specific to the city of North Miami water utility.
Right, because right now,
Because I know that's where we get it now.
I believe for this area, North Miami is the only one that supplies the
I understand.
water, not even the county, even for unincorporated areas.
And that's right
So-
now. What I'm saying is this document lives for X number of years and I don't know what would change it. I don't know.
I don't think there really is an option.
Mr. Attorney, did you have a comment on that one? Please.
We have to do this based upon who's providing us the service today.
Today.
Right. It doesn't restrict you from going to someone.
Okay, so wouldn't,
Whenever it becomes available. It's just saying we're coordinating with the people who provide us the water and the other agencies such as the Water Management District.
Right. so it wouldn't prevent us from going elsewhere if something else came up, or if something happened in North Miami and they couldn't or wouldn't or whatever. It wouldn't stop us from going elsewhere. That's all I care about.
Is there any other, do we have other, no comment, no other, any other discussion? from the Commission? No? Okay. Okay. Alex, thank you. Having concluded discussion on this item, Madam Clerk, can you please, call vote?
Mayor Growth,
Yes?
Vice Mayor Gonzalez, Commissioner Amsler,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Olivera,
Yes.
Mayor Ordinance 2023-07, amending the water supply plan passes first reading.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Mayor, since Alex David is still up on the dais with us, and for courteous for him, would you and the commission be open to hearing 10E? That we can get through that and then hopefully he can get out before any other items are discussed.
I don't have any issue with that, moving 10E ahead of 10D, since Alex is here and ready to discuss with us. We comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right, so let's move 10E up in front of 10D. So 10E, ordinance 2023-09, amending the Biscayne Park Land Development Code to preserve and enhance prosperity in the village of Biscayne Park. Mr. Attorney, could you please read the ordinance into the record for us?
An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending the Biscayne Park Land Development Code to preserve and enhance prosperity in the Village of Biscayne Park by modifying Chapter 2 definitions, Chapter 4 housing, Chapter 10 design and improvement standards, Chapter 11 accessory structures, and Chapter 17 fees, bonds, and charges, providing for repealer, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for codification, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Mr. Manager, do you have an introduction for us?
No, sir. I think we all had a special, I mean, this is something that started 2 years ago. We had a special meeting in May. Those changes based on the consensus of the commission were made by our village attorney. And they're presented before you. Alex is here and Ed is here, and we're all here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. Thank you.
Here, I have two other changes that were brought to my attention by Mr. Keys and Mr. Hartung earlier today.
Okay.
That's in 10.3.3 B1. And instead of, it currently provides for interior side lot line, and it should be interior side setback line. And in 10.3.4 subsection A, it should be any street facing instead of a street. But the other changes that you came to consensus on last meeting have all been incorporated into this version of the ordinance.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Attorney.
Did you say 10.3.4?
I believe so.
10.3.4A. 10.3.3. B1, okay.
One is the setback instead of the lot. And then the second,
3.34.
Right.
A.
no, but I
Let me
think
get there, Alex.
on any street, got it. Okay.
Was it all exterior doors on any street facing? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I see those two.
What's to be consistent with it's a B. That's right. Based upon what Gage told me.
Okay. Thank you, Ed, for the update on that. Okay, so with the item introduced, I'll open up to public comment on this item.
Good evening, Dan Keys. I want to speak against much of this ordinance. First, I want to make a few comments, reference some statements that were made earlier in public comment, and the alluding to the fact that new homes cause crime, as they may have, because crime increased in Coconut Grove, the crime will increase because we have new beautiful homes in Biscayne Park. I disagree with that concept. Also, there's some broad statements made in the title of the ordinance and in some of the whereas clauses, alluding to the supposition that this ordinance will enhance and preserve the prosperity of the village. When in fact, new and bigger homes will presumably be worth more money, providing more revenue to the community, and beautiful homes for people to live in. So just basic things I disagree with. But going to the basics, what I disagree with, I'm against anything that says that window that you put in, you won't be able to see out of. Okay. I think that if you put a window in a house, you should be able to see out of it and see whatever you want to see out of that window on your property that you pay for. The same goes for restricting visibility from balconies and roof decks. Both of those are designed to provide a view to the surrounding vegetation and beautiful sky. Okay, we shouldn't restrict that. I'm against setbacks for the purpose of limiting visibility on principle and because setbacks do not decrease visibility. I like the idea of a 30-foot building as opposed to a 28-foot building. I don't agree with the 20-foot setback on the second floor in the rear of properties. We already have generous setbacks in this community. This one happens to directly affect me on my property. Going back to the idea of visibility being diminished, seemingly indicating that you can limit visibility, but not require the limitation be total. If my neighbor, I'm building a house and my neighbor says, well, that's a window and the screening you're putting there, you can still see out of it. Theoretically, they can lobby the board to limit visibility entirely out of the windows of my house. In general, the whereas clauses are overstated. Concerns about this issue are not common as established by any real evaluative process. Had a couple of meetings where people got up and expressed their opinion. I don't believe 1,300 homes worth of residences have really opined on this issue. And I think it's an overstatement. Okay. I suggest a change for 2.2.46 so that the front of the property is established by choice. And as long as it is so designated on building plans, most corner properties in our community are designating the broader side of the property as the front of the property, whereas the code currently, and as it's been written for a while, indicates that if you have an empty lot, it's the shallow side of that corner property, and I just don't think that makes sense. I think you should be able to choose it as long as you solidify it through your plans.
Which point is that, Dan?
Point 2.46.
That is
Point two.
2.2.46. Okay, and 10.3.3 B2. In principle, the only valid reason for limiting the size of a wall permitted on the setback line is to provide one method for articulating a facade. If the length of those permitted wall is extended from the proposed 30 to 50 feet, and that subsequent walls are permitted to be placed on the setback lines after a break, then I would be okay with that as a proposal. We should permit room for generous, high-value spaces in our community. 30 feet, in my opinion, is too limiting, and not letting the subsequent walls to come back to the setback line actually decreases the opportunity for articulation. You all have a document that I sent you that went through specifically each one of these items. I'd like somebody to make that part of the record as well, as it provides some additional information that I haven't commented on tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janie Anderson, 11th Place and 119th Street. You have 5 professionals, 5 people whose background puts them in a uniquely qualified position to understand this ordinance. And all 5 of them have said unanimously, it's a good ordinance. It's a necessary ordinance. One of them took what must have been an incredible amount of time to provide visuals last month so that you could see how large a home would be able to be built under this ordinance. I don't know anyone that's saying they don't support the tearing down of long neglected homes and the building of bigger, attractive tax revenue generating homes. But what many of us are saying, within the context of our aesthetic, within the context of what makes Biscayne Park a place where people are willing to come and spend more per square foot and pay a higher tax millage rate than a few blocks north or a few blocks east. We don't want to lose that. There is a way to achieve both ends, and I think I'm going to trust the 5 people on planning and design to know that way, and I hope you guys will pass this ordinance.
Thank you.
And Judy Hamelberg, I will speak up again to say that I think we should support this. I don't think this prohibits people from having new big homes, but I think what it does is it keeps things from being too monstrous. So that, I mean, the bigger the houses get, the less we're going to have of greenery, because there's not going to be as much space. The bigger the houses get, the less we're going to have of drainage and other things, because we're not going to be able to handle the rainfall that we're going to be having. We see that. So we see that now. We see now our flooding on properties, on streets. I mean, how big is big and how big does it need to be for our lot size? So please support the planning and zoning people. They need the support from us. We need to give it to them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jonathan, I just got a text from Gage Hartung. He had to step out, but he's on his way back and he wants to speak to this when he gets here, if we've already finished public comment.
Okay,
So Gage does have his hand raised
okay,
on Zoom if we want to take comment
Zoom.
from Zoom now.
sure.
If anybody wishes to speak, please raise your hand on the bottom of the Zoom icon. Gage, I've unmuted you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm on my way back to the hall so I can answer any questions you might have. But I will just stand by the comments that I made earlier during public comment. Basically a ditto of, this is an ordinance that we've all worked on and we've all come together and compromised. And I hope that we will pass it on first reading as it is written, with the minor corrections that I've already pointed out to Attorney Dion. And I'll be there in a few minutes. Thanks.
Do
Thank you.
we have other?
Mayor, yes, we also have Bob Anderson.
Okay.
I've unmuted him.
Yeah, I think the commission needs to take a look at our board of 5 people have gone back and forth on this for over a year and has gone ahead and looked at everything they could think of. The community has spoken out that they want some changes done here. And I think that particular ordinance is saying what the community wants. And you need to really start listening to what the community wants. And to go ahead and say it's only a few people that really came out, it's the people who are paying attention and see what's happening and don't like it. And we need to go ahead and listen to them. I think we need to pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Those on Zoom, Mr. Manager?
If there's anybody else, please raise your hand now through the raise hand icon on the bottom of your Zoom platform. Mr. Mayor, I see no one else.
All right, thank you, Mr. Manager. Okay, having concluded public comment on 10E, request a motion in a second to approve the ordinance in first reading.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve, Commissioner Kennedy, second. You have a second?
Motion, I second for discussion.
Commissioner Gonzalez, second. Okay, so let's move this item to commission discussion.
May I start?
Yeah, of course.
I still find it very interesting and quite, it's quite shocking that I've received several phone calls and I've spoken to at least 12 different people that still have the mentality that somehow this is going to stop big homes from being built. I've also heard it here tonight. I've also, this is somehow going to, I've also heard that this is somehow going to stop demolition and stop construction in Biscayne Park. And that's not the case. So what is it that we're doing? For me, this is the fundamental question. What is it that we're doing with this ordinance? So what is it? Is it architecture? Is it privacy? Because it's not the size and it's not the fact that people are not going to stop building big homes and demolishing older homes. So what is it that we're trying to do? Right. So that's what brings me back to my original question, right? And I still think that this is, for me, this is more about privacy, which if we want to have a discussion about privacy, I'll be more than happy to have a discussion about privacy. It's more about privacy than it is about how big a house is demolishing and building new homes. So, I keep hearing the same argument being said about what I just finished telling you guys. And it's, for me, it just doesn't, I don't buy into it. Just don't buy into it. So, one of the other thing that came up for me that was, that I looked at here and I'll ask you to clarify, because when the last conversation that we had here, where we talked about articulation, and I think you came up with a nice idea of, coming in 5 feet and then coming back out and then continuing your wall. So you have some kind of articulation. Here, the way this is written now, it's saying, once you reach 30 feet, you go in 5 feet and then you got to go in the rest of the length. So if the house is 90 feet long, the back 60 is got to be an additional 5 feet in, right? But that's, second story, but that's not what we discussed at our last meeting. If I remember, Veronica's argument was, okay, and I think that was a nice, I think Gage was okay with that after we had this discussion with him, where we talked about, having a wall and then bringing it in 5 feet, then coming back out, 5 feet in, 5 feet out, and then continuing and then continuing the wall. So somehow that changed here. And I don't understand why that changed, because that's not what, I don't think that that's what you discussed, Veronica.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Vice Mayor Gonzalez, can I just clarify, when you talk about, understanding, I just want to make sure that I understand what we're talking about. Are you talking about 10.3 or you're talking about everything?
No, I'm talking, well, right now I'm talking
Right now,
about,
you're talking about.
right now I'm using that as an example.
Right, yeah.
Of something that we discussed in our previous meeting that is not translated here properly of what she discussed. So I mean, unless I'm not clear in what you had mentioned.
I meant more to your first.
I
comment
wasn't
about
clear at
understanding.
first, but then I got it.
I just
Okay.
meant more about like the intent of what are we trying to do with this? Is it privacy? Is it massing, whatever? Is that more directed at 10.3 or is that directed kind of at?
Well, it's directed at a lot of things on here, but it's specifically this particular section, right?
Okay.
Where,
Okay.
so I'm sorry, but.
Go ahead. I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, so I just wanted to
This
let her.
set up a context I was going to talk about. So here's the thing. So last meeting, for me, it was, it has been an evolving sort of a conversation, right? And I think as much as I put myself out there to listen to residents and understand the concerns, I saw more and more that it is not just one or two that have this concern. First of all, there is a volume of us in the village. The other part that came very clear now with a strategic plan, people responding to it, which came after, and reading it, it kind of solidified it because a lot of people have the same concern, and a lot of people that maybe did not make the meetings, right, have the same concerns and are able to articulate that. But up to last meeting, I even brought a different scenario. I even worked on a different scenario, which is the one you suggested. For me, I was not into privacy because I didn't think we articulated a solution that was solid to provide that privacy.
Yeah.
But it's not that I'm against privacy. I don't think I read a solution for it. So what I articulated in my scenario that I had already built for me was coming in and out. So to your point, and that's why I read it. I don't know if you guys remember. I even
Every
read it.
certain amount of feet, right?
Correct. So have the 30 wall, go in 5 feet, and then, I don't know, define if you can come out
Mhm.
after 5 feet, for
Mhm.
example. And that way you break. it.
Exactly.
Now, again, having meeting with the whole planning and zoning board, I was ready to compromise. And that's why at the end I said, it is okay if at least we give more flexibility for the small lots to consider that at least they can build up to 30 feet. Because then if you take the percentage of 20 of a very small lot, we're talking about, I don't know, I remember right now, it was like 11, 12 feet that you can construct versus 30 turns into 45. And I had already mentioned this in a prior workshop that we did, requesting to the P&Z board that they consider wording from, I believe it was Golden Beach. Yeah, Golden Beach, where they had 51%, right? So, because again, the whole thought is that we have to think that we have different sizes and we are affecting those that have a very much smaller lot versus the ones in Griffin, for example. So that was my compromise at that stage. I came very kind of prepared to state what I thought, what I thought was my position. But again, my position is to reflect also the concerns of the community. And so that was the role that I felt I needed to compromise a bit in terms of how we read this privacy issue as well. So if it was addressing mass articulation in a way already, well, then, you know, let's make sure we're not hurting those small lots. That's why it was confusing, because I even thought about how to put it together in a wording. I even said, and then, you know, as we drew about it, I am flexible to consider that, okay, 30 being the top that you can build to the setback, and then allowing the 5 feet indentation so that you can continue. So to your point, that's what brings here today.
So that's what's missing here is what you're saying.
No, it's not missing.
Okay.
That was my compromise to accept the fact that we did as this.
I think
20% requirement.
exactly.
At your request, Commissioner,
Because in that way, again,
but we let in the 30 and the 5.
But this doesn't,
I think the
allow to,
confusion-
this doesn't allow, this doesn't,
I think, this, if I could say some,
go ahead.
might clarify. It's not 30 continuous feet, Art. It's 30 feet total of the length of the property. It could be to the side setback for 10 feet, come in 5 feet for another 8 feet and come back out to the setback for another 15
long
feet.
as you have it
Of the
considered.
total length, no more than 30 feet total. It's not 30 continuous feet. It's not 30 feet up to the front of the property or in the back of the property. It's completely left wide open to the architect and the homeowner to design a property that has no more than 30 feet of the second story is at the lot line. I think that's the confusion here.
And to be honest.
It's not, so if you're picturing like 30 continuous feet and then it has to come in for the whole rest of it, that's not the case. They get to design whatever they want with no more than 30 feet of that second story at the setback line. Does that make sense?
I think that was evidenced by some of the drawings or some of the plans that Ed had showed us at using the guidelines at the time. He had showed, okay, you can come out for this, you can come back, you can come out for this. I think that's why we ended up getting,
The percentages was create a very small construction opportunity at
Right.
the setback.
sure.
So that didn't allow for 30 feet linear if you add an up, right? And some, depending on the size of your house, and the smaller ones will be, again, 13 feet that you can work on. So to answer your point,
Go ahead.
I felt comfortable searching for a solution for mass articulation, creating an indentation that came in and went out.
Right.
But at the meeting, I was ready to compromise as long as, you know, I kind of gained consensus to remove the percentage. And in that way allow for the smaller properties not to be so much punished, if you will, for what they can do on the setback. And in a way also compromise, you know, because my proposal was, again, you break it.
And it's about getting away from a mass of two-story concrete. That's what that's set to, that's what.
Yeah,
it's
sure.
to accomplish.
Would it be more clear? And I don't know if this is required, it's just a suggestion to see if we can assuage some of the concern that I'm hearing, to put in a maximum of 30 feet in length and then not required to be 30 continuous feet.
Got it. Okay, so this is 30 feet and
I
then,
don't think it needs to be
and
changed.
then the remainder
The
has to come
wording is
in.
clear. It doesn't require it. It doesn't restrict it to that, which means it is available. It is open.
Right. I understand.
Yeah, no, I get it.
If you left the percentage. But again, this is the house. My original scenario can, the easel. Because you can't see what I'm drawing.
But might we invite Art, might we invite Gage to stand at the podium for this conversation so when we need him?
Sure.
Yeah.
Hey, Gage is back. Hey, Gage.
And Jonathan, while this gets
Father-
set up, may I just make some general comments?
Sure.
Because I'm going to be the easy one here tonight. So a couple of things. I'm going to address a couple of things that were said, and I'm going to say a couple of things that I want to say. So first of all, to the fact that, to the point that Art made that we did not address any kind of privacy. Or I'm sorry, Veronica said it, I think, whoever said it. We did initially by saying clear story windows. That took care of that problem from the second story. Okay, whoever said it, and just,
I didn't hear that either. What did?
no, someone just said here tonight, we didn't address any, we never addressed any privacy concerns. We did when we said clear story windows on second story. That did address it and we took it out. So we did address privacy, but then it was removed, just to be clear on that. If any of you have not been to Golden Beach, I invite you to drive up to Golden Beach. It's not what I want Biscayne Park to ever look like. This is a conversation about aesthetics, and that's stated in our land development code that this is an aesthetic conversation. So it's, and that's a good thing. That's what the code is all about. So we need to dispel once and for all, like seriously, all of us need to dispel this in our brains. This allows for homes to be built in Biscayne Park that are significantly larger than anything that presently exists in this village. So we need to stop saying somehow that we can't build large homes because of this. It's simply not true. We saw it. Ed Leva is a very distinguished architect, and he designed a bunch of properties that were huge following this. We need to stop saying that as your excuse. If that's what you're going to hang your hat on to not support this, you need to find something else to hang your hat on because it's not true. The other thing is that you can't hang your hat on is that we're somehow going to negatively impact tax revenue in this village by doing this. It's simply not true. You're going to build houses that are huge. And we're going to make a whole lot more money because they're new construction with a first-time resident living in it. So everyone needs to stop pretending like this is going to limit the size of houses and it's going to limit tax revenue, because neither of those two things are true. It is true, Dan Keys. It is true. And you keep saying it and it doesn't make it true because you keep repeating it. Now I'm going to say something else here, Jonathan. When we have commission meetings, we need to control this. We don't do this. We're having a meeting and we invite people to the podium to make comments. We invite experts to discuss with us. We invite a board chair to help us. We bring in hired help. It's not a free-for-all. We can't make this a free-for-all. The last meeting on this topic was a free-for-all. And I don't do that. Let me finish my thoughts. We've heard loud and clear from some experts on this. He's sitting there, he's standing there, there's a whole board full of them. We heard loud and clear from residents. You were at this room that had 40 people in it. You heard what they said. Guys, this village, a very vocal minority wants something to not happen. The majority of this village, per our survey, per what has shown up in these rooms, the majority of people not only want this, they don't think it's enough. They want it to be stricter. They don't really support this. They want this and a whole lot more. We're whittling it down to something that we can all agree on. But this really isn't what people want. They want us to restrict it a whole lot more. Be clear on this. It's happening with developers. Developers are coming in here, taking advantage of our code and changing our community. It's not happening with residents. They're building it. You build it and they will come. And that's what developers are doing. They're looking at our code and they're building stuff that some people want to buy. And be clear that a lot of them are short-term rentals. This community is changing dramatically. And if we don't do something about it, we'll be the commission that allowed that to happen. So you talk about property owner rights. How about resident rights? How about a right to expect a community that you purchased into? How about the right to expect to be able to walk into your backyard and see and look into trees and sky instead of concrete? We're not Golden Beach. Do you want to take your kids in your backyard and see a wall of concrete on 3 sides? I don't think so. I don't. It's not the backyard I walked into when Bob and Ellen Silverman said, come in and look at our house that's for sale. It was trees and sky, not a wall of concrete. None of you bought into that scenario. But that's what this will allow. That's what you're allowing. We will be changing the character and profile of this community. We're changing our face. It's aesthetics. It's exactly what we're supposed to be doing with this. Is controlling the aesthetics of this community. It's our job. And residents came in here and it is our job. It's written in the land development code that it is our job to do this. And you can shake your head no as much as you want to. It's our job. I'm not quite done.
Just asking, you're not,
Yeah.
that doesn't mean you're not in favor of this, does it?
I'm prepared to vote for this because it's the shitty version of what I want to do. And we've got to start somewhere, and maybe this commission and future commissions will look at it again. And you know what's good? And here's when it will happen, when it starts happening. And then we're going to go, oh crap, look at that. Oh, it was as bad as we thought it might be. We should have provided for this and this and that. Or when it happens next to one of us. And here's the other thing, guys, we don't legislate for ourselves. We legislate for a community. Not for what we might want to do with our house someday. Not with what our friends might want to do with their house. Not with what the person who buys my house might want to do when I sell and leave the village. We legislate for a community at large. This is a big responsibility. It's big. But it's what we were hired to do. It's what we said we would do. And this room keeps filling up with people telling us they want more. And we need to listen to them. Veronica Amsler and I sat in the last of Alan's sessions in here. We got 40 people in this room. The deck was not stacked. I got those people to come, but I didn't get them to come to speak about McMansions. I got them to come because we needed more people to come to these events. And I sent out an email blast and I texted every human being I know who lives in this village. And I put it on next door and I did my job as a commissioner and I got them to show up. Not to speak about anything in particular, but to show up and engage in a process that we said we would do. And they showed up. And when they started talking, that's what came out of their mouth, loud and clear. It could not have been more clear to anyone who was in this room. Veronica was here. Mario was here. Alan was here. Gage was here. Judy was here. And we all heard it. Could it have been more clear? No. And look at the survey data. I know some people want other things. But to my eyes and ears, the majority of the people in this community want something a whole lot more than this. If this is the best we can give them, then that's what we give them and we continue working on it in the future. I'm here to support it tonight. I have a couple of issues that I'll bring up later. They're minor things. I don't like this, but it's the best we're going to get and we got to do it. So I'm going to vote for something I don't like because we got to start somewhere. But be clear on some of those facts about the building size and the taxable revenue that will come into this community. Stop saying things that aren't true.
Commissioner Amsler and Vice Mayor Gonzalez, did you want to draw out the?
I will.
Because I still don't mind.
Everybody? Okay. So just for backing up a little bit on the last meeting, okay? For those that you guys saw me, I was trying to put my words together as I came with a plan that wasn't what I ended up proposing, because in the midst of it, again, I am listening. I am compromising. I am coming here to do the job that is needed, which is on the other side, listen to the community, their concerns. And I saw a board that for the first time came united. It wasn't like this when I just got a commissioner back in December. It was not like that. And I had the chance to speak with them and kind of understand that they were all on the same page. And that happened in a period of 6 months, okay? So again, it's an evolving thing that I think we all need to keep our minds open to so that we find a middle point and we can move forward with a starting point, because it's been going on for over 2 years. Okay, so I came with the idea that, again, my points being articulation of the building is an issue. And I understand it can get massive and it can be very long, very obstructing, because there is nothing in the code right now that says that you cannot build on your setback entirely, correct? So privacy, again, not that it's not an issue, but I don't think we approach it in a way that we were solving it. Okay, so I'm going to focus on mass articulation. And I came with the idea of what about if I have, and please forgive my drawing skills here. Let's pretend this is 10 right now, this is 10, this is 10, and this is 30, right? That is a standard lot. So I thought, okay, if this is the issue, because it could be as long as, what's our biggest lot that we have, Gage? It could be 150, so 150 feet long. Okay, so let's say 100. Correct. So I'm just putting a number. Let's say it's 100 because again, it varies by lot. What about if we break it in pieces? So let's allow for 30, which is the max you can do right now as max. And then provide for an indentation of 5. That's the number that was provided. Again, I don't know if it needs to be 5 or not, but that's the number that was thought for. So say we do 5, 5, 5, and this was kind of what I thought to propose for discussion originally, and it goes back. And then you can build again to the setback, another 30 feet if you want to. And again, this was to think about breaking this and not provide 100 feet long structures. Okay, in the middle of it, noticing the privacy is an issue and that is a concern. And again, this, as many call it monstrosity, I think many of them could be beautiful homes like this, right? Again, I understand 100 feet long wall, no height limit. It is a problem we need to solve. How about let's not put 20% only you can build to the setback, because then the little guy that can have here 70, if you remove this front, this back, 20%, you're left with 13 feet, right? So let's keep it at 30 and allow for a second scenario, which is what you have in the ordinance. Yep, okay. I'll do it on this side. Yeah? No, I'm gonna do it now. It's what okay, this is what I came with, and then I'm gonna write what I was hoping to read tonight. Then, okay, if that's so much of a concern, let's keep the 30, same thing, 30 here, this is 30. Do the 5, and then break it. You cannot come back. You can move it. You can break it because then, yeah. Yeah. I don't follow you here. Draw
Well,
it.
I understand what Art's saying. Let me just respond to it while he gets up there.
Here.
Art, it
I
doesn't
wanna
have to be 30 continuous feet. It could be anywhere, and it could be 30 in the front, 30 towards the back, or it could be 10, come in, 10 more. It could be anything they want it to be
Right.
design wise. But it's an aesthetics thing. It's to get rid of that gigantic 2-story concrete wall is what it is.
You still have a 30-foot wall.
Yeah, and now,
You still have a 30-foot wall.
no, it could be 10 feet, it could be 5 feet.
But it could be 30.
It could be 30, that's right. But it could be located anywhere on that property from the front towards the back. And remember, the entire village is not lined up with houses in the front. The house next door could be a house that also
I
has,
completely understand.
the house pushed towards the back.
So under your scenario, right? If for privacy's sake, right? Let's say, you have a pool here, right? And your house is over here, right? This is the smaller home that you were talking about, right? Now, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna build a house here and I'm gonna bring the side setback instead of 10 feet, 50 here. And then in the back, I'm gonna go back to the property line, the 10-foot setback, and then I'm gonna build here, right? So now where the house is, which is really not a privacy issue. Yeah, but my point, yeah, right. But what I'm saying is, you have a house here, right? we're trying to protect kind of is the backyard. So this 30-foot wall is now in their backyard. My point. So it kind of, I understand. But I liked the one that you initially came up with, where you had the 5 foot in, then you come back out and you keep going, you know, every kind of certain amount of feet. But this one to me, it's just like, I'll give you another example, Mac. For me, with as far as the what do you call it? The rear setback, right? So the rear setback that I had an issue, and you know very well, in Miami Beach, we have very small lots, right? So you have a very small lot, you have 2 houses with very small lots, right? And then and then let's say these are 4 lots, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. So the houses in Miami Beach were all kind of built kind of in the same area if you wanted to have a yard. You know what I'm saying? So you had like this, right? But you could build, what happened to us was they built a ginormous house here that came all the way to and then, but in Biscayne Park, because most of the lots, not all the lots, but most of the lots are so big, you know, you have this scenario a lot. This one that I had just mentioned before, which is that you can, so the 20-foot setback in the back, you know, it kind of defeats the purpose, because here you could have a 10-foot setback. So, yeah, go ahead. Here.
So this is
And the house is not
entirely
required to be in
conceivable,
those orientations.
but the next paragraph of the code says all portions of the second floor within the rear 2/3 of the buildable area shall be designed in a way and manner to diminish visibility into the adjacent properties. So yes, this is conceivable, but then in the next sentence of the ordinance, it addresses this.
So what does that mean? If I have bedrooms in the back, let's say, in that back portion of the, what are you telling me, that I'm not allowed to put windows, that I have to put those?
No, the word is diminished. So that's
So
up
what
to
is-
your architect to come up with a way to design those windows in a way that diminishes the view, not completely blocks it.
Okay.
We're not saying you can't have windows. We're not saying you have to have clear stories. It's just saying that it has to be designed to diminish. So.
That it was discussed last meeting, and I asked that question. What are the elements to use within PNC to request for what diminish looks like now? The answer was, it's happening right now. So you guys request, okay, you put a clear story window instead of the one, because so that way you prevent frosted windows or opaque windows, so you can't see to the other side. So that's diminishing, which in a way, yeah, you can, you know, on a clear story window, you can go up. Again, that is to provide for the privacy concern.
And I think we even had a stronger word that we negotiated down to diminish. I forget the exact term.
It was some variation of a word
Yeah,
that
it was
was
versus
changed.
diminished, but diminished was a little softer than the previous word. So we do address this issue.
It was impede.
Impede. It went from impede, which means completely block, to diminish, which means, you know, kind of work away. So this scenario could happen, but we also are addressing it in the further part of the code.
Is this not a solution to articulation of the building? What do you think about this as a solution for the articulation of the building? Yeah, because again, that is the part that is subjective, you know, 5, 10, 7. You know, that's something we can talk about, but then. Yeah, but you cannot come back. Correct, but you can't have 30. So you're saying, you're okay with the 30 as a maximum?
Good compromise that everybody came to, took out the 20%, so it addresses the smaller lots. But it does also, you know, maximizes the amount that on the second story on the setback.
I was hoping to, and again, I'm glad you are able to see, Gage, this scenario for you. This does not break then the articulation that is intended, but then 30 being the max does the job in a way. It was my compromise to the original idea. Now, again, all seen from mass articulation, enough privacy. Because again, I don't think we have it in the code. I don't think we can solve privacy.
Well,
I mean, this code, I heard part of the conversation coming in on
Yeah.
Zoom. I mean, this code is not going to prevent large houses. It's not designed to stop houses from being torn down.
Yeah.
It's the key word which I used last time was impact. We are
Yeah.
trying to lessen the impact of new
Yeah.
development on the surrounding properties and street. So its impact is the key word on this.
So I just wanted to point a few things that Commissioner Kennedy brought up, and I think are important. Again, there was a lot of people reaching out that did not speak out about it. And like I said, the concern being that this is an issue sensitive, knowing that they're saying no, and to the neighbor and to the community that is, here verbalizing their support, and also to the PNC board who approves their projects. So it is an intimidating factor. So I don't want to disregard this group of residents or minimize it in any way. That's one.
Can I
Can I
respond?
No,
ask a
no,
question?
no, because I did not interrupt and I hope for the same. So that to me, it's very important to notice. The people that came during the meeting, during the strategic planning meeting, lots of them voice out their concern, not all of them. Okay, so it's the same thing, not all of them. This have been repeatedly the same people, both sides. It's people that are engaged, and it does not represent the whole community. It's the people that are engaged in this and following closely, still with massive amounts of misinformation, to Art's point, even people that supported drastically. I asked them, I'm like, I understand it's a privacy concern. It is. We need to stop this. I want to, be able to enjoy my pool. So if you consider to do a second floor, is it okay for you to have opaque windows on the back? Well, no, I mean, I won't. What do you mean? Well, that's part of so all the elements are not so clear to everybody. So I understand that, again, this is a middle point that it's addressing the whole community, not everybody that just spoke out, okay? And the other thing is, developers are not just the one doing the monstrous things. It just gives us such a bad reputation to call them that the developers are doing this. They're also doing amazing homes. We've seen some of them, within the 15 homes that we revised on not all of them are 2-story home, flat, 75 feet long walls. Lots of them are beautiful homes. So that's why all of this has been so complex, right? Because at the end of the day, is weighting both sides, and both arguments are strong. And that's the part that I am willing to compromise. Instead of having 60 feet on the setback to the first scenario, let's keep it at 30, makes the structure smaller, and provides for the 5 feet setback that was proposed by the board. I also want to make the comment on that. In terms of privacy, I asked the question, why is it 5? What are we guaranteeing with 5? The answer is not there. It's copied from another code. We know other cities are doing it, but then we can't copy Golden Beach, right? Because we're not Golden Beach. So we got to pick, our speech here. And I'm not saying, I'm not trying to criticize it. I understand why we're doing it. We're going through cities that are established and have, codes within themselves that help provide this, but it's not, I can pick this and I support this and then again, my thought was, is there a visibility triangle that by 5 feet, then you're providing for 3 additional feet to the neighbor? Or, you know, what's the math? I was trying to understand. Since I don't have that and we don't have information on that, for me, that's very vague. And so we are left with maximum 30, remaining 5 feet set back inside, additional step back. And, you know, diminishing visibility, which for me, again, it is a concern, given that we already given the 5 feet. To your point, not always, because people can build on the back. So that's the compromise I'm giving. That's for context on the scenario.
I think, can I respond to a couple things real quick?
Sure.
This has come up a couple of times. This cryptic comments about people who aren't engaging, people who aren't coming to meetings, people who aren't responding to surveys. It all sounds very cryptic. You know who else isn't coming? People who think we're not listening. There's a lot of people that I talk to about this who don't come because they think we're not listening. They're not listening anyway. I listened to the meeting. They're not listening. So maybe there are people who say they don't want to come. They're afraid of P and Z and they'll retaliate and whatever. There are plenty of people saying, I'm not coming because you're not listening. So there's two sides to that coin. This articulation thing is about aesthetics. We're trying to get away from a 2-story, 28-foot concrete wall is what we're doing. That's what this is about. The privacy thing is gone. It's gone. We took all the privacy stuff out of here. It's now about not having people walk in their backyard and see 28 feet of white concrete. And
Yeah, we still have a lot of privacy stuff.
I know they put it in there, but really but we took the teeth out. We took the teeth out.
You have opaque windows, you have to, you know, impede
You don't
visibility,
have to put opaque windows in.
have setbacks. No, but I'm saying that's one of the elements that you
Yeah.
would request.
So we took teeth out of that.
But can I just make a comment on that?
Mhm.
And first of all, it's Commissioner, Angela, thank you for your flexibility and for your, you know, coming to the middle. You know, when this code was originally started, it was 10 feet with clear story windows.
Right.
So we were being more descriptive, trying to block the site triangles. We were trying to do things that were, but those were taken out because we were negotiating to get this ordinance. So it got negotiated down to 5 feet. It got negotiated, get rid of the clear story windows. So on one side, there's been a bunch of negotiation over to try and to make this ordinance work. So, but there's a point where you're gonna be like, okay, we're just negotiating everything. And the other side is just standing firm and not flexing at all. So it comes to a point where when are you gonna meet in the middle a little bit, which I thought we did at the last meeting. So,
Well, in all fairness, I was under the impression that we had agreed to this particular scenario, Gage, and I thought you had said, oh, that I'm okay with that. So I don't know which point it changed. I'm not sure, because I was okay with this scenario. I was.
well, when I left
the
here
one that you
last
originally
meeting,
did.
what I thought was
Okay,
agreed upon. Mr.
but
Ambler's-
that's not what I left this meeting thinking. When I left this meeting, I was okay with bringing in, you know, after a certain amount of feet, bringing it in 5 feet, taking it out and coming back and continuing. But with this scenario, again, you know, the only thing that I have with this scenario is that 5 feet, you can put it in the front, you can put it in the back, you can put it wherever you want. And if it's a privacy issue, but I understand what you're saying with the limiting the diminished visibility, which I have no idea what that means, because I don't know how you even enforce, you know, what does that mean? Is a curtain diminishing visibility? Is shades? If I'm building a $2 million house and you're going to tell me that I can't put windows that I can look out of in my bedroom, I would say that's insane. That's crazy. I can't put a window in my house that I can look out of, and I'm building a $2 million house. It's crazy. So what is diminished visibility? That's another thing that we need to you know, again, if I put shades up, is that diminished visibility? If I put
Shades
curtains
is not
up?
part of the structure. So
Okay, so
no,
it's
a
gotta be
decorative
part of
feature
the
that-
structure.
that's not
So,
part of the structure.
okay, so you're telling me that I'm not gonna be able to look out a window in a bedroom, basically is what you're saying? Or I'm not
Well,
gonna be able
you
to
can
have,
Look out a window if you face it in a creative way, the other direction.
Mhm.
Do a clear story window. I mean,
Well, you get a clear story window you can't look out of because it's up.
But you can see some
you're
birds and such. I mean-
gonna see some birds.
I mean,
There are houses.
Story
in the
window
village
is
now with
not
clear.
safe.
I have clear story windows. I can't look out those windows, man.
you have to give the board the tools to to work with these developers, to work with the applicants, the architects, the residents to come up with a creative solution. I
And
mean,
I think architects do that. It's what they do. You put a challenge in front of them, they figure out a way around it. Look, Gage brings up a really good point. We've been negotiating kind of from one direction to try to get something passed, but you know, at a certain point, you got to have something left in it. What Veronica is explained is what I understood when I left here. So I did not think it was that. I understood what it was. But what you're looking at up here, that would have created the same opportunity for what you're trying to avoid anyway. Because that could be in the backyard too. It's only a 5-foot thing, and that's an odd thing. I didn't get that. It's like, what that
We weren't,
look like.
we were only talking about articulation. We were not talking about privacy. Now, we were talking simply about articulation and having because I asked Gage at the last meeting, what is articulation? And there was really not an answer until we said, well, different ins and outs of the building, right?
This is to get away
Not-
from a solid mass. This is to get away
Correct.
from solid massing.
Right.
To Gage's point, the privacy stuff was already stripped out of there, and we're now left with some vague language that they get the architect to try to figure it out. And at a certain point, the architect's going to say no, because it's not in the code. But a lot of them are working with them, and they are now too. I mean, we're trying to give them more reason to work with the board. So.
So I guess let's focus on the issue. Well, I want to focus on these one by one. Because that seems to be what's kind of in front of us. And the first issue, it sounds like that Vice Mayor Gonzalez is bringing up is the differences in these two scenarios that are presented in front of us on top of this, on this easel here. That, does this mean, first of all, well, let's start with this. Does this mean the second scenario where it's 30% total?
Yeah.
If that is.
And I'm okay with that.
Okay, so if that is the understanding of what it looks like. Vice Mayor Gonzalez, are you proposing a change to it?
Well, I'm not.
If it's the second, I'm
not-
sorry, if
I'm
it's the
not-
second scenario.
Again, I was comfortable with the original one. I'm not comfortable with this one because you can put it in the back, you can put it in the side. I mean, you can move it up. And we're basically talking about, it's not a privacy issue at this point, right? It's just an aesthetic. It's just it's simply an aesthetic. And I'm assuming also trying to, as much as possible, as humanly possible, you're trying to also diminish massing,
Exactly.
even if it's a small amount, right? I'm assuming that that's part of the
Yes,
think- the
exactly. It's
thinking
getting away from a
process.
sheer concrete wall.
right? Is that part of the thinking
Yeah.
process?
yeah, I mean, it's yes, impact, diminish the impact of.
Right, but I mean,
the house.
it's a minimal, a very minimal impact, but it's a little bit
Well,
of
this
it.
is a pretty good sized impact by this side over here.
Yeah.
This side, I'm not clear. I guess I want to ask if we did do this 5 by 5,
Mhm.
are you suggesting that all the rest can be at?
No,
at the second-
no,
because
I-
this is 130,
Yeah.
So that's 100.
Well, you can't build that. That's,
10 feet long,
but
minus
that's-
5 feet
that's,
of wall on the second floor
yeah,
setback.
but you know that's unbuildable because that takes up almost the entire lot.
There's nothing in the
no,
code that says that
no,
an architect can't build
no.
a house all on one side.
Yeah,
of
the
road.
the house
I
could
mean,
be
you
built
could
all
put
on
your
one
house
side.
all on the
It could
left-hand
be a
side, you can
U-shaped
have all the
house.
stuff on the
As
right.
long as you agree to all the
The
setbacks,
50%.
yeah.
That's right.
50%. Right, so we go back to 50, but that's way more than 50%. I'm sorry, what were you saying? Mike?
What I'm saying is you could design a U-shaped house that would do that on both sides and be really empty. We have one of those in the village. I looked at buying it. It's a U-shaped house that would be able to, you would accomplish this on both sides, not just on one, because there's a big void in the center of the house. We have one. It's a
Yeah.
beautiful house. It's a beautiful mid-century house. It's a garden in the center that comes up through the center of the house. So there are all kinds of ways that this could have the impact we're not looking for.
In the first scenario, to answer your question, I was thinking 30 indentation.
Mhm.
Again, it was going to be open for discussion if it's 5 feet, 6 feet, 7 feet, whatever space to break the mass of that space. And then another 30, and then maximum 30 linear.
Right,
foot. So
right.
that-
Art, what that accomplishes is exactly what you're saying you want to avoid. This one that you thought would be coming back in here tonight it creates exactly what you say you try to avoid. It's only a little tiny piece it indents in. It's two long sections of house.
What am I trying to avoid? I'm just giving you a scenario. The only thing we were talking about that was the articulation.
Mhm.
That's it.
Right.
So how do you create articulation? Okay, well, she came up with a great idea. Every 30 feet, you come in 5, you go boom, boom, and you go back out.
That's what it says.
No.
No, it says
Oh.
30 feet max. So you
Max.
can't-
Yeah. And it can be wherever you want it to be.
The rest has to be in 5 feet. Second floor. I'm assuming this is all second floor. Right? So, yeah. So.
All right, well,
Oh, but listen, hey, listen, I'm just one person up here.
no, look, I just want to understand what your discrepancies between the two proposals and
But I don't like it. I think it's arbitrary and
Suppose that
odd,
like
but it's
this?
the best
Yeah.
we're gonna get. So I'm ready to support it.
I don't, yeah, I really don't remember.
Because I never ended up drawing this scenario,
I-
okay? And that's the thing. So that's why I asked Gage tonight, if that would that be breaking mass articulation, the first one to the left? Even if you were to change the 5 feet, what defines mass
This is
articulation?
more than 5 feet, by the way.
That, I know, but
It's not
say,
much, so.
Yeah.
And- and-
Kind of silly.
define as to be mass articulation then, right? That would be the question.
And also the 20 feet in the rear setback, although it would have been great for me on Miami Beach, this scenario really defeats the purpose. Because if you have the entire back side of that house at 10 feet into somebody else's yard here, then the rear person is going to get the benefit of the 20 feet.
I've been saying that since the first time this came up.
And then this person the person on the right is not going to get is not
Saying
gonna,
this since
so
the very first time we brought this up is this back thing.
Yeah.
Is arbitrary because.
well, it is
back
because.
be up
it-
against
it is-
someone's side
it-
yard.
Exactly, right. So that the rear person
Exactly.
doesn't get the benefit, but, or gets the benefit, but the person, so we're talking about here that the 20-foot rear setback
Second
on the
story
second,
setback.
on the second story. But if in this scenario, right, the person that's on the
Mario?
right-hand side,
Look at
Do
the
you mind?
zoom. There's a
On top of the
just let you
scenario.
know.
You have the.
Someone's trying to get in the meeting.
Trying to.
Why? Why?
Right.
Up to 30.
Well, up to 30 feet.
Mhm. Yes.
now the person in the back over here that has a nice pool over here, a nice house over here, they're, say this is 10 feet, the second floor is going to 20.
Yeah.
Right? 20. That's what it is. So this guy over here, lucky him, he's getting the benefit. This guy here is screwed. So he's getting 20 feet.
Why is it screwed on the one on the right?
He's got 10 feet in his house.
It's in,
Because the house is right up in his face. Yep.
On the second floor because of the 20 feet.
Not because of the 20 feet, but because of the side setback rule that we came up with. No. But Art, it is 30 feet to defend it a little bit. It is 30 feet and these, I know, but these lots are 150-foot depth. So it's like a fifth of the length of the entire total lot of that it could be. I mean, you have to deal with setbacks and all that, I understand, but it is only 30 feet max of a total buildable length on a typical lot that's 150 feet deep. You take out the 30, you're at 120, you take out 10, you're at 110. So it's 30 of 110 feet could be buildable to the setback. So it's not even the majority of it. Yep. But it's not even the full backyard is what I'm saying.
Where's this?
It's not even the full
I see
backyard.
there. What do you mean?
What-
Everybody
Are we-
say where's
are you
The
not-
pool could be on the other side. The pool could be on the side.
Are you not considering
And they do.
maybe that additional 10 feet on the back?
I don't think, I think.
Well,
it's fine.
Well, no, I understand what you're saying, but well, one consideration is that there is a benefit being provided to one of the adjoining property owners, which is part of this whole discussion in the first place. So that's one thing. But two, you've got another 10 feet of a second story at the rear 2/3 of that building that isn't going to be on the first story setback line. So it does provide at least a 10-foot benefit to the side owner.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
So let me just show you, sorry. There
Uh-huh.
is now taking away from the 30 feet. So you'd have to front load that additional 10 feet from the rear setback line, second story setback line, because you can't run into that rear 10 feet. So that moves 10 feet forward of that second story 30 feet.
Okay.
So it moves it 10 feet at least away from the pool, if that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, well, it's technically 20 because you have 10 on one side and you
Sure,
have 10 on the
yes, sure, right, of course.
Okay.
I'm just saying that I understand your argument. I do. I'm just saying that there's a benefit to both property owners.
But-
Maybe not so much the side property owner as you point out as the rear property owner, but I'm just,
But Jonathan, the 10-foot setback is already in our code.
yeah,
Correct. We have very generous
do. That's-
setbacks
That's
already.
Always been.
yeah, I understand that too. I don't know, maybe my trying to silver lining is being
we're
being
trying to-
lost in
We're
translation.
trying to argue something that maybe would never be built. You know,
Probably
we can't
cheaper.
write a code that covers every scenario. I could write
Well, that's
100
what-
scenarios up here.
But
that
that's where
would
we're losing a lot of
defeat
it.
this.
We're losing a lot of this in discussion of very, very explicit and specific. If we build this way, then this, if we build this way, then this. I mean, we're getting, for the last several months, we've been getting very specific and trying to find ways that people will complain about this. I'm not sitting here advocating for one way or the other right now. I'm just saying we are trying to find.
But I think that's the job.
Yeah, look,
We
you also
evaluate and evaluate and
have to
evaluate.
consider those things.
But we
yes,
also have written something that is general enough to give general guidelines for the majority of the properties, which is what you're supposed to write code for, is you're trying to encompass as much as possible and not write for every single property, because there's just no way we'd ever be able to do that.
I understand.
You know.
Yep, I understand.
And again, you know, the or the diminished view would apply to the scenario the Commissioner or Vice Mayor Gonzalez is bringing on.
Diminishing.
Can I just ask a quick question? Because I don't think I understood by reading the code as it is that, you know, I did understand regarding balconies that you're looking for these parapet walls and these sort of permanent diminishing visibility structures, which I've already stated, I think is very odd. And it reminds me of like a condominium building. I've said as much. That's my opinion about parapet walls on single family home, second story balconies. To me, it is, I don't like it. I've shared that with you. But moving from that, walls, windows on the second story, having to have an opaque window or a frosted bedroom window, this doesn't make any sense. I don't understand how we can require that on a second story.
But again, it could be a creative, you know, a creative architect.
What would you accept is what I want to know. I want to know a concrete answer of what would you accept in terms of that then, if this becomes the ordinance, because if I see a second story window, yeah, I want to look out my window. and I will put hedges and I will take care of my privacy. I believe my privacy is my responsibility in my land, right? As a property owner, that is my responsibility, my privacy. So if I have windows, right, I'm gonna have some kind of window coverings, but I don't want to be required to put frosted windows or what I feel is unsafe clerestory windows or opaque windows. I want to be able to look out my windows and have that sunlight come in, right? I believe, or open my blinds or, and have the sunlight come in. So I'd like to know, what is it that you would accept regarding diminished view on second story windows?
Well, first of all, the diminished does not say you cannot have windows that overlook. It's not banning windows, it's saying diminish. So there is.
So what would you
would
accept?
be
as
able to
a-
have a certain amount, but again,
Okay,
giving this to a competent architect with these guidelines, they could come up with 100 scenarios where the windows face the rear or the windows face the other side. I mean, it's a general guideline to let creative people do creative things. You had an architect here last time that came up with scenarios for you.
yes, for square footage, I
yeah.
wasn't, addressing windows specifically. I mean, my neighbor has a second story and it's clearly their bedroom windows on the second floor and they look right into my kitchen, so I'm growing my edges. In a second story, you're gonna have bedrooms, right? So you're not gonna say, oh, all the windows are gonna go on the front. You're gonna have separation there, right? So I guess I'm just looking for what is the acceptable diminished visibility according to the code for you.
It's got to be a case by case, exactly. I mean, there's no way to say, you have to use frosted windows, you have to use clear story. You just have to design it in a way that it diminishes the view so that you're not sitting there with a picture window overlooking your neighbor's pool, which
Right,
is
so no
without-
picture,
without-
no
without the
picture
wi-
windows
without-
on the side of the home.
Yeah, without the
Right.
word diminished, somebody could conceivably set it back 5 feet and do a picture window overlooking their neighbors. Because it doesn't
Right.
say, it would,
So-
without the diminish, you could have carte blanche on that.
So to that point, I would say, okay, on the second story side, interior side, second story, we cannot have picture windows or bay windows, right? That would need to be in the front of the house or the rear of the house. But a bedroom window, right? You're gonna have bedroom windows and,
But not necessarily on the second floor, on the rear of the house, because if the rear of the house.
oh, you're gonna
10
have,
foot-
on the rear of the
10 foot,
house, you're gonna have sliding doors to
Well,
go out
not
into a balcony,
Not
right?
necessarily, because if it's 10
course.
feet, then it go right back to the same scenario, which is you'd have to have, not that you're ever gonna build a house 10 feet from your rear, that's probably never gonna happen. But if you do, you're gonna have to have diminished windows as well, diminished view.
You're looking at, you've only got 10 feet, right?
If you go to the 10-foot. Right? Am I
Yeah,
right?
this is all the scenario that if everything,
it's hard
that
to
the architect
say.
wants to put the entire second story on the side property line. I mean, there's other scenarios there where the second
have
story
to,
is
maybe.
smack dab in the middle of the lot. None of this would apply.
You don't
You know,
know.
it's only applying to if the architect wants to build out to the side setbacks. You can have 10 bedrooms down the middle of your lot, with windows facing each direction. In this code, it would still, you would still have to diminish them, but you would be able to put all, it's just saying, what I'm trying to say is it doesn't all have to be stacked on the side setbacks. There's different ways of designing, hundreds and thousands of different ways of designing a house.
Can I ask you, Gage, so if I have my picture window to the setback of 10, and the code says you have to diminish visibility. If it's 5 feet indented, because in the scenario, I already used my 30 feet, right? And the second part of my house is indented 5 feet all the way to the back. So you already have 15 from your neighbor. Do I still have to provide
Yes,
for?
you still have to diminish.
I still have to diminish and I cannot use a picture window. I have,
Correction, you're 25 feet from your neighbor because he also has a 10-foot setback. So if you're on that beyond 30-foot portion and you're 15 feet setback to your structure, your neighbor is also his 10 feet side setback. So you're 25 feet from
that's-
the neighbor.
That's if you use the term, You're talking about the other structure. You're not talking about somebody standing naked in they're on their property line next door. They're going to be 10
That
feet.
sounds like indecent
I know, but
exposure to
I'm
me
just
and they
saying
should
there's-
have
there's-
some hedges for their own privacy. They are responsible for their privacy. And if they want to be naked in their backyard, they should have
I
something.
don't think there's actually a law that says you can't walk around naked in your backyard. And you can do whatever, I mean, you're in your back
I am-
private property.
I am putting my hedges because I don't want to see it. I mean,
It's, again, it's impact.
I
It's,
support everyone's right.
So the only way that I see a path forward right now, we're gonna have to wait for Vice Mayor Gonzalez, is we're gonna have to look at these one by one. At least within the context of 10.3.3, since that's been the entire discussion. But we've had another opportunity to discuss, everybody's asked questions, everybody's drawn their pictures, and we're on first read. Sorry, I didn't get to draw pictures either. Everyone who wanted to, I didn't want to draw any pictures.
I understand Veronica's picture and the words and they match and I'm fine with it.
All right, listen, I just want to start with these and we need to go through them one by one. So let's start with the one that we were just talking about, and that looks like 10.3.3 D1. We're talking about all portions of the side of the building on the second floor within the rear 2/3 depth of the buildable area shall be designed in such a manner to diminish visibility into abutting properties. We discussed, is there someone that has something that they would propose to change in this, or I just would like to get past this issue.
There is an intent here, there is an intent here that's very clear and it allows for the board to work with an architect and for the creative people to figure it out. It's fine. It's not the teeth that I would prefer, but I can live with it.
Okay, so
Sorry, could you repeat? I didn't understand what you just said.
Not sure what I said. I'm getting a little
I
delirious.
think the intent, I think he said the
Five for the
intent of
past
it was
5 nights.
clear.
As I understand what the intent of this is about the rear 2/3 and I understand it. It's not exactly the teethy part that the way I would like it to sit, but I'm cool with it. For the purposes of this, I'm good.
Commissioner Olivera?
I only wish that it would have some element that was not the permanency, why couldn't the requirement be about shades or shutters or something like that?
well, but
Right, I get what you're
But-
saying. It's just that windows are for seeing out of, so.
But diminishing, I mean, what you just said right there, I mean, if somebody wanted to put a window and then do a metal louver in front of it, that is
Why-
diminishing.
No, we cannot do a metal louver in front of, I mean.
Why
it's
not? That's diminishing your view by adding an architectural element to the front. So anyway, well, I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt.
Okay.
But that's again up to the architect.
So as it's written, do you have,
As it's written, I don't fully understand it. I don't see how the practical application of it is going to be and what it would do in terms of restriction on a property. I don't think it'll stand up in court, frankly, because of right to enjoyment, period. That's what I think about that.
Okay.
particular section right there.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez?
Then why have codes at all? Why have codes at all? Seriously, I mean.
It's not
like,
extreme.
literally,
I'm with them on it.
I'm building a $2 million house and I get to do whatever I want.
Like
Nobody's gonna tell me
all
what
right,
to do. Then why-
listen, I just like to, I understand there's comment, I understand, I'd like to get us to a point where we understand how the commission's views this one issue. I just want to look at it one by one because we've had a lot of discussion, so Gage, I
What kind of
appreciate it,
windows-
but I do, I
what's
just
the point of
wanted,
Windows gauge, is it not to look out? Is it not to have? If you build a bedroom on a second floor and you can't look out your bedroom window, that would not annoy you? That
But
would
you
not?
can build a second story and have the window facing the back of the house or facing the
What if-
inside of the house. I mean, nobody's saying you can't have a bedroom without a
So-
window in that second story.
So, but what if I want, but you're telling me where I can put the window now? Basically, you're saying you can't have a window on the side of the house because it's too close to too close to the neighbor's house.
We're also saying you can't cover more than 50% of your lot, that you can't be higher than 28 feet. And
Yeah, but that.
What's the point of having all those rules?
100%. So why, I mean, there's all, no, what I'm saying is okay, but it's an example.
But this is an extreme example.
It
that's
is.
being thrown at us.
That's an extreme
This-
example.
This is, you know.
Almost everything
Everybody's
drawn,
throwing out extreme examples, but the,
almost everything drawn up there is an extreme example, honestly. Well, I think maybe if we say it this way, it says diminish. They come in and ask for something like floor to ceiling glass, the length of the house. The board says, come on. Let's work on that a little bit. Let's diminish that. They work and they diminish. They diminish. It's an arbitrary, it's a subjective thing. They work with the architect. This is what architects do. You put something out in front of them, say, guys, this is what we're trying to accomplish, and they say, okay, we can live with this. My client would like this, It's not saying no. Doesn't say no. Doesn't say no. So they work with the architect and they get to a place where everyone's happy.
So Vice Mayor Gonzalez, it sounds like, and certainly don't let me speak for you, but the idea of this diminished visibility, it's something that you are not in favor of because we don't quite understand it. Okay, okay. Commissioner Oliver,
Similar to that, to be honest with you, and that's why I was asking, you know, if we still have the setbacks additional 5, do we require to diminish visibility? The answer being yes, you know, when we already have 25 feet and in total, to me, it's a little bit too demanding. I also don't understand, that's why I asked them again, you know, which are these elements to provide for the architect to Mac's point. That's what, you know, I understand that that's what they do, that's what they bring. But I don't see other alternatives, but besides removing the window, moving it to another side of the building, blocking it somehow, whether it's with a film or some sort of a structure. So I don't feel strong. Again, I don't think it provides for what we want at the end of the day.
Can I ask if it would
Says
help to have
standard.
window parameters? Like, let's say, you know, like you said, you cannot have a picture window. I'm sure there's a dimension that defines what a picture window is, right? Or like what a bay window is. Certainly you may not have a bay window on the side interior wall. Is that making sense? Like, could you have a standard size window on your second story? Because that is what most second story homes have, right? I mean, I feel like I'm speaking to sort of a standard that's already existing now.
before we go too much further there, I just want to ask about impact on the first reading of this. Since we've got 3 people that are looking for some more clarity on diminished visibility. Mr. Attorney, does this mean we can't push the whole thing to second? Or I mean, we can try and work out the issues tonight and see if we can get it to a point where we're happy going to second. But I'm just kind of procedurally asking if that's the case and we don't get an answer on that, can we leave it on first?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, just wanted to check.
Perfect.
Yeah, just wanted,
We've done of other times,
understood. I just wanted to check to make sure.
our first reading.
Understood. I appreciate it. Thank you, Commissioner. I apologize.
We could also just leave something in there that we haven't quite decided on. If we agreed on the rest of it, bring it back for second reading, and at that point, discuss it, change it, and still finish it.
Understood. Okay, I just wanted to clear that up. I appreciate it. Commissioner, I apologize for interrupting. Go ahead, finish your
Let
thought.
me just clarify a little bit more, based upon the way that the title is written. If you're just going to tweak a couple of those provisions, it's not going to change the title for second reading.
Okay,
So, we can go ahead and you can adopt this as you want, and in between now and the next reading, you can come to a consensus about amending those specific sections.
understood. So we can pick out the items that we have some further discussion items.
We could get it done.
Consider.
Ish, and come back to a little tiny list of things that we have to fix at second reading and be done with it. Or delete them at second reading. I mean, just change it.
Yeah, sure.
We
Just
change-
remove them entirely if
Remove.
there's no consensus on them. Right, of course. Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. I appreciate it. Commissioner, I apologize for interrupting. If you want to finish your thought.
So I was just looking to kind of move it along in this particular section. If we were, would you is there something that you would agree to that's acceptable? Like, just like a standard size window, or the options like standard is acceptable, clerestory is acceptable. I don't know, whatever, whatever windows you are comfortable with.
Well, I mean, we had clear story windows in the previous ordinance that we proposed.
It was only clerestory windows, and that is not acceptable. Because
Yeah,
it was
then
only
that's not
clerestory
acceptable.
windows, right? So is a standard size regular bedroom window acceptable to you?
I have no idea what that means, what the
Oh.
standard size bedroom window is. I mean, honestly,
There's no such thing as a standard size window?
I mean, there's.
In
tons
home
of different
building, I believe
windows.
there's certainly a standard size window.
A clerestory window. That's what you say.
I'm asking about what would be acceptable.
Yeah, no, that's what,
Because it's not, opaque, frosted. This you cannot, I don't even know how people, the look and feel of it changes completely. You think of a bathroom when you think of, a frosted window, I think.
The few times that that's actually happened, the room has windows on the 3 other walls in the room.
Got you.
So it's.
3 other
you're
walls in the
focused on
room.
The fact that it's only on one wall, but they forget that the rooms could have windows on the other 4 walls.
Those are the ending rooms. Those are the ends of of that side. The middle room certainly would only have that one, right? Because you'd have like maybe a hallway in the middle.
Okay.
Possible.
Possibly, exactly.
Look, can we?
Yeah.
I was just gonna say.
Move
can we-
on to something
yeah, can we
else and
take-
then just.
Table this for right now and let's look at the other, look at the other 2 items that we've discussed, because I just want to get some direction. So we're kind of tabling this idea of diminished visibility. But there's at least 2 other items that I know that we've discussed, both in subsection B, 1033B1 and 2. The 20-foot rear setback and the 30 feet for the second story setback. Let's just start at that first one. We've gone through what Vice Mayor Gonzalez believed was what we walked away from the last meeting at. And I think that we all have the idea that it's actually the second scenario, correct? That it's 30 continuous feet at for the second story at the first story setback line. Then you're required to go back 5 feet.
30 feet total, not.
30 feet total, yes, I'm sorry, 30 feet total. If that needs to be made more clear in this subsection, we can do that.
Let me just quickly
ahead.
say that,
Please.
one of the things that I have heard, and I said this earlier from residents, is that, they're very concerned about huge homes and they're very concerned about homes being demolished and whatnot. And if for me, this is a trying to limit massing. If this is simple as that, trying to limit massing, even if it's a small percentage, if it's something that we can do to try it. And again, this is based on all the conversations that I've had with residents that are very concerned with this. If that's the scenario and if that's the reasoning behind this, then I'm okay with her scenario. Okay, but not because of privacy, not because of any other,
It's aesthetics and massing. It's what it.
and mass.
Mass is
So-
aesthetics.
Right, so trying to minimize mass,
Getting away from
even
a
if it's a
solid
little bit.
concrete wall.
Yeah.
Vertical,
Oh,
sheer vertical wall.
and make it a little bit smaller, also, because, anytime you bring something in, you're also gonna, by default, gonna make it a little
Look,
smaller.
it also, just to remind everybody of this, it's the character of the village, and how many times do we hear that? It's in all the other documents we're gonna look at with Alan tonight about people came here because they valued the character of this village and blah, blah, blah. It's, and we're trying to minimize that significant change as well, and it helps to accomplish that. And again, it doesn't fix it. It doesn't fix it, but it's a step in the direction of, so we did something.
Right, so with the
Residents
understanding that
don't
what
love
we're
to
talking
hear
about,
something.
what we're talking about is that second scenario, that it's a maximum of 30 feet to the first floor setback line, the 10 floor setback.
I say yes.
All right, so we have Commissioner Kennedy is in favor, Commissioner Olivera, excuse me. How do you feel about subsection B, 1033B1? Okay,
Wants us to say yes again so we can Move on.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Gonzalez? Okay. Well, that's three. Okay. All right, so then B1 will remain as written. So B2 is this idea of the 20-foot rear setback. So now Vice Mayor Gonzalez had brought this up, this 20-foot rear setback doesn't really do much.
I think that was kind of put in because of me, because I was bitching about it. Because of my experience
It's true.
of what happened to me on Miami Beach. But again, it really defeats the purpose, in my opinion, the 20-foot on the second story, when you have the ability to build on the other side, a 30-foot wall at 10 feet.
Can I say it a different way back to you?
Sure.
It is in here because of you.
Okay.
This is the art
Oh,
clause.
Yeah,
Okay?
and so
And I tried to make it clear when it was first discussed that the exact same scenario could happen on the side because that backyard isn't done. So at least, we all agree on that now. At least it accomplishes in one place, Art. It's better than not. We're trying to make
unless you're the
things
guy
better.
next door.
Okay,
It
but
happens to the guy
like
there.
Jonathan said earlier, it accomplished it somewhere. So again, is it perfect? We're not writing a perfect ordinance that's gonna make anyone happy. We're all compromising, and at least that creates some kind of a space. Because most people now currently do have a backyard where there's not a structure in it, and if they have a pool, that's where it is. So most people, now it's changing dramatically and quickly with all the construction going on. But for the most part, that's how it is. That's how my house is. That's how your house is. That's how your house is. That's how your house is. Yours is different because you're on a corner lot. You don't have a backyard. I mean, you do, but you not much, right? But for the majority of residents who have a traditional house set up, it does soften the blow, Art. So you're correct that it's not perfect and that it's conflicts with what could happen on the side, but it's better than not. So that's where I am. I'm trying to get something done that's better than not. So I'm happy for it, even though I agree. Yeah.
Before you do, Commissioner Amsler, we're at 9:59. I know we're in the middle of this and Alan has been sitting patiently.
Oh, do you want to press pause on this and come back to it?
I'm fine with doing it all in July. Because
I want to get yours moved along because I think we can get that done tonight. I'd be very
Well,
happy to
but you're
press
not-
pause on this conversation and go to Alan's topic and come back to this.
you're not voting on anything. though.
Well, we're right,
We're going to agree on it.
we're right in the middle of the discussion of subsection 2, so we got to extend anyway at least to finish this discussion. So we could go for another 15 minutes on this and see where it takes us.
I really want to get his done.
So then,
Motion to extend the meeting till 10:30.
give a second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye, all right. Take a seat, Alan.
Press gas here. We'll go quickly. Gage, a question here. So guys, can I get your attention? My question, because it's regarding this little piece that it's your fault. Okay, so this little piece over here. Is this a deck? Can it be a deck? So I have sliding doors here and I can go out, right? And I'm gonna build some sort of a balcony here, right? So I don't fall. And it needs to be impeding visibility. Okay, so here and here. Okay, that's why I want to go here first. That's a deck, right? Or a balcony. Is it the
Diminish
same thing?
visibility, we're tabling.
But is a balcony and deck the same thing? Would you allow this as to be called a balcony if someone comes and say, I want to go? Okay, so the main thing is that right now we have to impede visibility here. You have to do, so this could be glass. You have a balcony that has a glass wall here, and here has to be something different. Am I reading it right? So like something. Thank you.
It could be a railing. It could be one of those glass half walls,
Screen.
trellis, yeah, all kinds of stuff. Or nothing at all. Then you don't have to put something back there.
What do you mean? No, I mean, it has to be something that you can see to the other side.
Right, but you don't have to put, it doesn't have to be a living space. It doesn't have to be sliding glass doors out onto that. It could just be windows back there. Doesn't have to be sliding glass. You don't have to
But
be
if
able to
you
exit
were
there.
To use that, and again, trying to understand, so if you were to use that scenario,
No?
on the side, that wall, Gage, that's that side wall,
Mhm.
how high does it have to go? Because if I, I'm talking about balcony that has, protection for you not to fall. On the
Right.
front, it's gonna be glass.
Railings are,
Sides, we cannot.
railings are 4 feet tall.
I'm sorry, this is relevant to the 20-foot setback issue, correct? Not the diminished
Correct.
visibility. Okay, okay.
They're
I just wanna-
connected. and it
Yeah,
will-
I just want to make sure we, yeah.
Because we did put it because, and again, I voted on last time on this specifically because it has to do with visibility, but the idea of having it was in that way you limit the visibility, so you're moving back. But I could be standing there, right at the edge of that 20 feet and be looking anywhere. And I'm saying I can only put glass in my balcony here on the sides. It has to be how tall because I can't see to the sides.
Well, I think if a
Or-
reasonable, diminish would say a 6 foot, 6 feet.
Okay, so it's gonna be a wall here and then I can put some sort of a glass. to
Or
see-
doesn't have to be a wall. It could be a screen. It could be a louver. It could be all kinds of things.
Yeah,
And that's where the architects come in and solve the problem. Also, keep in mind that, it just drew a complete blank. My brain just went blank. You said something and maybe I
late.
I had a long weekend.
Last-
So, it was, never mind. Oh, it'll come back.
And I
It
think-
was good.
and again, though, the point I was bringing, and I don't think we're,
Oh, I'm sorry. Like I say it before I forget, it's also about what you're seeing from the person behind you. You're not seeing a vertical sheer concrete wall. It's dropped back in. That's what it is. So it's that whole massing. Again, it's
on the back.
about, it's,
But realistically, how many people build their homes all the way to the 10-foot rear setback?
Miami Beach.
Yeah, but we had tiny lots.
it's happening all over the place.
It's happening.
Yeah, I mean, not necessarily here in the village, I haven't seen it, but
Well, that's a question for you, Gage. How often is that happening? How often do people build their homes all the way to the 10-foot rear setback?
We're getting more and more people doing 1 stories.
Yeah.
But not, well, I've
To
never,
the 10
rarely seen a 2
To the 10-foot,
To the
the
10
rear setback
Yeah, some people are building 5 or 6 bedroom, 1 story homes.
with
Yeah,
no,
one over here on
with no
117
pool,
goes-
with no
goes-
pool,
well,
no
they have a
back,
little
no
notch out-
backyard?
Notch out for the pool.
Oh, on the side,
Yeah,
sort of on the
notch.
side?
Art, we have one right here, the big modern house right here, the big
Uh-huh.
contemporary house right here on 114th. It's all the way back with a little tiny pool cut out.
Which we're not addressing now because we're
That's-
talking
that-
about
that's
second
nothing to do
floor.
with This code proposal.
That's a 1-story house, by the way. It looks like a 2-story house. It's a 1-story house.
It's rare, any 2-story.
Yeah,
house would be.
So if we do this and say it's a good thing and do it, it's not going to be used that much is what you're saying.
So what does it hurt?
Hmm?
So what does it hurt?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
All right, so let's get an idea of where we stand for
I'm fine with it.
Commissioner Kennedy. Yes, we understand. Commissioner Oliveira. We're talking about, yep, 1033B2, which is addresses the 20-foot rear setback for the second story. Correct.
For me, in the spirit of compromise and massing, I'll be okay with 15 feet.
Okay. Is that a in favor of?
Which would be basically what we're doing on the sides. So it would match up with the sides.
Okay. Matches over the sides, okay? Commissioner Amsler?
This was a no for me last time and no, because again, I don't know what we're accomplishing in terms of privacy either on the 15 and the whole thing on the sides and we just discussed, I think this is a no. Just
Understood.
want to be consistent with the whole privacy thing.
Commissioner, I understand. Commissioner Kennedy, so I know you voted, you're fine with 15? Okay, all right, so then we have a consensus on 15 for that, for subsection 2. All right, well, I don't know if there were any other specific provisions within 10.3.3 that we were discussing, but that would cover B1 and B2 with the understanding of D in its entirety because of the definition of diminished visibility. I guess will be deferred for the time being. But with respect to the remainder of the amended code, were there any other provisions that were brought up or that need to be, that anyone would like to discuss? Or do we want to
I
kind
have
of,
a couple of things and I'll make them quick.
okay,
10.5.2.
and 5.2?
I just want to make sure you're all, I want to make sure I'm clear on what this says, and I want to make sure you're all clear if I'm correct in what I think I'm seeing.
10.5.2.
10.5
10.5
residential
landscaping lot.
Yes.
It says all landscaping of residential lot shall conform to the minimum requirements of chapter 18, Miami-Dade, . It says all lots. That would be all existing lots as they're presently landscaped. That would put a lot of homes in non-conforming status in regards to landscaping. Or is this all predicated on the fact of work being done?
Hmm.
It's new, or if you.
Or 50%?
50%.
Okay, so I just want to make sure this is in no way the village could go to someone and say re-landscape your lot.
No.
Thank you. Okay, good. Want to make sure that didn't happen. 433I as in India. 433I as in India. Get to it. 433I.
433.
3.
Oh,
5.
no, it's not I. It's 433. It's.
A.
I'll tell you what it
I.
is. I'll tell you what it is. It's it's where it mentions architects and engineers. Hold on, I'll find it.
the property owner submits a current as
CI,
built floor
okay.
plan prepared by licensed engineer or architect.
Yes, that's it.
Okay, that's CI.
Yeah, where is the word rebutting? Okay, prepared by a licensed engineer, architect, surveying the entire dwelling unit, accessory structures and showing that, 432. No, that's not it. Okay, no, that's not it. I'm sorry.
It's in the section, in what context?
It says licensed, okay, it is, I'm sorry, it is C as in Charlie I. The property owner submits a current as-built floor plan prepared by a licensed engineer, architect. Do we want to be specific about the designation of that architect? Because that came up before with roofing and it became a problem that people were going online and finding an engineer who's, God knows what, and just kind of rubber stamping a form and emailing it to them. So do we want to make sure that maybe, Ed, we follow that same language that it was the shingle section where they have to be Florida licensed or Miami-Dade County licensed? I forget.
Alex, you know which carve out the commissioners discussing?
Not for that.
It's
No, well, he's saying that it's in another section where we kind
in
of.
another, it's in the asphalt shingle. It's where you, an architect or engineer provides a report.
It's okay, here, it's 10.4.6. F1. The engineer must be a structural engineer licensed in the state of Florida. So you're suggesting.
Structural engineer licensed in the state of Florida. I mean, is that applicable to this subsection here in?
I just don't want us to walk ourselves into the same situation we had with the architects and engineers for the roofs.
Chapter 4, housing, subsection C, I.
33CI.
With the same designation of architect, would it be applicable here?
State of.
Well, maybe don't add structural, but just say architect or engineer, architect licensed in Florida. I just don't want them going online and finding someone online to do a form for them and submit it. This is the exact issue we had with roofs.
So what do you propose, Mac?
Saying that the
Require
prop-
licensure in the state of Florida like we do the architects and engineers in the other section.
subsection CI, the property owner submits a current
Article, we had people.
as-built floor plan prepared by a licensed engineer
Yep.
in this, a Florida licensed engineer rather than just a licensed engineer.
Because we had people going online and just basically downloading a form and it would fulfill the requirement and they could do what they want to do. Ed, can we just do that there? Can we just say,
Just inserted Florida.
Okay.
that's, we're allowed to do that? Okay, cool, thank you.
Okay.
That's it. And let me look here. I have a list of other things that I wish we had done. I'm just gonna mention one of them. I really wish we would decrease the maximum height to 25 instead of 28, guys. 28 is so tall. Just gonna say it. I know we're not going to.
There you go, scorched earth.
That's all I have.
Okay. Are there any other
So then we're gonna.
sections or
we're gonna vote
provisions?
On this and pass it as is, but know that we're gonna come back and play with that little section again.
Well, and in addition to the items that have been changed, in addition to the change that
Right,
we
right,
have
right.
for the
But there's
rear
one thing that
setback.
we're leaving undone that we know we're leaving undone.
What's that, the visibility issue?
Yeah, it's
Well, that's
3.3B2.
B2?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's the change we did make.
D1 and D2, the two that encompass the diminished visibility.
So we're kind of punting them to July, but we're gonna vote on this now and know that we have to check all the changes and then
Finish the discussions of diminished visibility and how that can be updated if at all. Were there any, Alex, were you gonna say something?
So we're moving to second reading, including this for this.
Putting all of the changes that have been made here this evening. And with the understanding that we are going to, we're going to further discuss subset 10.3.3 subsection D to get a better understanding of diminished visibility. And if not, then it'll be left out.
So that would require us to advertise any change after. In second reading, we don't have to.
I said that earlier. Said
Oh,
those changes are internal and they don't affect the title of the.
as long as we don't touch anything and messes with the title. Jonathan, would you repeat it? 10.3.3D as in dog?
10.3.3 D, yes, D delta subsections 1 and 2 of that subsection, because they both use the same term, diminished visibility.
So do you want me?
Okay, let's vote on this thing.
Changes that we've agreed to for the record? or-
I mean,
Louise did it.
you can go ahead and read them to make sure that we've covered them.
Okay, so the four changes we've made tonight are just chapter 4. Up here, 4.3.3 C. We're adding Florida in front of licensed engineer and architect.
Okay,
Then in 10.3.3 B1, suggestion was to change lot to setback.
correct,
B2, we're changing 20 to 15.
correct,
Then 10.3.4, we've changed under A, BA to any street facing facade. So those are
Correct.
the four changes that were discussed tonight.
I believe that is correct. Okay, all right, yep, okay. All right, do we need any further vote on this, Mr. Attorney?
Yeah, we have to vote.
Okay,
We're voting,
all right, you're right. I'm so far removed from where we introduced this to begin with, I've lost my place. I apologize.
we're voting to adopt this on first read.
Understood. Okay, so having finished commission discussion for 10E, understanding that there are some additional changes to be made and some additional discussion to be had for second reading, we are adopting this as amended for second reading. And Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Gross,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gonzalez, Commissioner Amsler,
yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Olivera,
Yes.
Mayor Ordinance number 2023-09, amending the Biscayne Park Land Development Code to preserve and enhance prosperity in the Village of Biscayne Park, passes first reading.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're at 10:16, everyone.
Yes.
How long do we think we can, Alan, 5 minutes? Okay,
Make him move.
so then I'll move to extend for 5 minutes. No, I thought we moved for 15 minutes. Oh, I apologize. Okay. My mistake.
You want the hot seat?
I was wondering why they left those. I was like, what's happening here?
Thank you, Alex.
All right, 11. Sorry. Yeah, I'm getting there.
Please.
All right, item 11B, resolution 2023-37 strategic vision planning. Normally I would ask do I need to have the attorney read it on the record? Can I read it on the record? That's all right. I would have just done it. Mr. Attorney, if you wouldn't mind, please reading into the record. 11B.
Resolution of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, approving the final report of the 2023 Village Commission strategic visioning plan, adopting the mission, vision, core values, and strategic priorities identified in the report and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Do I have a motion in a second to approve this resolution?
Well, I'm a little confused here. What I understood was this was not coming back as a resolution. This was coming back as a discussion so that we could have residents see it on the agenda. They could engage with us. We would have a quick discussion, and basically we already decided we would basically rubber stamp it and put it on the July agenda as a resolution. So we have 5 weeks to engage with people. I had a very clear understanding of that.
That
This
not
should
what-
not be a resolution. No, this is a resolution. This should be a discussion item only.
Yeah, so again, the item was on the agenda prior to your meeting and where the commission decided to move it into discussion. So earlier in the meeting, when we moved it from resolutions into a discussion item. Alan was going to give a brief presentation on
That's right.
what we've covered.
Right, I'm sorry.
And
Yep,
then-
we moved 11B into 12A. That's correct. It's a discussion item.
It's not a resolution. That's,
It is a resolution.
no.
But we
it was
moved it,
as a
did move it from
discussion item,
11B
not
into
as a
12A
resolution.
as discussion of old business. So Mr. Attorney, I apologize. That's my mistake.
I guess what I suggest is that we just go ahead and move it to not pass the resolution, but to just make it a discussion.
Right, correct. You're correct.
But that was already done during the consent.
It was,
I mean, not consent, during the agenda setting.
we previously moved it and that was my error, Mr. Attorney. I apologize. This was moved to a discussion item only. So this resolution is moved. Okay, thank you. There I go. The last one.
A lot of changes today.
So this discussion, I think, is going to take longer than.
All right,
Alan.
let's just get right to it. 11B, we're moving it to discussion items. So Alan, I'll ask you to introduce it if you wouldn't mind, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My understanding is my role primarily tonight is to talk about the process and where we are for the benefit of the general public so that their awareness is raised and they will then engage with you more on the process and the document. And by the way, I'm having horrible allergies today. I'm not sick, but I apologize. So we went through an extensive data collection process, as you all well know. We received from the community survey 361 responses. We actually got 366, but 5 were duplicates. Okay. We also received a couple of email responses that were not duplicates. And in the 3 public meetings, we collected a number, an additional 42 people spoke, and we got a number of comments from them. When a person provides input, and this will be in detail in the plan, they might give a response that is actually 2 individual comments, 4 or 5 individual comments, and we have to take that response and split it up. And then what we did was we took all of those pieces of information and allocated them into different categories. And so what you have had the benefit of seeing, and we're going to be posting on your website in the coming days, are two spreadsheets. One is a raw data spreadsheet that shows all the information that we collected. It will actually be in 3 different sheets for the public meetings, the emails, and the survey. And then we're going to have an organized data spreadsheet, which organizes the survey responses in the meetings into different categories. For example, infrastructure, traffic, housing, activities and programs, services, and the like. And each of those categories that I just said have a number of subcategories to them. And by doing it this way, you not only get a sense of magnitude for an individual category, but you're able to drill down with a level of specificity for these subcategories and additionally get a sense of the level of priority expressed by the community in the form of how many people raise that particular issue. Okay, and we did it that way without saying that up front so that people would just naturally speak about what most concerned them, what their priorities were. And now, as you have seen, quite a few different issues have risen up to be priorities for the community. What I explained in particular at the community meetings is that the job of the Village Commission is to bridge the gap between identified priorities in the community and reality. And the reality is based in large part on the parameters of your budget and what you can afford on a daily, on an annual basis, and even what your organizational capacity is, how much your limited number of staff can accomplish in any one year. And with that, you'll be looking at goals and strategies, which is the next step. You've already looked at vision, mission, and values to identify who we are, what we do, where we want to be in 20 years, and what are the behaviors and skills that are most important to us as we conduct our affairs. The goals and strategies are taking all of this disparate information that we've collected and identifying these different categories. As I've already said, infrastructure was by far the most commented on. So that's on its own a goal, working on infrastructure, and it's worded much more coherently than what I'm expressing right now. But we'll have goals. Each of those goals will have additional strategies. And these goals and strategies, I want to be clear, were generated by the public input. So none of it is coming from the dais, it's coming from the community. What's going to come from the dais ultimately is prioritizing how you deal with this moving forward. And what we've discussed is that the next management team coming in the door is going to have to take the next step to look at an implementation plan, to look at objectives, tasks, and key performance indicators to identify what specifically you want to do for each strategy, how the steps that you're going to need to take to accomplish that, and then what are the metrics that you're going to use to measure progress in that particular area. And we've given you more than enough information in this plan to set the stage for your next management team to come in and create that implementation plan. So everything that we've collected, all the documents that I've mentioned tonight, they're all going to go on your website so the public will be able to look at it. We're strongly encouraging them to do so right now, and I'm sure each of you will do so individually. We hope folks take a look and reach out to you with their questions, comments, concerns, whatnot, so that when we meet again in July, you'll have a draft plan that will have been provided to you weeks earlier that we'll be discussing and hopefully revising and bringing to a point of finalization. That's it.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, I don't know that there's a whole lot to discuss on it. But I mean, I guess what what specific points do we want to address from what Alan has just presented to us before we look to the July meeting?
I had a couple of things in here. I read this thing 1,000 times. I wanted to, if I may.
Yeah, sure.
I think it's two quick things. Under respect in our organizational values, the first sentence reads, we communicate and treat all with dignity. The wording is odd there. It doesn't quite read well. But I think there's a time consideration that I would prefer to see added in here. And it could be as simple as we communicate in a timely manner and treat everyone, ... It just says we communicate and treat all. That's not good writing, good language anyway. It says we communicate and treat all with dignity, kindness, and fairness. I think it would be better to say we communicate in a timely manner. It doesn't say within 24 hours. It doesn't lock us into anything, but it does say that it does indicate that we appreciate that there's timeliness in communication. And I think I would prefer that wording. So
Commissioner, I'll just point out the reason why it was written like that is it should be read, if you take and treat all out, it would read, we communicate with dignity, kindness, and fairness.
Right.
So that it's written, and maybe a comma is necessary. I don't think so.
No.
That would
I
actually
want
make it
I want
worse.
timeliness added in there is what I'm saying. I would like us to recognize that communication, we don't communicate very well. And I think we need to recognize that there's a timeliness that comes along with communication, that you have to do it when it should be done. It needs to be on a regular basis. When something's happening, you need to tell them right away. Sometimes it's right away, sometimes it's the monthly thing, whatever. But I just would be more comfortable that we recognize there's a timeliness in communicating with our residents.
So I would propose maybe one of two, maybe we responsibly communicate, because I think that covers timely and maybe a little bit more. But if not, then maybe we timely communicate, or not, maybe not we communicate in a timely manner. I think that says.
Say the first one you said?
We responsibly communicate.
Okay, I would be happy with that because that kind of,
This is kind of timeliness and other items.
so we responsibly communicate and we treat everyone. That fixes that sentence. We responsibly communicate and we treat, and the word all is also just an odd thing to. We responsibly communicate and we treat everyone with dignity, kindness, and fairness. Everyone instead of the word all. It says,
I'm done. I got it.
That's fine.
you guys all okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Also, extend, it's 10:29, extend 5 minutes, please. Okay, it's at the Village of Biscayne Park. We embrace ethnic and personal differences and promote inclusivity. When you specifically say we promote ethnic and personal differences, you're pulling one thing out and specifically saying we embrace this one difference, ethnic differences, to the exclusion of gender differences, age differences, family compilation differences. It's one thing that you're pulling out and saying we embrace this one difference. It's just, I just think you could say we embrace differences and promote inclusivity. I think we're trying too hard there. And it's kind of odd that we're embracing one specific difference, but not gender, sexual orientation, age. I know, but the one pulled out is just odd to me. Ethnic, yeah. It's like, why do we pull that one out and mention that so specifically?
The reason why.
This is all ages too. I mean,
was-
we're very diverse in every way,
Ethnic speaks to national identity and cultural identity, and personal speaks to virtually everything else that you mentioned. That's why I tried to reduce it. I'm fine with just going, we embrace
I think
differences.
we can make it simpler and just simply say, we embrace differences and promote inclusivity. I don't think we need to pull out certain things, point out certain things. Differences and.
Is everyone else all right with that?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Did we want to embrace specifically ethnicity when we discussed it? I don't remember why we pulled it specifically.
I don't either. But when I read it,
because we're a variety, I don't know.
But we're diverse in all the other ways too. Ages.
Guys, I was okay when I read it originally. To me, the whole sentence is just, at the end of the day, promotes inclusivity.
Yeah, exactly. We embrace differences and promote inclusive. Yeah.
Getting less.
Getting less huggy. I'm getting less specific because there's one specific thing. I'm like, why are we being so specific about that one thing, but not everything else? What do you guys want to decide about that? And I have one other real quick one.
I think we discussed it at the time. I'll leave it as is, Mac.
Anybody else?
Then I,
Okay. They both said it. They both said it. It doesn't matter.
So we're leaving
She
it
said it.
as
She's
is.
leaving it as is. Leaving it as is.
Then-
Leaving that portion as is. Leaving in ethnicity. I can't even talk anymore. And then under stewardship,
And I,
Um,
under quality, I changed seat to seats.
yes. Found a little typo in there. We try to be sustainable. We try to, under stewardship, second line, we try to be sustainable and resilient in all we do. It's just, again, I keep tripping over it. We try to be, either we try to be sustainable and resilient in all that we do at Biscayne Park, add the word that, or just say we strive for sustainability and resiliency in all that we do. Even less cumbersome. We strive instead of try. We strive for sustainability and resiliency in all that we do. Finish the sentence.
I like that.
works for me.
Anybody else have a? Okay, Alan, yeah.
Hear that, Alan?
Oh.
I got it. We
Okay.
strive for.
We strive for sustainability and resiliency in all that we do, ... Cool,
Okay. Got it.
thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Okay,
Anything
so
else?
then the next step will be on the July agenda.
Right, I should have, by the end of next week at the latest, a draft plan in your inbox. And I'm doing my best to address some of the particular issues that you all raised. For example, I was just writing some narrative tonight about data integrity. Because I know that
Cool.
was. an
Thank
issue.
you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
It's important.
So,
And
Yep.
the whole introduction of the process and I think that's huge.
Mhm.
yeah.
Right.
Did you make it hippy dippy? A little hippy dippy?
Huggy wug.
Huggy wug, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Alan.
Yep.
All right, so we'll move 12B, 12C to the next meeting agenda and move for adjournment. Sorry,
We also have 9E
do we? Oh, gee, you're right.
and
Completely forgot about it. I have it written right here.
10D.
Indeed.
Yeah. construction code, we did
Yes, we do. 9E, 10D, then 12B, 12C. Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Attorney. All right, do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Adjourn. I have a discovery deadline in an hour and a half.
Guys, there was someone came in here with Girl Scouts and they were bringing us cookies. They were supposed to do a presentation.
Oh, shoot.
They were supposed to do a presentation.